Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Awakens Rage Wind Chakra. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Kanehigakure. Konoha Hospital, October 25th, Naruto, 6 years old. This wasn't the first time Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, had pondered the true meaning of being Hokage. His sensei and predecessor, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, along with his brother, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, had often advised him to treat his fellow villagers and Konoha shinobi as family, as if they were part of his own being. This was the essence of being Hokage. Lord Hashirama was an idealist, dreaming of a day when all ninja, regardless of their country, clan, or village, could unite and collaborate. He envisioned a world free from the hatred of the Sengoku-era coexistence was his dream, much to the dismay of his more pragmatic brother, who prioritized Konoha's interests above all else. Such righteous idealism was often dismissed as mere fantasy. Yet, when a fantasy becomes reality, it can change everything. After Hashirama's death, and even before, Tobirama-sensei sought to instill a more realistic approach in his students. Whenever Hiruzen had to send his ninja on dangerous missions, he struggled to justify it. He knew that some might never return from war. In those moments, he questioned his worthiness to inherit the mantle of the third Hokage. Hiruzen sat in his hospital bed, observing 6-year-old Naruto Namikaze as he slept. He wondered how many villagers truly embodied, or at least believed in, the ideals he wished to uphold. It was no surprise to him that the villagers harbored animosity towards Naruto after his identity as a Jinchuriki was revealed. He reasoned that as long as there was no overt violence from the adults, Naruto would be safe. He could prevent them from discussing his status with future generations, ensuring that Naruto would grow up accepted by his peers. However, even if the adults complied, the children would likely mirror their parents' sentiments. Young ones, looking up to their parents as role models, would perceive something different in the blonde boy. Whispers and gossip would inevitably shape their views. Naruto had no friends. He lived in an orphanage and was generally avoided by everyone. The lonely and weak often became targets for the strong. Hokage-sama, there's nothing in his memories indicating he harbored any hatred towards them, Inoichi Yamanaka said, pulling Hiruzen from his thoughts. As you suggested, he went to the playground the day before to make friends. Unfortunately, 3 9-year-old boys didn't want that boy playing with them. They began to tease him, calling him names, and even pushed him around a bit. Inoichi paused, glancing between Hiruzen and Naruto. Then he did what he was supposed to do. I found in his memories that there was no elemental manipulation or prior ninja training. He had no intention of harming them. How's life at the orphanage? Risshin asked, gently stroking Naruto's hair as he slept soundly in bed. He had taken Naruto out for ramen a few times but had never inquired about the boy's true life. This realization now filled him with embarrassment. He had promised Kushina that he would care for her son, yet he felt he had failed. The worst part was that he hadn't made any effort to change the situation. Inoichi frowned and looked at him. I'm saying this isn't a healthy environment for a child to grow up in, Hokage-sama. Naruto's eyes widened at this. Don't tell me. Seeing Naruto's reaction, the Yamanaka clan leader quickly added, Hokage-sama, while there was no physical violence, there was neglect and disregard. He referred to himself as ugly in his mind. Hiruzen sighed, wishing he could blame himself for his earlier ignorance. If Naruto was looked down upon in the streets, the orphanage was no different. This was supposed to be his home, his safe haven, but it wasn't. Ultimately, it would shape Naruto's outlook on the world. He needed to prevent further harm, and quickly. He didn't want to face Naruto's ancestors one day, desperately trying to explain how he did the best he could. Ino continued to describe Naruto's isolated life. Thankfully, there was no starvation or severe mistreatment, except as a last resort. He learned to read and write alongside the other children. In fact, Risshin sensed there was more to it. Inoichi's expression was one of conflict and pain, suggesting that Naruto had endured more than what was being shared. Risshin decided not to press further, focusing instead on Naruto. He reminded himself that Inoichi would provide more details later. A child with such burdens needed more. Naruto was not only the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails but also the only son of the fourth Hokage, Senju Minato. Like Tsunade, he was the last member of the Senju clan, a direct descendant of the Pegasus clan. The last thing the old Hokage wanted was for Naruto to grow up resenting his ancestral village, his family, and his father, ultimately sacrificing his own happiness. Naming him Namikaze was meant to protect him, or so Hiruzen hoped. To him, it was just a play on words. He couldn't name him the Vortex, as that would attract too much attention from outsiders and hostile nations. Besides, Hiruzen hadn't anticipated Naruto facing such challenges. Deep down, he believed in the village and the will of fire, unwavering even after Minato's death. Perhaps if he had been named Uzumaki, the villagers would have shown him more respect, considering both of his parents were from the Uzumaki family. Hiruzen had made countless mistakes during his reign. But a mistake isn't a mistake unless one refuses to correct it. Sending some of his ninja on perilous missions, hoping they would survive while knowing some would not, that was a mistake. He was determined to rectify this in the future. He would not allow history to repeat itself. Yet, even with his resolve, he could not bring back the fallen. All his mistakes would haunt him forever, just like the innocent lives lost in war, for in a sense, he was responsible for their deaths. As he watched Naruto peacefully asleep, Sarutobi vowed to make amends. He had placed his trust in the wrong places. It was time for him and Naruto to be together. He owed the boy and his late family a debt of gratitude at the very least. Before taking action, he called for the nearest ANBU. Cat, summon the chairman to conference room number 1 in 30 minutes. The ANBU nodded and left to fulfill the task. Hiruzen stood up and turned to Ino, who was still in the room, awaiting further instructions. Come with me, Ino-san. After ensuring that there were at least 2 ANBU guards around Naruto, and warning the doctors to keep quiet, Hizen entered the office. Meanwhile, Inoichi pondered the Hokage's plans for the council. It was well known within the ninja community that there had been an ideological conflict between the Sandaime and his former teammates since his recovery, especially regarding Naruto. Kane Koharu and Mito Kato Hamura had shifted from being staunch supporters of the Sandaime to backing Shimura Danzo, another elder and rival. Inoichi, serving on the General Council as a representative of Konoha's intelligence agency, often found himself witnessing their constant bickering, usually siding with the Sandaime. He truly embodied the will of fire. Conference Room 1. Half an hour later, the council leaders gathered in a meeting room designated for such discussions. In addition to the Sandaime Hokage and Inoichi, the attendees included Danzo Shimura, Koharu Yuta, Mito Village Chief Kato Hamura, along with others involved in the Shimura case. Jonin Commander Nara Shikaku, ANBU Commander, and Konoha Military Police Captain Uchiha Fugaku were also present. Without delay, the Sandaime began the meeting. However, Koharu, growing impatient, interrupted him. I assume this meeting is about today's incident with the Jinchuriki? Koharu seemed to realize her mistake as she flinched under Sarutobi's sharp gaze. Risshin nodded, acknowledging the obviousness of her question. However, before revealing more, he needed to investigate how the information had leaked. A purge might be necessary. Sarutobi responded, yes. 3 academy students attacked Naruto-kun on the playground, and he accidentally released his wind chakra. His tone was firm, leaving no room for argument. Have you decided what to do with him? Xiaochun asked, her voice steady but betraying a hint of concern. Sarutobi closed his eyes, pursed his lips, and nodded quickly. Hamura, calmer than her female counterparts, offered her perspective in a more authoritative tone. It would be best to place him under Danzo's protection as previously suggested. Hizen was not surprised by this idea. He would have denied it anyway, but he let Hamura continue, curious to hear her reasoning. This was not the first time she had made such a suggestion. Considering his mental state and future development, I believe it would be in the village's best interest for the Jinchuriki to be trained by Danzo. His close connection to the wind is a significant reason. She nodded at Danzo, who returned the gesture. I agree with Hamura. Danzo said, turning to Hiruzen. This boy should be handed over to me while he's still young and impressionable. You know that this incident will impact him more seriously than the general treatment by society. Under my guidance, he will not only become a skilled ninja but also a loyal one. He emphasized the word care, seeming proud of it. Whatever plans you have for him, I doubt they will succeed in the long run. Inwardly, Ryuechen scoffed. Danzo glanced at the other members of the General Council. Aside from Hamura and Koharu, he noticed frowns and disapproving expressions, which made him frown slightly. He wouldn't have their support. The ANBU commander was loyal to Risshin first and foremost. Shika and Ino were friends of Minato. They understood Naruto's background and would likely not support Danzo in this matter. His relationship with Fugaku had been strained since the Kyuubi attack and the Uchiha clan's relocation, leading Fugaku to oppose Danzo's proposals at every opportunity. Finally, he turned to his former friend and rival Hiruzen, a strange smile on his face. I've already decided how to handle Naruto-kun and Shimura. You need not offer any further advice. The same goes for you too, Koharu and Hamura. There was a hint of disdain in Rizen's eyes as he regarded his childhood friends. Their knowledge of Naruto's mental state warranted investigation. The three of them were prime suspects for revealing Naruto's identity to the village, likely hoping he would be handed over to Danzo to train as Konoha's ultimate weapon, ostensibly to protect the Senju heir. Even now, he relished shattering their delusions. Naruto-kun will remain at home, as is his birthright. Several council members were taken aback by the Hokage's decision, with Nara Shikaku being the first to speak. While I believe this is the best course of action, Hide-sama, who will take care of his basic needs. He is still a child. If word spreads that the deaths of 3 academy students are connected to him, his treatment will worsen. Lu Jiao showed no sign of boredom as she spoke. I have a few individuals in mind who can look after Naruto-kun without issue. Once I convince them to take the job, I will inform everyone of the situation, Hizen replied. To the public, the best thing to say at this meeting is to remain here. He looked around, his gaze lingering on the 3 elders to his right. Unsupervised element manipulation. Ichi, Fugaku, I'm sure the military police and analysis team can manage this. Inform their parents that they were conducting unsupervised element manipulation experiments, as should the entire village. No contact with Naruto-kun. In that case, Inoichi stood firmly by Hizen at the meeting, alongside Shika and the ANBU commander. Fugaku supported him, more out of animosity toward Danzo than genuine loyalty. However, anything was better than nothing. While the council could not overrule the Hokage, discontent could spread throughout the village. Fortunately, the 3 clan leaders were on his side. Hizen knew that Fugaku was aware of Naruto's origins because Kushina and Mikoto were good friends, even though he and the rest of the Uchiha clan resented Minato for being the 4th Hokage. Despite Fugaku's dislike of Minato, he was an honest man and rarely questioned orders unless it harmed his clan's interests, such as the Uchiha clan's relocation. Rizen began to regret his support for Danzo. However, it was too late to change that, at least for now. He would have to fight on a different front. Hizen's gaze fell on the Uchiha clan leader, briefly wondering if he was the one who had revealed Naruto's identity to the village. It would certainly help to restore some of the honor that had been tarnished on the Uchiha name after that incident, along with the doubts that accompanied it. Aside from us, 6 of my ANBU and 2 trusted doctors at the hospital are aware of this. Before coming here, I briefed them all and instructed them not to discuss it with anyone. I hope you can do the same because from now on, this is an S-class secret. They fell silent for a moment, and then each council member nodded in agreement. You may go now. Everyone nodded again, and the clan leader and ANBU leader stood up to leave. The 3 elders lingered a moment longer, hoping to sway Hayama, but when Danzo stood up and exited, Koharu and Hamura followed. However, before they all left, Risshin called out to the 3 elders. You 3 be quiet. Once the room was empty, Sarutobi addressed them, methodically checking off items on the table in front of him. You know what the punishment is for leaking S-class secrets. It wasn't a question, but a statement, at least for Hamura and Koharu. Danzo remained as expressionless as ever. Koharu decided to speak up, her eyes narrowed. Of course, we won't talk about, she wanted to say more but was interrupted by Sarutobi. It seems you three can't keep quiet about Naruto's status as a Jinchuriki? Hamura and Koharu were taken aback for a moment, but Danzo remained silent and unmoving. Hamura decided to retaliate. We didn't say anything. You have no right to accuse us. Of course, I have no proof, but you haven't given me any reason to trust you. Risshin smiled bitterly. Besides, you've been warned. You may leave now, but know that if you betray me here, I will show no mercy no more than before. This is your final warning. He narrowed his eyes. The three nodded, though Koharu and Hamura were displeased that their counsel had concluded without controversy and had become the target of suspicion. But before they left, the Sandaime spoke again, his tone revealing disappointment. Toriyama-sensei would be disappointed in you three for how you treated his only surviving descendant. Danzo sneered this time, narrowing his eyes and looking at the Sandaime with contempt. Nidaime-sama would not prioritize the interests of one child, or even his own blood, above the interests of the entire village. Danzo, you're forgetting why he and the Shodai wanted to create this village, Sarutobi replied with a laugh. That's one of the reasons he chose me as his successor, not you. This time, there was no response, only the sound of the elders leaving. However, Risshin remained behind, breathing slowly and wearily. I wish Tori and Kagami were my teammates, or at least still alive. It would be easier to deal with the other three if they were here. An idea crossed her mind, a cruel thought. The walls and floor were stained with memories of loss. But it vanished as quickly as it came. Risshin felt sad and ashamed. In the hospital the next day, Naruto slowly opened his eyes and found himself staring at the white ceiling of a room he had never been in before. He rubbed his tired eyes, clearing away the remnants of sleep. Why am I here? He wondered, and suddenly yesterday's events hit him like a wall. Gasping for breath, he felt a stranger's hand gently pat his back, calming him slightly. Naruto, don't be nervous, it's okay, the stranger urged kindly. When Naruto looked up, he saw a tall man wearing a peculiar dog-faced mask and spiky silver hair. The memories of the three bodies he had seen before he collapsed were still vivid in his mind, and he couldn't help but ask, I killed them? The man in the dog mask was silent for a moment before responding. Hokage-sama will explain everything to you once he arrives. In the meantime, try to relax. Naruto nodded, and a masked ANBU member handed him a glass of water. Lord Hokage, or the old man as he was often called, was the only one willing to talk to him and share stories like a real grandfather would with his grandson. He hoped the memory of the older children's fates was just a nightmare, and that the old man could tell him stories too. The ANBU member signaled to his colleagues to inform the Hokage of Naruto's condition, then remained beside the blonde boy for a moment, gazing at him with empathy. He was no stranger to the weight of first kills, especially at Naruto's age. When he was Naruto's age, he had faced his own first tragedy, though not of a villager. If the word fellow applied to his teacher's son, the dead boy hadn't considered it that way when they pushed him to his limits. 5 minutes passed, and the Sandaime Hokage arrived at the ward where Naruto was staying. Seeing his grandfather arrive, a smile appeared on Naruto's face as he said hoarsely, "I." The old Hokage returned the boy's smile. "Naruto-kun, how are you feeling?" he asked as he walked over and sat down on the edge of the hospital bed. "A little tired, but my stomach hurts more and more, and I had a nightmare." Naruto scratched his hair, trying to make sense of the nightmare as he spoke. "What nightmare was that?" Sarutobi asked cautiously. Hearing the question, Naruto frowned slightly. Sarutobi guessed what Naruto was going to say. Experiencing a first death and a first kill was natural, especially since Naruto was so young and had never intended to harm anyone, which led to his initial reluctance to discuss it. "I had a dream. I had a dream about 3 older kids who bullied me. But I didn't mean to, I just wanted them to stop." He fell silent after that, still grappling with the reality of what had happened, his hands clutching his head and running through his blonde hair in distress. Sarutobi wished for Naruto to remain innocent and unburdened child, though he knew that was no longer possible. If he avoided answering the question now, he might hinder Naruto's growth or lead him down a troubling path. The boy, who had always been better than his peers as much as his circumstances allowed, was being asked to confront two difficult truths. He knew the villagers didn't like him and wanted to understand why they treated him this way. The second question was about his parents. It was almost like destiny. Parental love is the highest form of affection a child can receive. Love can shield against many problems. But many children growing up in orphanages don't know this and therefore don't question why they aren't accepted, at least not until Naruto was 4 years old when he first asked about it. As a member of the Senju clan, Naruto's lineage is renowned for its values of love and unity, so it's no surprise that he subconsciously upholds these ideals. Blood runs deeper than water. By avoiding a truthful answer or providing a misleading one, Sarutobi risks creating a rift between himself and Naruto, potentially leading the boy to harbor resentment towards him and the village in the future. "Old man, do you know about this?" Naruto asked after a moment of silence. Risshin observed him and decided to speak honestly. "I know, Naruto-kun." She paused, feeling the weight of the moment. "Unfortunately, what you dreamed wasn't just a nightmare, it was a harsh reality." Naruto's eyes widened, and he began to tremble. Hiruzen placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Calm down, my child. Nothing will happen to you. I have no right to punish you, I am partly responsible for this." He continued, "After a brief investigation, we found that your actions were unintentional, they provoked you first. In fact, they got what they wanted." Sarutobi felt uneasy about how he had to explain the situation regarding the three men. He understood that Naruto needed support and reassurance he was innocent. It was crucial to keep the existence of another presence in Hiruzen's mind a secret for now, as revealing it might frighten Naruto further. "When they began to attack you, you released chakra in the form of wind, which affected all three of them, leading to their unfortunate end," he explained. The reality of the situation was far more complex than his words suggested. What will happen to me now?" Naruto asked softly, fear evident in his eyes. "Don't worry, son. Nothing bad will happen to you. As I said, this is partly my fault. I could have done more to protect you from the start and prevented this from happening." After saying this, Sarutobi stood and gazed out the hospital window, contemplating how to convey the truth to Naruto. He needed to share important information, but it had to remain confidential for now. This conversation was not what Hiruzen had envisioned when he thought about discussing Naruto's future, but it was necessary. "Naruto-kun, what I'm about to tell you. You must keep it a secret, at least until you grow older and stronger, so you can protect yourself from any potential harm." Upon hearing this, Naruto glanced at the dog-masked Enbu beside him as he stood up. Risshin smiled at the scene. Minato's son had undoubtedly inherited his sharp intellect. If he played his cards right, he could guide Naruto toward greatness, ensuring that the boy could one day lead a life as normal as a ninja's could be. "It's okay, Naruto-kun, he already knows what I'm about to tell you." Naruto nodded. Kakashi was already aware of Naruto's origins. Who knows, he might become Naruto's mentor someday. Risshin shook off his thoughts and continued speaking. "Have you ever heard of the nine-tailed fox?" In his heart, he hoped this conversation would go smoothly. An hour later, the Senju boy remained silent as he explained the nine tails to Naruto. Despite his mood, his small hands gripped the sheets tightly. The first significant emotion appeared when he began discussing his parents, his remaining bloodline, and the bond of family. Tears filled Naruto's eyes, tears of both sadness and joy, especially when he spoke of how much his parents loved him and how thrilled they were to learn of his impending birth. Naruto gradually accepted what Hiruzen had shared and his new living arrangements. As Inoichi had previously mentioned, the orphanage, where he had faced neglect and rejection, was clearly not a suitable place for him to grow up. Therefore, as Hiruzen had informed the committee, he decided to allow Naruto to live in his family's home with a caretaker who would visit regularly to assist him whenever needed. Naruto, especially as a ninja, was eager to explore the complex before settling in. The Hokage Academy would commence in 1 week on November 1st. Still, he was relieved that the young Senju accepted what he had told him. He couldn't use his real clan name for a while, at least until he became a chunin or possibly a jounin. If he was anything like his father or any of his ancestors, he would achieve that after graduation. However, Sarutobi also advised him not to rush through his studies. It would be wiser to follow the pace of his peers. Many Senju had met untimely ends due to early graduation, especially during the Sannin War, which had nearly wiped out their clan. Fame, acceptance, or legacy meant little if one died too young to enjoy any of it or leave a lasting impact. In Kanahegakure, at Konoha Hospital, on October 25, Naruto was just 6 years old. This was not the first time Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, pondered what it truly meant to be Hokage. His mentors and predecessors, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and his brother, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, had often told him to treat his fellow villagers and Konoha shinobi as if they were part of his own family. This was the essence of being Hokage. Lord Hashirama was an idealist, always dreaming of a day when all ninja, regardless of their country, clan, or village, could unite and work together. He envisioned a world free from the hatred of the Sengoku era. Living side by side was his dream, much to the dismay of his more pragmatic brother, who prioritized Konoha's interests above all else, dismissing such idealism as mere fantasy. After Hashirama's death, and even before it, Tobirama-sensei sought to instill a more realistic approach in his students. Each time Hiruzen had to send his ninja on perilous missions, he struggled to justify it. When he dispatched them to war, knowing some might never return, he often questioned what it meant to be Hokage and whether he was worthy of carrying the mantle of the third generation. Hiruzen sat in his hospital bed, watching 6-year-old Naruto Namikaze sleep, and he wondered how many villagers truly lived up to, or at least believed in, the ideals he aspired to uphold. He was not surprised by the villagers' animosity towards Naruto after his identity as a Jinchuriki was revealed. He reasoned that as long as there was no physical violence from the adults, Naruto would be safe. He could prevent them from discussing his status with future generations, ensuring that Naruto would grow up accepted by his peers. However, even if the adults complied with his wishes, the influence of their perspectives would still linger. Young children often looked up to their parents as role models, and they would likely see something different in the blonde boy. Whispering and gossiping were common ways teenagers formed their opinions of others. Naruto had no friends. He lived in an orphanage and was generally avoided by everyone. Lonely and vulnerable, he was an easy target for those who were stronger. Hokage-sama, there is nothing in his memories that indicates he harbored any hatred towards them. Inoichi Yamanaka interrupted his thoughts. As you suggested, he went to the playground the day before to make friends. Unfortunately, the 3 9-year-old boys did not appreciate those boys being with them. He had previously released chakra in the form of wind. They began to tease him, calling him names, and even pushed him around a few times. Inoichi paused, looking from Hiruzen to Naruto and back again. Then he did what he was supposed to do. I found in his memories that there was no elemental manipulation or any prior ninja training. Even his intention to retaliate was not malicious. How's life at the orphanage? Risshin asked, gently brushing Naruto's hair as he slept soundly on the bed. He had invited him over for ramen a few times but had never inquired about the boy's true life. This realization now embarrassed him. He had promised Kushina that he would take care of her son, but he felt he had failed. The worst part was that he didn't seem to be making any effort to change that. Inoichi frowned and looked at him. I must say, this is not a healthy environment for a child to grow up in, Hokage-sama. Naruto's eyes widened upon hearing this. Please don't tell me. Seeing his reaction, the Yamanaka clan leader quickly added, Hokage-sama, there was no physical violence. However, there was general neglect, and when they noticed him, he referred to himself as ugly in his mind. Risshin sighed, wanting to blame himself for his earlier ignorance. If Naruto was looked down upon in the streets, the orphanage was no different. This was supposed to be his home, his safe haven, but it wasn't. Ultimately, it would shape Naruto's view of the world in a more cynical way. He needed to prevent further damage. He didn't want to face Naruto's ancestors one day, trying to explain how he did the best he could. Ino continued to describe Naruto's isolated life. Fortunately, there was no starvation or severe mistreatment, except as a last resort. He learned to read and write alongside the other children. In fact, Risshin felt there was more to it. Inoichi's expression was filled with conflict and pain, suggesting that Naruto had endured more than what was being shared. Risshin decided not to press further, his thoughts returning to Naruto. He reminded himself that Inoichi would provide more details later. A child with such burdens needed more. Naruto was not only the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi but also the only son of the fourth Hokage, Senju Minato. Like Tsunade, he was the last member of the Senju clan, directly descended from the Pegasus line. The last thing the old Hokage wanted was for Naruto to grow up hating his village, his family, and his father, ultimately sacrificing his own happiness. Naming him Namikaze was meant to protect him, at least, Hiruzen hoped so. To him, it was just a clever choice of words. He couldn't name him the Vortex, because that would attract unnecessary attention from outsiders and hostile nations. Besides, Hiruzen had not anticipated Naruto facing such challenges. Deep down, he believed in the village and the will of fire, unwavering even after Minato's death. Perhaps if he had been named Uzumaki, the villagers would have respected him more, considering both his mothers were from the Uzumaki clan. Hiruzen had made countless mistakes during his reign. But a mistake isn't truly a mistake unless one refuses to correct it. Sending some of his ninja on dangerous missions, knowing some would not return, that was a mistake. He vowed to work hard to rectify this in the future. Such errors would not happen again, though they often did. But even that could not bring the lost back to life. All his mistakes would haunt him forever, just like the innocent lives lost in the war, for in a sense, he was responsible for their deaths. Watching Naruto fall asleep, Sarutobi vowed to make amends. He had placed his trust in the wrong places. It was time for him and Naruto to be together. He owed the boy and his deceased family a debt of gratitude at the very least. Before taking any action, he called the nearest ANBU. Cat, please summon the council to conference room number 1 in 30 minutes. The ANBU nodded and left to fulfill the task. He immediately stood up and spoke to Ino, who was still in the room waiting for further instructions. Come with me, Ino-san. After ensuring that at least 2 ANBU guards were around Naruto and warning the doctors not to speak about him with anyone, Hiruzen entered his office. Meanwhile, Inoichi wondered what the Hokage's plans were for the council. It was no secret in the ninja community that there had been ideological conflicts between the Sandaime and his former teammates since his recovery, particularly regarding Naruto. Kane Koharu and Mito Kato Hamura had transformed from staunch supporters of the Sandaime to the biggest advocates for Shimura Danzo, another elder and rival of the Sandaime. Inoichi himself served on the General Council as a representative of Konoha's intelligence agency and had witnessed their constant bickering, often siding with the Sandaime when he embodied the will of fire. Conference Room 1. Half an hour later, in a room designated for such meetings, the council leaders gathered. In addition to the Sandaime Hokage and Inoichi representing Konoha's intelligence division, those present included Danzo Shimura, Koharu Yuta, Mito Village Chief Kato Hamura, and others involved in Shimura's case. Jonin Commander Nara Shikaku, ANBU Commander, and Konoha Military Police Captain Uchiha Fugaku were also present. Without further ado, the Sandaime decided to address the meeting, but Koharu, impatient, interrupted him. I assume this meeting is about today's Jinchuriki incident? Koharu growled at the interruption, flinching at Sarutobi's sharp gaze. Risshin nodded indifferently. What else could they be discussing? However, before he revealed anything, he needed to investigate how the information had leaked. If it had reached the wrong ears, a purge of the ranks might be necessary. Sarutobi spoke up, yes. 3 academy students confronted Naruto-kun in the playground, and in the process, he unintentionally released his wind chakra. The emphasis on unintentionally left no room for argument. Have you decided what to do with him? Xiaochun asked, trying to calm herself despite a hint of fear. Sarutobi closed his eyes, pursed his lips, and nodded quickly. Hamura, remaining composed, offered her advice in a more authoritative tone. It would be wise to place him under Danzo's protection as suggested earlier. Hizen was not surprised by this. He had expected it. He would deny it, of course, but he allowed Hamura to continue, curious to hear her reasoning. This was not the first time she had proposed such an idea. Given his mental state and future development, I believe it would be in the village's best interest for the Jinchuriki to be trained by Danzo. His close connection to the wind is a significant factor. She nodded toward Danzo, who returned the gesture. I agree with Hamura, Danzo said, turning his gaze to Hiruzen. This boy should be entrusted to me while he is still young and impressionable. You know that this incident will affect him more deeply than the general treatment he receives from society. Under my guidance, he will not only become a skilled ninja but also a loyal one. He emphasized the word guidance, seeming pleased with himself. Whatever plans you have for him, I doubt they will succeed in the long run. Be honest with yourself, Ryuechen thought, suppressing a snort. Danzo surveyed the other members of the General Council. Aside from Hamura and Koharu, he noted frowns and disapproving expressions, which made him frown slightly in return. He realized he would not have their support. The ANBU commander was loyal to Risshin first and foremost. Shika and Ino were friends of Minato, they understood Naruto's background and were unlikely to support Danzo. His relationship with Fugaku had soured since the Kyuubi attack, leading Fugaku to oppose Danzo's proposals at every opportunity. Finally, he turned to his former friend and rival, Hiruzen, with a strange smile on his face. I've already decided how to handle Naruto-kun and Shimura. You need not offer any further advice. The same goes for you too, Koharu and Hamura. This time, a hint of disgust flashed in Risshin's eyes as he regarded his childhood friends. Their knowledge of Naruto's mental state warranted investigation. The three of them were prime suspects for leaking Naruto's identity to the village, likely hoping to hand him over to Danzo to mold Konoha's ultimate weapon, all under the guise of protecting the Senju heir. Even now, he relished the thought of shattering their delusions. Naruto-kun will remain in his home, as is his birthright. Several council members gaped at the Hokage's decision, with Nara Shikaku being the first to speak. While I believe this is the best course of action, Kage-sama, who will ensure his basic needs are met. He is still a child. If word spreads that the incident involving the 3 academy students is linked to him, his treatment will worsen. Lu Jiao showed no sign of boredom as she voiced her concern. I have a few individuals in mind who can look after Naruto-kun without issue. Once I convince them to take the job, I will inform everyone of the situation, Hizen replied. To the public, the best explanation for this meeting will be that they were conducting unsupervised elemental manipulation experiments, as is common in the village. We will not disclose Naruto-kun's involvement. Inoichi, Shika, and the ANBU commander supported him during the meeting, while Fugaku's backing stemmed more from his disdain for Danzo than genuine loyalty. However, any support was better than none. The council could not overrule the Hokage, but discontent could spread throughout the village. Fortunately, the 3 clan leaders were on his side. Hizen knew that Fugaku was aware of Naruto's origins, as Kushina and Mikoto were close friends, despite the Uchiha clan's animosity toward Minato for being the 4th Hokage. Despite his dislike for Minato, Fugaku was an honest man who rarely questioned orders unless they threatened his clan's interests, such as the Uchiha's relocation. Risshin began to regret his support for Danzo, but it was too late to change course. He would have to fight on a different front. Hizen's gaze fell on the Uchiha clan leader, wondering if he might have been the one to reveal Naruto's identity to the village. It would certainly help cleanse some of the Uchiha name's tarnish from that incident. Aside from us, 6 of my ANBU and 2 trusted doctors at the hospital are aware of this. Before coming here, I briefed them all and instructed them not to discuss it with anyone. I hope you can do the same, because from now on, this is an S-class secret. A moment of silence followed, and then each council member nodded in agreement. You may leave now. Everyone nodded again, and the clan leader and ANBU leader stood up to exit. The 3 elders lingered longer, hoping to sway Hayama, but as Danzo stood and left, Koharu and Hamura followed suit. Before they could all exit, Risshin called out to the 3 elders, "You 3, be quiet." Once the room was empty, Sarutobi began checking off items on the table in front of him. You know what the punishment is for leaking S-class secrets. It was not a question but a statement, at least for Hamura and Koharu. Danzo remained as expressionless as ever. Koharu decided to address the issue, her eyes nearly closed and narrowed. Of course, we won't discuss, she intended to say more, but was interrupted by Sarutobi. It seems you three can't keep quiet about Naruto-kun's status as a Jinchuriki? Hamura and Koharu were momentarily stunned, while Danzo remained silent and unmoving. Hamura chose to retaliate. We didn't say anything. You have no right to accuse us. I don't have any proof, but you haven't given me any reason to believe otherwise, Sarutobi replied. Richin smiled bitterly. Besides, you've been warned. You may leave now, but know that if you betray me here, I will show no mercy, no more mercy than before. This is your final warning. He narrowed his eyes. The three nodded, though Koharu and Hamura were displeased that their counsel had concluded without controversy and had become the target of suspicion. Before they left, the Sandaime spoke again, his tone filled with disappointment. Toriyama-sensei would be disappointed in how you treated his only surviving descendant. Danzo sneered, narrowing his eyes at the Sandaime with disdain. Nidaime-sama would not prioritize the interests of one child, or even his own blood, above the interests of the entire village. Danzo, you forget why he and the Shodai wanted to create this village, Sarutobi replied with a chuckle. That's one of the reasons he chose me as his successor, not you. This time, there was no response, only the sound of the elders leaving. Raizen took a slow, tired breath, wishing Tori and Kagami were his teammates, or at least alive. It would have been easier to deal with the others if they were here. Cruel thought crossed his mind, but it vanished as quickly as it came, leaving him feeling sad and ashamed. At the hospital the next day, Naruto slowly opened his eyes, staring at the white ceiling of a room he had never seen before. He rubbed his tired eyes, clearing away the remnants of sleep. Why am I here? He wondered, and suddenly the events of the previous day hit him like a brick. Gasping for breath, he felt a stranger's hand gently patting his back, calming him down a little. Naruto, don't be nervous, it's okay, the stranger urged kindly. When Naruto looked up, he saw a tall man wearing a strange dog-faced mask and high, spiky silver hair. The memories of the three bodies he had seen before he fell were still vivid in his mind, and he couldn't help but ask, I killed them? The dog-masked man was silent for a moment before responding. Hokage-sama will explain everything to you once he arrives. In the meantime, try to relax. Naruto nodded, and the masked Enbu handed him a glass of water. Lord Hokage, or the old man as he often called him, was the only one who would talk to him and tell him stories like a real grandfather would to his grandson. He hoped that the memory of the older children's bodies was just a bad dream, and that the old man could tell him stories too. The Enbu signaled to his companions to inform the Hokage of Naruto's condition, then stayed beside the blonde boy for a while, looking at him with a mix of sadness and understanding. He was no stranger to first kills, especially at Naruto's age. When he was Naruto's age, he had experienced his own first kill not against a villager, but against someone he had known. 5 minutes later, the Sandaime Hokage arrived at the ward where Naruto was staying. Seeing his grandfather coming, a smile appeared on Naruto's face, and he spoke in a hoarse voice. The old Hokage returned a faint smile to the child. Naruto-kun, how are you feeling? He asked as he walked over and sat on the edge of the hospital bed. A little tired, but my stomach hurts more, and I had a nightmare. Naruto scratched his head, trying to make sense of the nightmare, as he spoke. What nightmare was that? Sarutobi asked carefully. Naruto frowned slightly at the question. Sarutobi guessed what Naruto was going to say. Experiencing death and the act of taking a life was a heavy burden, especially for a 6-year-old who had no intention of causing harm. I had a dream. I had a dream that I killed 3 older kids who bullied me. But I didn't mean to, I just wanted them to stop. He fell silent after that, still trying to deny the reality of it, his hands clutching his head as he combed through his blonde hair in frustration. Part of Sarutobi wanted Naruto to remain a carefree child, even though that was no longer possible. If he avoided answering the question now, he risked stunting Naruto's growth or leading him down a dark path. The boy, who had always been better than his peers as much as his circumstances allowed, was being asked to confront difficult truths. He knew the villagers didn't like him and wanted to understand why. The second question was about his parents. It was almost like destiny. Parental love was the highest form of love a child could receive, a protection against many problems. But many children who grew up in orphanages did not know this, and Naruto had first questioned his lack of acceptance when he was just 4 years old. As a member of the Senju clan, known for its love, it was no wonder that Naruto subconsciously upheld those values. By avoiding the truth now or giving the wrong answer, Sarutobi risked making Naruto resent him and the village in the future. "Old man, do you know about this?" Naruto asked after a moment of silence. Seeing the concern in his eyes, Sarutobi decided to tell the truth. "I know, Naruto-kun." He paused, feeling the weight of the world on his shoulders. "And, unfortunately, what you dreamed was not a nightmare, but a reality." Naruto's eyes widened, and his body began to shake. Hiruzen placed a calming hand on his shoulder. "Calm down, my child, nothing will happen to you. I have no right to punish you at all, as I am partly responsible for this. After a quick investigation, we found that you acted unintentionally because they provoked you first. In fact, they got what they wanted." Sarutobi didn't like the way the 3 deceased men were treated. The boy's words were troubling, but Naruto needed to calm down and, most importantly, needed moral support. He was innocent. He didn't need to know that there was someone alive in Hiruzen's mind, as it might frighten him even more. "When they started attacking you, you released your chakra in the form of wind, pushing them back and causing significant harm," he explained. The reality of the situation was far more complex than these simple words suggested. What will happen to me now?" Naruto asked softly, his eyes filled with fear of the unknown. "Don't worry, kid, nothing bad is going to happen to you. Like I said, this is partly my fault. I could have done more to protect you from the start and prevent this from happening." After saying this, Sarutobi stood up and walked toward the hospital window, gazing out at the village as he contemplated how to explain everything to Naruto. He needed to share the truth, but it had to remain a secret for now. Although this conversation was not what Hiruzen had envisioned with Naruto when he was young, it was necessary. "Naruto-kun, what I'm about to tell you, you can't share with anyone. At least until you grow up and become strong enough to protect yourself from anything that could harm you." Hearing his words, Naruto glanced at the dog-masked Senju beside him as he stood up. Richen smiled at the scene. Minato's son had undoubtedly inherited his sharp intellect. If he played his cards right, he could guide Naruto toward greatness, ensuring that the boy could one day live a normal life, at least as normal as a ninja's life could be. He definitely had to be one of them. "It's okay, Naruto-kun, he already knows what I'm going to tell you." Naruto nodded. Kakashi was already aware of Naruto's origins. Who knows, he might even become Naruto's teacher someday. Richen snapped back to the moment and continued speaking. "Have you ever heard of the nine-tailed fox?" He hoped this discussion would go smoothly. 1 hour later, the Senju boy didn't scream or cry as he explained the QB to Naruto. No matter his mood, only his small hands clenched the sheets tightly. The first significant emotion he displayed was when he began talking about his parents, his remaining bloodline, and the bond of family. Tears filled his eyes, a mix of sadness and happiness, especially when he shared how much his parents loved him and how excited they were to learn he would soon be born. Naruto accepted what Hiruzen had told him and his new living arrangements. As Inoichi had mentioned before, the orphanage, where he was shunned and neglected, was certainly not a suitable place for him to grow up. So, as Hiruzen had informed the committee earlier, he decided to let Naruto live in his family's house with a caretaker who would visit regularly and assist him whenever needed. Especially since Naruto was training to become a ninja, he was eager to explore the complex before settling in. The Hokage Academy would begin 1 week on November 1st. Still, he was relieved that the young Senju accepted what he had shared. He couldn't use his real clan name for a while, at least until he became a Chunin, or perhaps a Jounin. If he was anything like his father or any of his ancestors, he would achieve that after graduation. However, Sarutobi also advised him not to rush into graduating too quickly. It would be better to follow the path of his peers. Many Senju had met untimely ends due to this, and his clan had been nearly wiped out in the Sannin War, all in pursuit of early graduation and advancement to the front lines. Fame, acceptance, or legacy meant little if one died too young to enjoy any of it or leave a lasting impact. Kanehigakure. Konoha Hospital, October 25th, Naruto, 6 years old. This wasn't the first time the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had contemplated what it meant to be Hokage. His sensei and predecessor, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, along with his brother, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, had repeatedly advised him to treat his fellow villagers and fellow ninjas of Konoha as family, as part of his own being. That was the essence of being Hokage. Hashirama was an idealist who had always dreamed of a day when all ninjas, regardless of their nation, clan, or village of origin, would unite and work together. This vision extinguished the hatred of the Sengoku PRD coexistence was his dream, much to the chagrin of his more pragmatic brother, who prioritized Konoha and its interests above all else. After Hashirama's death, and even before, Tobirama-sensei tried to instill a more realistic approach in his students. Every time Hiruzen had to send his ninjas on dangerous missions, he sought to justify it. He sent them off to fight, knowing that some might never return. In those moments, he pondered what it truly meant to be Hokage and whether he was worthy of inheriting the mantle of the third Hokage. As Hiruzen sat in his hospital bed, watching 6-year-old Namikaze Naruto sleep, he wondered how many of the villagers genuinely embodied, or at least believed in, the ideals he aspired to uphold. He wasn't surprised by the villagers' disdain for Naruto after his status as a Jinchuriki was revealed. He reasoned that as long as there was no physical violence from the adults, Naruto would be safe. He could forbid them from speaking of his status to future generations, ensuring Naruto grew up accepted by his peers. But even if the adults complied with his orders, the children would likely reflect their parents' views. Whispering and gossip could easily shape a young person's perception of someone. Naruto had no friends. He lived in an orphanage and was generally avoided by others. A lonely and vulnerable target would inevitably be preyed upon by a stronger one. Hokage-sama, there's nothing in his memory to indicate he harbors any hatred towards them. Yamanaka Inoichi pulled him from his thoughts. Following your suggestion, he went to the playground to meet his friends the day before. Unfortunately, 3 9-year-old boys didn't appreciate that boy being with them. After he had released his chakra in the form of wind, they began to insult him, calling him names and even pushing him around. Ino's voice trailed off, her gaze shifting from Hiruzen to Naruto and back again. Then he did what he was supposed to do. I discovered in his memories that there was no elemental manipulation, no ninja training, and he never intended to harm them in that way. How's life in the orphanage? Hayama asked, gently stroking Naruto's hair as he slept in his bed. He had taken him out for ramen several times but had never inquired about the boy's real life. This realization now embarrassed him. He had promised Kushina he would take care of her son, but he hadn't fulfilled that promise. Worst of all, he didn't seem to be making any efforts to change the situation. Inoichi frowned at him. I must say, this isn't a healthy environment for a child to grow up in, Hokage-sama. Naruto's eyes widened at this. Please don't. Seeing his reaction, the Yamanaka clan leader quickly added, Hokage-sama, there was no physical violence. However, there was neglect and abandonment, which he perceives as ugly looks in his mind when they judged him. Hiruzen sighed, feeling the weight of his ignorance. If Naruto was looked down upon in the streets, he was also treated poorly in the orphanage. This was supposed to be his home, his safe haven, but it wasn't. Ultimately, this would affect Naruto's mindset, leading him to develop a more cynical view of the world. He needed to prevent further harm. He didn't want to face Naruto's ancestors one day, trying to explain how he was doing his best. Ino continued to describe Naruto's isolated life. Fortunately, there were no incidents of starvation or severe mistreatment unless absolutely necessary. He learned to read and write alongside the other children. In fact, Hiruzen felt there was more to it than that. Zhu Yi's expression was filled with conflict and pain, suggesting he had endured more than this. Hiruzen chose not to ask further questions, his thoughts returning to Naruto, reminding himself that Inoichi would provide more details later. A burdened child needed more. Naruto was not only the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails but also the only son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Senju. Like Tsunade, he was the last surviving member of the Senju clan, a direct descendant of Pegasus and his great-granddaughter. Growing up to resent her ancestral village, family, and father, and even sacrificing her own life, was the last thing the old Hokage wanted to see. He absolutely did not want that to happen. Naming him Namikaze was meant to protect him, or so Hiruzen hoped. To him, it was just a play on words. Couldn't name him Uzumaki, as that would draw too much unwanted attention from the outside world and hostile nations. After all, Hiruzen had no idea Naruto would face such challenges. Deep down, he believed in the village and the will of fire, even after Minato's death. Perhaps if he had been named Uzumaki, the villagers would have respected him more? Both first ladies were from the Uzumaki family. Hiruzen made countless mistakes during his reign. But a mistake isn't a mistake unless you refuse to correct it. Sending some of his ninja on dangerous missions, hoping they would survive while knowing privately that some would not, it was a mistake, a grave error. He vowed to correct this in the future. It would never happen again, but it often did. Even then, there was no way to bring back the fallen. It was all his fault. All of his mistakes would haunt him forever, just like the innocents who perished in the war, as he was, in a sense, responsible for their deaths. Seeing Naruto sleeping, Sarutobi vowed to right his wrongs. He had placed his trust in the wrong places. It was time for him to be with Naruto. He owed the boy and his fallen family a debt of gratitude, at least that much. Before doing anything else, he called the nearest ANBU. Cat, summon the chairman to conference room 1 in 30 minutes. The ANBU simply nodded and left to fulfill the task. He immediately stood up and said to Ino, who was still in the room waiting for further instructions, "Come with me, Ino-san." After confirming that Naruto was surrounded by at least 2 ANBU guards and warning the doctors not to discuss this with anyone, Hiruzen entered the office. Meanwhile, Ino wondered what the Hokage planned to do with the council. It was no secret in the ninja world that there had been an ideological conflict between the Sandaime and his former teammates since his recovery, especially regarding Naruto. Kohar Kane and Mito Hamura had undoubtedly shifted from loyal supporters of the Sandaime to the biggest advocates of another of his predecessors, Shimura Danzo. Inoichi, as a representative of Konoha's intelligence agency and a member of the General Affairs Committee, had witnessed their constant bickering but often sided with the Sandaime. His moment in Shuichi's heart, a true manifestation of fire's desire. Meeting Room 1. Half an hour later, the council gathered in one of the designated meeting rooms. In addition to the Sandaime Hokage and Inoichi, representing the Konoha Intelligence Department, there were also Danzo Shimura, Yuta Kohar, Mito Village Chief Katamura Hamura, and others connected to the Shimura case. Also present were the Jonin Commander, Nara Shikaka, and the ANBU Commander and Konoha Military Police Captain, Uchiha Fugaku. The Sandaime decided without hesitation to hold such a meeting. However, Kohar was impatient and interrupted him. "I believe this meeting is about today's Jinchuriki incident?" Kohar flinched at the interruption, seemingly realizing her mistake when she caught Sarutobi's piercing gaze. Hayama nodded indifferently. "What else did you say?" But before he could respond, he needed to investigate how they knew. Perhaps a purge of the team would be necessary. Instead, Sarutobi said, "Yes." 3 academy students confronted Naruto-kun on the playground, and Naruto-kun accidentally released his chakra in the form of wind. He emphasized, accidentally, leaving no room for rebuttal. "Have you decided what to do with him?" Koharu continued, trying to regain her composure. She was still a little shaken. Sarutobi said nothing, only closing his eyes, pursing his lips, and nodding quickly. Hamura, however, remained calm and offered advice with a more authoritative voice. Still, as previously suggested, placing him under Danzo's protection is the best course of action. Hiruzen wasn't surprised by the suggestion. He would have denied it anyway but let Hamura continue to hear more of her reasoning, even though this wasn't the first time he had heard such a proposal. Considering his mental state and future development, I believe it would be in the best interest of the village if the Jinchuriki were trained by Danzo. His close relationship with Gale is a significant factor. He nodded to Danzo, who acknowledged him in return. I agree with Hamura. Danzo then turned to Hiruzen. The boy must be entrusted to me, at least while he is still young and impressionable. You see, this will have a more profound impact on him than the usual treatment from society. With me, he will not only become a well-trained ninja but also a loyal one. The same was true for Konoha. His childhood had turned out better than he could have hoped. Danzo emphasized the word care, a smug look on his face. Whatever plans you have for him, I doubt they will work in the long run. Ryuchin scoffed inwardly. Danzo glanced at the other members of the General Council. Aside from Hamura and Koho, he only saw frowns and disapproving expressions, which made him frown slightly. He wouldn't have their support. The Umbu commander's loyalty was primarily to Hayama. Shika and Ino were Minato's friends, and they understood Naruto's past, so they likely wouldn't support him in this situation. Ever since the Kyuubi's attack and the Uchiha clan's relocation to the outskirts of the village, his relationship with Fugaku had soured, leading Fugaku to consistently oppose Danzo's proposals and vote against them whenever possible. Finally, he looked at his former friend and rival Hiruzen with a strange smile on his face. I've already decided how to handle Naruto and Shimura. No more suggestions from you. The same goes for you too, Koharu and Hamura. This time, Hiruzen regarded his childhood friends with a hint of disappointment. Their knowledge of Naruto's mental state needed to be scrutinized. The three of them were prime suspects for revealing Naruto's identity to the village, likely hoping to hand him over to Danzo to train with Konoha's ultimate weapon, ostensibly to protect the Senju heir. Even now, he relished shattering their illusions. Naruto-kun will remain at home as is his birthright. This caused several council members to stare at the Hokage's decision, and Narashikaku was the first to speak. While I believe this is the best course of action, Hage-sama, who will take care of his basic needs. He's still a child after all. If word gets out that the deaths of the 3 academy students are related to this. Shikaku's voice trailed off, concern evident in his tone. I have a few people in mind who I believe will be able to take care of Naruto-kun without any issues, and I will inform everyone as soon as I convince him to take the job, Hiruzen assured them. For the general public, the best thing to say at this meeting is stay tuned. He looked at all of them for a moment. His gaze fell on the 3 elders sitting to his right. Unsupervised elemental manipulation. Fugaku, I'm sure the military police and the analysis team can handle this. Tell their parents that they were conducting elemental manipulation experiments without supervision, and the same goes for the rest of the village. There's no way to contact Naruto-kun under these circumstances. Inoichi was a staunch supporter during this meeting, as were Shika and the ANBU commander. Fugaku also supported him more out of disdain for Danzo than true loyalty. However, something was better than nothing. While the council could not overthrow the Hokage under any circumstances, discontent could spread throughout the village. Fortunately, the 3 clan leaders were on his side. Hiruzen knew that Fugaku was aware of Naruto's parentage, as Kushina and Mikoto were good friends, although he and the rest of the Uchiha clan harbored resentment toward Minato for being the 4th Hokage in addition to being the Senju Hokage. Yet, while Fugaku disliked Minato, he was an honest man who rarely questioned orders unless doing so would harm his clan's interests, such as the Uchiha clan's relocation. Hiruzen began to regret his support for Danzo. However, it was too late to change that, at least not yet. This time, he would fight on a different battlefield. Hiruzen's gaze fell on the Uchiha clan leader, momentarily wondering if he was the one who revealed Naruto's identity to the village. Surely it would wash away some of the stain that had clung to the Uchiha name after that incident, along with all the questions that came with it. Besides us, my 6 ANBU and 2 doctors at the hospital whom I trust know about this. Before coming here, I briefed all of them on the situation and have not discussed it with anyone else. I hope you will do the same because this is significant. From now on, this is an S-class secret. Everyone was silent for a moment, and then each council member nodded in silent confirmation. You may leave now. Everyone nodded again, and the clan leader and the Anbu clan leader stood up and left. The three elders lingered a little longer, hoping to influence Hayama, but when Danzo stood up to leave, Koharu and Hamura followed suit. However, before they could all exit, Hayama called the three elders back. "You three be quiet." When the room was empty, Sarutobi spoke to them, slowly checking off the boxes on the table in front of him as the minutes ticked by. "Do you know what the punishment is for revealing S-class secrets?" It wasn't a question, it was a statement. At least not for Hamura and Koharu. Danzo's expression remained as stoic as ever. Koharu decided to speak up, her eyes nearly closed and narrowed. "Of course, we won't discuss," she began, but Sarutobi cut her off. "It seems that you three can no longer remain silent about Naruto-kun's status as a Jinchuriki?" Hamura and Koharu were momentarily stunned, but Danzo remained silent and motionless. Hamura decided to respond. "We didn't say anything. You have no right to accuse us." Of course, he had no evidence, but they had given him no reason to believe their claims. Lichen smiled bitterly. "After all, you've been warned. You may leave now, but know that if you betray me here, I will show no mercy no more than before. This is your final warning." He narrowed his eyes. The three nodded, though Koharu and Hamura were unhappy that their counsel had been dismissed without controversy and had become targets of suspicion. But before they left, the Sandaime spoke again, disappointment evident in his tone. "Toriyama-sensei would be disappointed with how you three treated his only living offspring." Danzo sneered this time, narrowing his eyes and looking at the Sandaime with disdain. Nidaime-sama would not prioritize the interests of a child, or even the interests of his own bloodline, above the interests of the entire village. "Danzo, you've forgotten why he and Masahiro founded this village," Sarutobi replied with a smile. "That's one of the reasons he chose me as his successor and not you." This time, there was no response, only the sounds of the elders leaving. Yet, Hiruzen thought to himself, his breathing slow and weary. "I wish Tori and Kagami were my teammates, or at least still alive. God knows it would be easier to deal with the other three if they were here." An idea flashed through his mind, a notion for a decisive action. The walls and floor were stained, but just as quickly as it appeared, it vanished. Risshin felt a mix of sadness and embarrassment. The next day in the hospital, Naruto slowly opened his eyes, staring at the white ceiling of an unfamiliar room. He rubbed his tired eyes, clearing away the remnants of sleep. "Why am I here?" he wondered, and the events of the previous day hit him like a sudden realization. Gasping for breath, he felt a gentle hand patting his back, offering some comfort. "Naruto, don't be nervous, it's okay," the stranger said kindly. Looking up, Naruto saw a tall man wearing a peculiar dog mask and spiky silver hair. The memories of the three bodies from before he lost consciousness were still vivid in his mind, and he couldn't help but ask, Did I hurt them?" The masked man paused for a moment before responding. "The Hokage will explain everything to you when he arrives. In the meantime, try to relax." Naruto nodded as a dog in an Anbu mask handed him a glass of water. The Hokage, often referred to as the old man, was the only one who would talk to him and share stories, like a grandfather would with his grandson. He hoped that the memory of the eldest child's lifeless form was just a nightmare, and that the old man would help him understand it. The masked Anbu dog signaled to his companions to inform the Hokage of Naruto's condition, then stayed by the boy's side for a moment, looking at him with a mix of sympathy and understanding. He was no stranger to the weight of first kills, especially at Naruto's age. When he was Naruto's age, he had faced a similar situation, though not against a villager. If only the term fellow villager could apply to the teacher's child. Those boys had pushed him to his limit, and their actions had led to tragic consequences. After a few minutes, the Sandaime Hokage arrived at the ward where Naruto was resting. Seeing his grandfather figure, Naruto smiled weakly and said in a hoarse voice, "I." The old Hokage returned the smile, albeit faintly. "Naruto-kun, how are you feeling?" he asked as he approached and sat on the edge of the hospital bed. "I'm a little tired, but my stomach hurts more and more. I keep having this nightmare." Naruto said, scratching his head as he tried to make sense of the troubling thoughts. What was that nightmare? Sarutobi asked gently. Naruto frowned slightly at the question. Sarutobi could sense what Naruto was about to say. Experiencing death and the weight of responsibility was a heavy burden, especially for a 6-year-old who had never intended to harm anyone. I dreamed of hurting 3 older kids who bullied me. But I didn't mean to, I just wanted them to stop. He fell silent, his head in his hands, fingers running through his blonde hair in a frantic attempt to understand it all. Part of Sarutobi wished Naruto could remain blissfully unaware of such burdens, but he knew that avoiding the truth could hinder Naruto's growth or lead him down a darker path. The boy, who had always shown resilience despite his circumstances, was now being asked to confront difficult truths. He knew the villagers held disdain for him and often questioned why. The second question lingered: who were his parents? It was almost as if fate had intervened. A parent's love is the highest form of affection a child can receive, a refuge from many troubles. But many children raised in orphanages, like Naruto, often didn't know this, and they didn't question their lack of acceptance until they were older. As a member of the Senju clan, known for its bonds of love, it was no surprise that Naruto subconsciously held onto those values. Blood ties were significant. If Sarutobi avoided the truth now or gave the wrong answer, he risked making Naruto resentful, perhaps even towards the village itself. Old man, do you know about this? Naruto finally asked after a moment of silence. Sarutobi took a deep breath, deciding to be honest. I understand, Naruto-kun. He paused again, feeling the weight of his words. And, unfortunately, what you dreamed wasn't just a nightmare, it was a reality. Naruto's eyes widened, his body beginning to tremble. Hiruzen placed a reassuring hand on his shoulders. Calm down, kid, you'll be okay. I have no right to punish you, I share some responsibility in this. After a brief investigation, they discovered that it had been unintentional, provoked by the actions of those older boys. When they started to attack you, you released chakra in the form of wind, which caused them harm. They didn't foresee the consequences of their actions. What will happen to me now? Naruto asked softly, fear evident in his eyes. Don't worry, kid, nothing bad will happen to you. As I said, this is partly my fault. I should have done more to protect you from this situation. With those words, Sarutobi stood up and walked to the hospital window, gazing out at the village, contemplating how to explain everything to Naruto. He needed to share the truth, but it had to remain a secret for now. Although this conversation wasn't what he had envisioned having with Naruto, it was necessary. Naruto-kun, what I'm about to tell you, you can't share with anyone. At least until you're older and stronger, so you can protect yourself from any harm. Hearing this, Naruto stood up and looked at the masked Anbu dog beside him. Lichen smiled at the sight. Minato's son had undoubtedly inherited his sharp intellect. If he guided Naruto correctly, he could set him on a path to greatness, ensuring that one day he could live a life as normal as a ninja could hope for. He was sure to be one of them. It's okay, Naruto-kun, he already knows what I'm going to tell you. Naruto nodded, understanding that Kakashi was already aware of his origins. Perhaps one day, he might even become Naruto's teacher. Richard snapped out of his thoughts and continued speaking. Have you heard of the nine-tailed fox? He hoped this question would be received well. 1 hour later, the Senju boy remained composed as she explained the Kyuubi to Naruto. Despite her mood, her small hands gripped the sheets tightly. The first significant emotion he noticed was when she began to talk about his parents, his bloodline, and family ties. Tears filled her eyes, tears of both sadness and joy, especially when she shared how much his parents loved him and how thrilled they were to know he was on the way. Naruto had somewhat accepted what Hiruzen had told him about his new living arrangements. As Inoichi had mentioned earlier, the orphanage, where he had been shunned and neglected, was certainly not a suitable place for him to grow up. Therefore, as Hiruzen had informed the committee, he decided to let Naruto live in his home with a caretaker who would visit regularly to assist him whenever needed. Naruto, especially as a ninja trained by his background, was eager to explore the complex before settling in. The Hokage Academy would begin on November 1st for a week. Despite this, he felt relieved that the young Senju accepted what he had shared. He couldn't use his true clan name just yet, at least not until he became a chunin, and possibly a jonin. If he was anything like his father or other ancestors, he would achieve that after graduation. However, Sarutobi advised against rushing to graduate. It would be wiser to follow the path of his peers. Many Senju had died young, especially during the Sannin War, as they graduated early and rushed to the front lines. Dying too soon meant leaving nothing behind, no legacy, reputation, or acceptance. Rest one more day here at the hospital, Naruto-kun. I'll arrange for you to move to your new home, Sarutobi told him. I understand, Naruto replied, nodding before recalling something else. You mentioned I'd have a caretaker. Who is that? You'll find out tomorrow. He'll be back from his week-long mission today, so he's probably already finished. Hiruzen mused. After that, he left Naruto to rest and continued with his Hokage duties. The next day at the Senju complex, after his recovery in the hospital, Naruto was escorted to his future home by one of the Hokages Anbu, a woman with long purple hair and a cat-like mask, whose codename was Cat. The other Anbu who had been with him when he woke up after the incident was codenamed Dog. His new home, once occupied by the late Senju clan, was the compound closest to the Hokage Tower and the academy, yet still quite secluded from the rest of the village, nestled quietly beneath the hill where the faces of all the Hokage were carved. Now the grounds lay abandoned, with only dirt, dust, and the occasional bird nesting in the tall trees that grew in the now deserted backyard. Perhaps even some small animals had made their homes in the various building crevices. Although his clan was known as the Senju clan of the forest, largely thanks to his great-grandfather, Senju Hashirama, it was true that they all shared a love for trees. This compound could be seen as a Konoha within a Konoha, albeit a forgotten one. When they reached what appeared to be the clan's main residence, they paused before the front door. The main residence was protected by a seal that allowed entry only to those of Senju blood or those authorized by the seal's creator. The creator of this seal was Senju Minato, the Yondaime Hokage, his father. One of the reasons for the seal was to ensure his wife could move freely in and out, as well as to provide greater protection from enemies seeking revenge for their past defeats. The old man had also told him that when he was young, his mother, Uzumaki Kushina, was targeted for kidnapping by those wanting to exploit her special chakra. All of this made Naruto even more determined to keep his secret for now and to grow strong enough to protect himself and his family from similar threats in the future. He wanted to be strong enough to avoid situations like the one from 2 days ago. The memories of the 3 older children still haunted him. Would they ever fade? Shaking his head, Naruto tried to focus on other thoughts to clear his mind. It was still hard for him to believe he was a member of the legendary Senju clan, even if most of them were gone. With only 2 members remaining, Naruto felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. Not only did he need to revive his clan someday, but he also needed to make his ancestors proud. The Senju, aside from his great-grandfather, had no particularly unique lineage. The clan's members were known for excelling in various ninja arts and possessing powerful chakra reserves, according to the Sandaime. He wondered who his caretaker would be. Perhaps his godfather, Jiraiya of the Sannin, or maybe his aunt Tsunade. No, the old man had said it would be a man. As he pondered, curiosity grew about what he would discover in his seal-protected home. Perhaps a library filled with his clan's techniques? The old man had told him that when the village was founded, the Senju, known for their vast array of techniques, donated many low to mid-ranked jutsu to the Konoha Shinobi Library to help non-clan ninjas develop their potential. However, they kept most of the higher-ranked ones for themselves, as it would be dangerous to let them fall into the wrong hands. Not long after, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived with another old man, whose gray hair was tied into a small ponytail and a friendly smile that never seemed to fade. Naruto-kun, allow me to introduce you to Mariboshi Kosuke, your new caretaker, Hiruzen announced. Nice to meet you, Naruto-kun, Kosuke said with his usual smile. Likewise, Kosuke-san, Naruto replied with a smile of his own, extending his hand to greet the kind old man. As I mentioned before, Naruto-kun, The main residence of the Senju compound operates with a seal placed here by your father. However, after his unfortunate passing, I had Jiraiya place alarm seals around the house to alert me if anyone ever tried to break in. Naruto nodded and continued to ask questions. Has anyone ever tried to get in? Sarutobi nodded. Indeed. But there's only been one such case. The newly promoted Chunin, Mizuki, attempted to break through about 4 months ago. He walked over to the wall and knocked twice, causing a small wave of blue chakra to radiate outward, like a stone dropped into a puddle, eventually dissipating into nothingness. See? An example of the seal your father created. Even if you hit harder, you'd find it difficult to break through. Mizuki certainly tried, but the additional seal Jiraiya placed worried me, so we captured him. So how is Kosuke-san here going to be my guard if he can't even get in? Hiruzen simply smiled at the boy. He won't be able to enter the main residence, though. The entire house isn't sealed. There's a separate section specifically for guests. Kosuke will be staying there, Sarutobi explained. However, it's up to you to clean the main residence's rooms, since only you can enter them, Naruto-kun. Naruto nodded in understanding, while Kosuke remained silent. He certainly hadn't expected this turn of events. He hadn't even considered himself worthy of being Naruto's guardian or tutor. But he owed the yandame and naidame a great deal. Hiruzen had told him that out of all the people in the village, Naruto could grow into a fine man, second only to him and his nearly 50 years of experience. Kosuke knew that Hiruzen wasn't being subtle but meant every word he said to him. Flashback. Sandame-sama. While I do not doubt your wisdom in arranging a new life for Naruto-kun, I must politely decline your offer. I am not worthy to teach young Naruto, and I am sure there are more qualified shinobi in the village, Kosuke quietly replied to Sarutobi after hearing his offer. Sarutobi sighed and looked at him. Kosuke, I honestly doubt it. I refuse to allow any of the clans to adopt Naruto-kun on the principle that it would create imbalance and division or even jealousy between them. Had he not had problems with Orochimaru, I would have placed him in Jiraiya's care, but as we are, I have no choice but to find an alternative. He paused for a moment before continuing. Jiraiya has tried to find Tsunade several times, but other than encountering her debt collectors or the casino she visited, he found nothing. And we discarded that option. If Tsunade doesn't want to be brought back to the village, then so be it. Kakashi is in ANBU and is needed in the field constantly. Plus, with his emotional trauma from the defeat of the last war and from the Kyuubi attack, I'm afraid he's not suitable enough to raise Naruto-kun with his psychological condition. I'll give him a few more years to find a way to get over his loss, and then I might put Naruto on his team if he gets better. Kosuke remained silent as the Sandame's words flooded his ears. Kosuke, I know you still blame yourself for your comrade's death, but as Tobirama-sensei once said, I will tell you now. Use those mistakes, that experience, that knowledge, and give it to Naruto. I made more mistakes than you, my friend. But brooding and punishing ourselves will not bring back the dead. Making sure we don't repeat them will prevent new graves, tears, and hatred from arising. Because we are shinobi, and we survive. And I'm sure Tobirama-sensei doesn't want you to beat yourself up again. He'd be happy to have someone like you teaching his great-grandson. Sarutobi remained silent after that. Kosuke pondered many things. Would Tobirama-sama approve of this? Would he consider him worthy of training and educating his great-grandson? These questions swirled in Kosuke's mind. But knowing the man and his personality, having fought alongside him on numerous occasions, answered Kosuke's questions. It was almost as if he were hearing the man's own words. I accept the task of being Naruto-kun's guardian, Hokage-sama, Kosuke said professionally. In flashback. Afterward, he and Hiruzen discussed how Kosuke would raise Naruto, how his shinobi education and training would be delivered, and many other plans. Kosuke was saddened to hear about the new burden placed on the boy. He wished he could help him overcome the guilt of accidentally harming 3 academy students, even though, in Kosuke's opinion, Naruto was completely innocent. But if he felt guilty about it, then it only reassured Kosuke that the boy would grow up to be a wonderful man someday. Well, I'll leave you two to get to know each other now, Sarutobi said. Listen to what Kosuke has to tell you, Naruto-kun. You won't regret it, and you'll learn a lot from it. He addressed the young Senju. I will, old man. I won't let you down. I promise. Naruto announced with a smile and confidence in his blue eyes. It was refreshing to see a new aura radiating from Naruto, Sarutobi thought. He had high hopes for this arrangement. Now, he just needed to inform the council about it and make sure certain members didn't interfere. Even if he had warned them at their last meeting, he doubted they would all fall in line so quickly. The three had become overconfident in their positions in recent years. But even if he didn't trust them as much as he once did, Hiruzen still recognized their value. Danzo's root was a necessary evil. And despite all their misguided views, Koharu and Hamura were good administrators who kept the village's hierarchical system running, thus lightening the burden he had to shoulder for the village. One thing he knew was that the next few years would be interesting, especially watching Naruto's progress. He couldn't remember the last time he'd been this interested in the development of one of his ninja. He had faith in Minato's son. After all, the blood of the Kage flowed through his veins. Naruto could one day surpass his father and great-grandfather and earn the respect not only of his home village but of the entire world. With Naruto and Kosuke at the same time. So, Naruto-kun, can we introduce ourselves? Kosuke asked, and Naruto nodded eagerly. November 1st, Academy. Joy was a rare feeling for Naruto. In fact, he could list all the times he'd been this excited in one breath. His birthday, when the old man visited him and took him out for ramen, when he moved into his new house, and having a guardian, a substitute parent in his case. And now he had another one. Remember what I told you, Naruto-kun. Listen to your teachers at the academy, do as they tell you. And when you finish your classes, we'll start your shinobi education right away. His guardian's voice brought him out of his thoughts. We better not waste our time. Naruto turned to him, his gaze filled with determination, and answered, I will, Uncle Kosuke. But suddenly he hesitated, making Kosuke frown. But will the teachers at the academy be okay with me there? They must know about the QB, he asked quietly, ensuring the others wouldn't overhear him. You don't have to worry about that, Naruto-kun. Hiruzen assured me that he made sure the staff knew not to cause you any trouble, and he personally selected the teachers for your class, Kosuke replied. He noticed Naruto's skeptical expression. They stood at the academy entrance, alongside over 100 parents and their children who aspired to be Konoha shinobi, but kept a respectful distance from the crowd. Some of the onlookers shot Naruto disapproving glances, but nothing more. It seemed the Sandaime had some control over them. Besides, I think you might find some good friends in your class, he added with one of his characteristic smiles. Naruto raised an eyebrow. How can you be so sure? I haven't had much luck finding friends until now. He kicked a small rock near his feet, sending it skittering away. You'll see. That was all he received in response. But Kosuke knew that Hiruzen had chosen this class specifically, as it included the 7 heirs and members of Konoha's strongest clans. Some of those clan heads were aware of Naruto's heritage, so they likely wouldn't mind their children befriending him. They were at least more informed than the average civilian, but only time would tell. I hope so, Naruto muttered. Soon after, one of the academy staff members approached the entrance and informed the students that they needed to be in their assigned classrooms in half an hour. As some of the students hurried inside, Naruto decided to step aside for now. He had time after all. Good luck, Naruto-kun, Kosuke said as he waved goodbye. Thank you. As the dust settled, Naruto made his way into the academy. Walking through the hallways, he observed many older students chatting and milling about. No one paid him any mind, which he found comforting. He glanced at the sign pointing to room I-4, hoping not to get lost. Fortunately, he didn't, and soon he arrived at the place where he would spend the next year. Upon entering the room, he noticed the tables were cluttered with accessories, bags, and various belongings of his classmates, although not all of them were seated at the moment. Scanning the room, he spotted an empty seat in the back row near the window, with only 2 boys sitting nearby. Perfect. It was better to stay in the background, away from the spotlight and attention. He knew that once the parents of his classmates learned he was in the same class, they might try to influence their children negatively. Understanding why the adults disliked him brought a sense of peace to Naruto's mind. He didn't like them, but he could comprehend their feelings. That didn't mean he would let them walk all over him. "Is this seat taken?" he asked the two boys cautiously as he approached them. "No, please sit down," the boy with black hair tied in a ponytail replied in a bored tone, glancing up. Naruto took a seat, sensing no ill intent behind the boy's words. "Let's try this. I'm Namikaze Naruto, nice to meet you." He hoped to make friends with them, or at least give it a shot. "Nara Shikamaru," the black-haired boy replied, gesturing to the chubby boy nearby who was munching on chips. "And this is a Kimichi Choji." Choji nodded and offered some of his snacks to Naruto. "If you don't mind, thank you, Choji." It was fortunate he had read up on first introductions, as the two boys didn't seem to mind his presence. Maybe Shikamaru and Choji were different. A thought struck him. They were from the Nara and Akimichi clans, two of the strongest in Konoha. "Are you two from the Nara and Akimichi clans?" he asked, just to confirm. "Yeah, like our family name," Shikamaru answered simply, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. He looked at Naruto curiously. "You're from a civilian family, right?" "Something like that, I guess," Naruto replied. "I'm an orphan, but my guardian is a shinobi. By the way, have you two received any training from your clans?" he asked, eager to change the subject. He wasn't keen on revealing too much about his personal life, even if he wanted to befriend them. "Not yet. My parents said not to rush, it'll be a hassle," Shikamaru said. "Besides, what do you mean by a guardian? She didn't adopt you?" Naruto looked at Shikamaru, surprised that anyone would know. Certainly not a 6-year-old. "Well, something like that," he said vaguely. "Old family ties. Since I was an orphan, she took me in." He hoped his answer would satisfy Shikamaru. He needed to keep his heritage a secret, at least for now. Fortunately, Shikamaru accepted his response. "By the way, do you know anyone else from class?" he asked them, shifting the topic. "The blonde girl with short hair is Yamanaka Ino," Choji answered, pointing at a girl engaged in a lively conversation with another pink-haired girl, a chip in her hand. "There are some other clan kids here. The boy they're laughing at is Uchiha Sasuke," Shikamaru said, rolling his eyes. Instinctively, Naruto narrowed his gaze for a moment. While Kosuke hadn't started his practical training yet, he had shared a lot about the village's history. Naruto knew a bit about the Senju Uchiha rivalry from those stories, but hoped everything would be fine between him and Sasuke. "The noisy one outside is probably an Inuzuka. The one with glasses looks like an Aburame. There's a Hyuga heir too, from what my father told me. I don't know which one it is." Shikamaru pointed to two recognizable boys in turn. "There are probably more clan kids, both big and small, in other classes. One of my cousins is in another class." They continued to chat about various topics for a while. It felt good to have someone his age to talk to. Both Shikamaru and Choji seemed friendly, and Naruto hoped they would remain that way. From their conversation, he learned that the two had known each other for some time, as their clans were close, along with the Yamanaka clan. Shikamaru initially appeared bored, which made Naruto worry that he might be a dull friend to him. That was until Choji quietly mentioned that it was typical for Nara clan members to behave that way. Their conversation came to an end when a female shinobi, presumably their future homeroom teacher, entered the classroom, prompting those who weren't seated to scramble for their places. As they settled down, she spoke first. "Good morning, class." They all replied in unison. "My name is Taketorai Sadoru, and I will be your homeroom teacher for the next 6 years," she said with a friendly smile. Her dark blue eyes sparkled as her black hair was tied in a top knot. She wore a standard chunin vest paired with simple shorts that revealed her legs. "I am 16 years old and have been a chunin for 2 years now." "A female sensei? What a bother," Naruto heard Shikamaru mutter beside him. "Before I begin introducing your curriculum for the next 6 years, we will have an assembly, just like every other day from now on. Now let's begin." Sadoru-sensei announced in a melodious voice, starting to call out names to check attendance. When it was Naruto's turn, everything went smoothly, leaving him relieved that he would be treated like everyone else. "Now that we're done with roll call, I'll explain what you'll be learning over the next 6 years before officially enlisting into Konoha's regular forces, genin in your case. She paused to ensure everyone was paying attention. For the next half hour, she detailed their future education, which would be divided into practical and theoretical components. At the end of every 4 months, they would receive evaluations on the subjects they had studied that year, both practically and theoretically. In the first year, they would learn chakra shaping, basic chakra control, hand seals, and initial taijutsu and bukijutsu. The theoretical part, which would be emphasized in the first 4 years, would cover mathematics, history, geography, and shinobi culture, which Naruto assumed would include the shinobi hierarchy and organizational systems, among other topics. Human biology would be introduced, with further exploration into bukijutsu. Genjutsu would start in the 3rd year, followed by basics of fuinjutsu and an introduction to medical ninjutsu in the final year for those interested in that art. Remember one thing our esteemed Naidame-sama once said that is crucial for shinobi: mind, technique, body. She concluded before dismissing them on their first day. Great-grandfather's words resonated with Naruto. Buddy. They were easy to remember, and overall, he couldn't wait to get started. After the academy, "Hey, Naruto," Shikamaru called out as he exited the academy. "Choji and I are heading to the amusement park now. Want to join us?" At the mention of the playground, Naruto froze, his eyes widening. The playground was the last place he wanted to be, as memories of past traumas flooded his mind. However, he managed to compose himself. Maybe next time. I have something to do now. See you tomorrow, Shikamaru, Choji," he quickly said before running back home, ensuring no one saw him enter the compound. Seeing his blonde classmate run off so suddenly made Shikamaru frown slightly, wondering if there was more to this. From the brief time he had spent with Naruto, he could tell he was quite intelligent for his age, just like himself. The Nara were known for their intelligence, but an orphan like Naruto seemed to know so much. Not to mention his eyes had a slight twitch. Was he missing something? Perhaps Naruto was just shy before getting to know someone. He would look into it later, but for now he would go with Choji and play, hoping to avoid his mother's nagging for not coming home early. When Naruto arrived home, he found Kosuke cleaning a large pond of fallen leaves from a nearby tree. The backyard of the main residence, where Naruto and Kosuke lived, had become overgrown with grass and bushes from years of neglect. On the first day after meeting Kosuke, they decided to clean the backyard, which took the entire day. During that time, and the following week, Kosuke shared many stories, including missions he had undertaken with Naruto's father and great-grandfather, as well as a lesser-known grandfather, Senju Bishamon, who had died during the Second Shinobi World War, leaving his son, Minato, practically an orphan. Like many other Senju, Tsunade's younger brother, Nawaki, had also perished during that war, further weakening the clan, which had already suffered losses in the First War. According to Kosuke, Bishamon was one of the most powerful shinobi in Konoha at the time. While she never mastered the Flying Thunder God technique like her father or her son later, Bishamon excelled in bukijutsu, especially when combined with her wind release. She sacrificed herself during a battle against the Sandaime Raikage to allow her comrades to retreat, similar to how her father held off the Kinkaku unit to protect his students. However, unlike the Naidame, who succumbed to his wounds later in the village, Bishamon did not survive the encounter. While spending time with Kosuke, Naruto learned a lot about him. Even after 40 years, Kosuke still blamed himself for the deaths of his comrades during a long-ago mission, leading him to constantly put himself in danger during missions, something many, including the Sandaime Hokage, often reprimanded him for. Noticing her approach, Kosuke stood up from the pond and greeted her, asking about her first day at the academy. "Very good, Uncle Kosuke. Apparently, there are several clan heirs in my class. I know 2 of them, Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji. We sat together and talked about many things." As Naruto recounted his first day at the academy, Kosuke couldn't help but smile. It was heartening to know that the Nara and Akimichi weren't prejudiced against the young Senju. Their parents likely instructed them to be kind to Naruto, or at least treat him like anyone else. From Naruto's words, it seemed they were genuinely friendly. You picked a good class, Hiruzen. Kosuke knew he would need to help Naruto overcome his guilt sooner or later after hearing why he had returned home early. He himself needed to battle his own demons. But he was 62, while Naruto was only 6. The boy couldn't afford to make the same mistakes he had. Teaching Naruto to be a shinobi and, more importantly, a good person was part of the legacy he wanted to leave behind after he was gone. Well, Naruto-kun, since the academy is over today, how would you like to start your training early? She asked him. I'm ready, uncle. It was a pleasant feeling to have someone refer to him that way. He had never married and his family had long since passed away. He considered his village his family, a notion the Naidame had urged him to follow. But this was different, far more satisfying. Then let's get started. That's enough for today, Naruto-kun, Kosuke said as their daily training routine came to an end. Every day after the academy, where Naruto would spend about 8 hours from early morning, he would train with Kosuke for the rest of the day. At first, it was just like in the academy, focusing on chakra control. It was a long, grueling exercise that initially seemed pointless. Learning the necessary hand seals was at least more interesting. After the first 2 weeks, he began learning basic taijutsu kata, which were the first steps towards more advanced taijutsu styles. These were taught throughout Konoha to the standard shinobi squad, mostly composed of ninja from civilian backgrounds, those who had no clan to rely on for their advancement. But instead of those standard styles, Naruto, for his taijutsu training with Kosuke, chose a scroll with the Naidame taijutsu style written on it. Luckily for him, Kosuke, though unfamiliar with that particular style, was able to help Naruto get into its initial form. However, the style itself was far more complex than it seemed at first glance. It was based on agility and speed, qualities his great-grandfather was also renowned for, qualities that Naruto currently lacked. I regret to inform you that I have a mission tomorrow. Naruto's face fell at the news. How long will that last? A week at most, unless something drastic happens. From the first day he met him, Naruto knew that Kosuke would have to return to do missions sooner or later, even if not as often as before. I've prepared everything you'll need while I'm away. He continued to list the items as they sat on a nearby park bench to rest. If you need anything from the village, don't hesitate to use the transformation technique I taught you. He could do that. It was the first technique Kosuke had taught him after he learned how to properly mold chakra. In addition, he had also learned the body replacement technique and the body flicker technique last week, but not without enduring the lengthy chakra control training of tree walking and water walking, much to Kosuke's dismay after learning that those techniques were typically taught only after one became a genin. Being a Jinchuriki and possessing vast chakra reserves from the beast sealed within him and his clan's blood, it was wise for Naruto to become familiar with them. After finishing his errands with Kosuke, Naruto went inside his house, grabbed something to eat, and then headed to his father's study. This room also served as his grandfather and great-grandfather's office back in the day. It was a rather large, windowless room, situated in the center of the residence, flanked by other rooms on both sides, and connected directly to Hokage Hill. The first time he entered the room, he was amazed by the sheer number of books he found. From history books to geography books, religious texts to adventure stories, even the 3 romance novels the old man always read. And the dust, everything along with the rest of the house, was covered in it. Naruto had to clean everything himself, as no one else was allowed into his part of the house except him. For the first 2 days after moving into his new home, Naruto spent his free time reading whatever caught his eye first. There were many instruction manuals on how to become a shinobi, introductions to different ninja arts, including elemental manipulation, and the training regimes practiced by the Senju clan during the Warring States era. But aside from the introductions, there wasn't much else on the topic. There were various other scrolls with different techniques, but they mostly went up to B rank. Still, he made do with what he had. He showed Kosuke some of the Warring States training regimes, to which the man smiled and told him that the Naidame would train all his students with the same fervor. Despite this, Naruto easily understood why his clan had been feared for so long. Even using the resistance seals contradicted the more common weights. It not only increased their already vast chakra reserves but also their speed during combat once the seals were removed. It made Naruto ponder how his clan had been destroyed so easily with the power they possessed. The Sandaime had told him that many of his clan members, prodigies in their own right, graduated early from the academy. And considering the village had been at war with other nations for most of its existence, they had no choice but to deploy the young when needed. Naruto sighed. As the old man had said, you learn from your mistakes. He hoped he wouldn't die so early because life was getting better. Since Sunday was a day off with no classes, the only day of the week they had that luxury, Naruto was able to stay awake longer. Currently, he was reading the official history of the Third Great Ninja War, the battles that took place, especially the ones his father had fought, and his rivalry with the third Raikage Sane, who was also the designated heir to the Raikage seat, becoming the current Yondaime Raikage in his own right. Along with a dictionary for any words he didn't know the meaning of to help him immediately. Completely lost in time as he read, Naruto ignored the loud hoot of an owl from outside. Eventually, a small yawn escaped him, and he accidentally nudged a wooden cup against the back of the table, which was only inches from the wall, leaving just enough room for it to tip over. Luckily, it was empty, so the floor remained dry, and there was no damage to the parquet. Plus, he didn't have to attempt moving the seemingly immovable table that appeared to be growing out of the basement itself. Ugh, this is getting awkward, Naruto grumbled as he stood on the table to reach for the cup. But as he leaned forward and extended his hand into the narrow space between the table and the wall, the built-in bookshelf on his left began to slide to the left, catching him off guard. What is this? He wondered, waiting for the bookshelf to stop moving. When it did, Naruto completely forgot about the cup and turned his attention to the bookshelf. Now fully shifted, it revealed an entrance to a medium-sized tunnel that descended deep into the hill, with stairs leading down and a sconce on the wall that could hold a torch. Looking down the gap between the table and the wall, Naruto caught a glimpse of the wooden cup resting on a button that was nearly invisible from a normal perspective. The cup must have triggered the opening, and the bookshelf acted as a door. Since he had a free day tomorrow, Naruto decided to investigate further into the night. Taking the nearest lampshade with him, he began walking into the tunnel. At the entrance, he noticed another switch with a similar shape to the one behind the table, only on the wall. Thinking it would just close the door, he flipped it, walking deeper into the cave and carefully stepping on each stair, his right hand holding the lampshade while his left leaned against the wall as he descended. The wall he was leaning against was coated in an invisible chakra, undetectable to the naked eye, similar to the protective layer in his house that kept outsiders from entering. I need to put some torches here someday. After walking quietly for about 10 meters, he finally arrived at another room larger than his own. Bookshelves lined the edges, and a work desk stood to the right. This must be the clan's secret library, known only to the current clan head. What would happen to this place if my father died childless? He didn't want to dwell on that thought and continued to explore. Bamboo and wooden scrolls, not the usual paper scrolls, filled the numerous bookshelves that adorned this large room, perhaps designed to withstand the test of time. That didn't mean there weren't other books, too. He spotted some titles he had never seen before, including one that read, What is Stuckton and How to Overcome It? In one corner of the room, there was a large shelf displaying various weapons and armor, from the flying thunder god kunai hanging on the wall to a beautiful kohl-colored kuzurigama and a single katana engraved with the Senju clan symbol. One object closely resembled the Vajra from his clan's crest. Carefully picking it up as it was a religious relic, to Naruto, anything from his family was he examined it curiously. In his excitement, with adrenaline and chakra rushing through him like a torrent on a stormy day, a strange object suddenly lit up on its own, bursting with a bright yellow color and an overwhelming glow, nearly causing him to knock over the lampshade. Lightning, Naruto thought. Wait, lightning? This must be the sword of the thunder god, his great-grandfather's sword that he had used in battle with his own Hiraishin kunai. He knew about it from the stories Kosuke had told him, always shared with awe and respect for Naruto's ancestors. Amazing, he said aloud for the first time since entering the room. Turning it off and setting it down gently, he looked at the other items. There was one of his father's coats that he had worn after becoming Hokage. But what fascinated Naruto the most was the blue armor attached to a wooden doll covered in dirty white fur and spiderwebs. This must be the Nidame's battle armor, the one he wore during the Warring States era and in his final battle, he said to himself, tracing the outline of the dust with his small fingers. An image he had seen in history books flashed before his eyes as he imagined the man who wore it in his time. I can't believe a place like this actually exists. He turned toward one section of the room filled with rows of bookshelves, with the word ninjutsu written in the center above them. Approaching it, he examined the various wooden scrolls, each marked with its contents. Shadow clone technique? He mused, picking it up. Maybe he could learn it. If it was different from the academy techniques that were supposed to be taught from second year onward, perhaps he could master it. Normal clones had always been impossible for him to learn, no matter how much chakra control training he did. He could shape chakra correctly, but he would always end up with one sick clone lying on the ground, half drooling and half asleep. There was no harm in trying, he hoped. Apparently, this technique was created by the Nidame himself, who also developed many other variations, Naruto noted as he read the scroll and its contents. Having to fight Uchiha since I could walk, I learned that there's nothing more frustrating than having your hard work stolen. Spending weeks, even months, creating, perfecting, and mastering new techniques, only to have that clan member blink his red eyes and simply copy them. This would make even a Nara clan member flinch. Hidden clan techniques are generally harder to copy because other clans don't fight Uchiha as much as we, the Senju, do. Not to mention, reducing the hand seals required to do so. So why not create something that can kill two birds with one stone? The answer is shadow clones. While Uchiha tend to be predictable even with their Sharingan, I'd rather not have someone sneak out of a fight and then share my hard work with them, even using it against my own clan. Unfortunately, that's already happened. The shadow clone technique, while dividing the user's chakra, can also be dangerous if the user doesn't have enough. Something the Uchiha generally lack, at least by Senju and Uzumaki standards. There's nothing more satisfying than outsmarting your opponent during a fight, making your job much easier. Because that's what shinobi do, they win. Not honorably, because we're not samurai. We just win. The next section of the bamboo scroll explained the simple hand seals needed to create a shadow clone and how to gather the chakra required for it. Naruto found it easy to learn, and given his already vast chakra reserves, he doubted the jutsu would have any negative effects on him. The Nidame himself possessed a large and powerful chakra reserve, but even he lacked the chakra of a Jinchuriki. The remainder of the scroll explained the jutsu's other purpose, one that had more versatile uses than Naruto had initially anticipated. It could transfer whatever the clone learned back to the original. It was also useful for spy missions and intelligence gathering. Ideas flooded his mind as Naruto imagined what he could do once he mastered it. Send a clone to the academy for theoretical work? Yes, he would do that. Help him with elemental manipulation once he started learning it? Yes, he would do that. Assist him in battle and overcome opponents with overwhelming numbers? It was an unorthodox approach to fighting, of course, as it would waste chakra. But still, this jutsu was a goldmine of possibilities. He couldn't help the goofy grin that appeared on his face as he fantasized about it. Thinking about elemental manipulation, Naruto looked around the other bookshelves in the room and found countless scrolls for each element. While his regular library had them, this one had more advanced techniques, as well as theories and explanations from which he could develop some techniques further. Looking around, he saw a book on the theory behind bloodline mutations. But for now, he wouldn't touch that. He would take things one step at a time. He returned to his room shortly afterward and went to sleep, curled up in his warm bed. Although there was no snow, it was still January, and the nights were chilly. He had a free day once he woke up, and he was going to make the most of it. The next day, outside Naruto's house, standing in the middle of the backyard where he usually practiced basic taijutsu and kenjutsu with Kosuke, Naruto prepared himself to perform the shadow clone technique he had read about the night before. Kosuke was already on a mission, and Naruto couldn't wait to see his reaction when he succeeded. Inhaling deeply, Naruto made the shadow clone hand seal, shaping chakra as needed and pouring as much as he could into it, finally exclaiming, "Shadow clone jutsu." As soon as he did that, everything around him was enveloped in smoke. In the Hokage office, sitting in his office buried under documents, Sarutobi suddenly felt a large wave of Naruto's chakra coming from the east, his home. Not thinking about the documents for a second, Sarutobi's body moved out of his office, his ANBU guards following closely behind. As soon as he arrived at the Senju compound, he was stunned by the sheer number of blonde heads surrounding it. Even the roof of the nearby storage building was covered in them. Quickly calming himself down, while some of his ANBU were still in a state of shock, he decided to approach the young Senju and get some answers from him. "Oh, good afternoon, Hokage-sama. What brings you here?" Naruto asked, grinning widely, proud of the number of shadow clones he had created. Senju Tobirama, in the scroll, suggested that those with great chakra should create a maximum of 10 clones, even if he himself could create more, mostly for effectiveness. Although chakra would return to its original user, unless it was completely wasted on the clone's part or dissipated during battle. It would be a strategic mistake to leave the main body weak, even for a moment. Neither the Sharingan nor the Byakugan could see through it, and the Night Aim was not one to take needless risks. "Naruto-kun, what were you thinking using this jutsu? Don't you know it's dangerous?" the Hokage asked sternly. "What was Kosuke thinking teaching it to you?" "Uncle Kosuke didn't teach me Shadow Clone," Naruto replied, the excitement still shining in his eyes, even though his expression was serious. "Then who did?" the Hokage pressed further. Naruto glanced briefly at the other Anbu present, all of them staring at him behind their masks, their gazes lingering on his body and then back to the Hokage. "I found a scroll about it in my library." He omitted to say which library. As the head of his own clan, he understood the need to keep some things secret. Sarutobi mentally chastised himself for forgetting that his sensei had created the jutsu. Of course, Naruto would have it. Personally, even if he claimed it was a kenjutsu. One of the few kenjutsu that many shinobi wouldn't want to use even if they had the desire. "I see. But you should know it's dangerous. Several ninjas have died trying to do it," he told Naruto, still serious about the situation. "I know the scroll says as much. But it's still easier for me since I already have a large reserve, plus my tenant is constantly developing it," Naruto explained, not mentioning the resistance seal Kosuke had shown him how to apply on himself. It was much safer if the user did it themselves, as it could prevent others from using it against him during a fight. He wanted to surprise the old man one day when he decided to test it. Sarutobi sighed. "Okay, but please, for my sake, don't use it around the village. I don't want people to get suspicious of you and complain later, for whatever reason they think." "I understand, old man." "Oh, I almost forgot. Don't use it with any variations, at least not on this scale." If he had a scroll for regular shadow clones, Shadow Clone Explosion was no exception. With that, Sarutobi and his ANBU left Naruto and returned to the tower. Naruto just grinned and promised he wouldn't before leaving, after which he ordered his clones to be dispelled. It probably wasn't the brightest idea, as he was suddenly hit with memories from his 100 clones. Gripping his head in slight pain, Naruto groaned. I need to learn how to sort memories better." The scroll explained that it was best to do it one by one, or if someone had excellent chakra control, to sort the memories in their brain with more numbers. Meanwhile, Sarutobi thought as he walked towards his office. "I wonder how those three would react if I told them how many shadow clones Naruto-kun can create." The thought brought a smile to Hiruzen's face. Ever since he was young, he had enjoyed seeing the flabbergasted expressions on their faces. Danzo was better at keeping his emotions out of the public eye. Sarutobi couldn't remember the last time he had seen his rival speechless or dumbfounded. When Minato was chosen as Yondaime, he had at least seen him growl. Perhaps a heart attack? He imagined how that conversation might unfold. Danzo's potential expression would certainly make it into the history books, but the thought of that made Hiruzen frown. Danzo would undoubtedly attempt to manipulate Naruto if he learned of the boy's near-limitless potential. Even if he didn't inform Danzo about Naruto's progress, the Warhawks would surely find out on their own. Gritting his teeth, Hiruzen knew he needed to speak with him again. Despite all the warnings, he could never be entirely sure. As Kosuke headed to the northeastern border with the Land of Hot Water to assist the team there in strengthening the Land of Fire's border defenses, Hiruzen needed to place additional guards around Naruto's house during Kosuke's absence. On a normal day, he would have reprimanded the man for defying him, but since the new year, the Uchiha clan had been growing increasingly uneasy due to suspicions surrounding the Kyuubi attack. New arrangements needed to be made for the time being. Cat! Sandaime called out to one of his ANBU, who appeared before him. Yes, Hokage-sama? Coordinate with Boar and Falcon to take guard duty for Naruto-kun for 7 days. The mission may be extended depending on the situation. At least one of you must keep an eye on him while he is outside his house at all times, even when Kosuke returns. Dismissed. The ANBU nodded and began organizing the mission. 3 of the 6 ANBU were aware of Naruto's incident a few months ago. Hopefully, Kosuke would complete his mission in time. There weren't many shinobi over 60 with his experience and knowledge of the Land of Fire's terrain. His presence was essential. Otherwise, Sarutobi would need to involve several others, which would inevitably lead to uncertainty. Meanwhile, Naruto, after a short rest, decided to resume the basic physical training he had done with Uncle Kosuke earlier. He focused on perfecting his body replacement technique and body flicker technique. Kosuke had advised him not to underestimate such low-ranked jutsu, as they could be lifesavers on the battlefield. As he practiced various kata, Naruto realized it would be beneficial to have a sparring partner. Quickly creating another shadow clone, he began sparring with it, careful not to dispel the clone. He didn't need to worry about that. Another clone would replace it. Following the wisdom of the Nidaime, it was important for him to understand the power of his attacks, when to land a blow, and how to execute it. Fuinjutsu was an art he not only wanted to learn but needed to, given his status. Initially resentful of his father for the burden placed on him, Naruto's anger had lessened over time. Now he understood his father's likely dilemma. The Shodai Hokage, Senju Hashirama, was the one who captured the Kyuubi and the other tailed beasts. Forcing others to shoulder such burdens was impossible. Being Hokage at the time didn't help either. The village was founded on the will of fire, an ideal best embodied by his clan, sacrificing one's own happiness for the greater good. If he wasn't prepared to sacrifice his own happiness for the village, how could he expect others to do the same even if many later turned their backs on his wishes? Feeling his stomach growl with hunger, Naruto decided to head to the village to buy some ramen. Using henge, he transformed into an imagined older version of himself with red hair and no mustache and continued on his way. Tuchi and his young daughter always welcomed him into their shop, and they were aware of his henge. It wouldn't do to scare them if his transformation faltered, or to panic them by hearing an order for 9 bowls of miso ramen from someone who looked different. Several times, Naruto noticed people leaving quickly if they saw him enter the shop, or even passing him by with disdain in their eyes. After all, the eyes are a reflection of the soul. At the academy, on February 1st, Sadaru-sensei addressed the class. Today we will have our first traditional shinobi sparring session. Please be quiet as you leave the room. We don't want to disturb the other classes. A chorus of excited shouts erupted from the children. Sadaru sighed, knowing they would learn in time. Troublesome. I hope I don't have to fight today, Shikamaru muttered beside Naruto. For 3 months after meeting Shikamaru and Choji, Naruto had remained friends with them. While he still didn't go to the playground, he always ate lunch with them at the academy. On several occasions, Shikamaru would bring a shogi board and ask if he wanted to play. Despite never having played before, Naruto quickly caught on, especially after observing Shikamaru's serious expression during their matches. As they arrived at the academy's training grounds, Sadaru-sensei began explaining the rules and rituals before and after each match. For the actual sparring, they would randomly select 2 students based on their practice of the kata they had previously learned. Okay, the first draw is Uchiha Sasuke, Sadaru-sensei announced, prompting many girls to squeal with delight at the prospect of seeing him in action. The other one is Namikaze Naruto. He looked at Naruto and smiled. Good luck, Naruto, Choji said, and Shikamaru offered his support as well. As they stood face to face, forming the confrontation seal, the 2 boys studied their respective opponents. Sasuke wore a confident expression. The only thing he knew about Naruto was that he was an orphan from a civilian background, but there was a strange aura around him that made Sasuke cautious. Common sense warned him not to be overconfident. Naruto, on the other hand, knew little about Sasuke, or more specifically, the Uchiha clan. He had spent the previous night in his clan's secret library. Unlike his son and grandson, the Naidame held a strong prejudice and distrust of the Uchiha. While Naruto never had a bad relationship with them, he was beginning to understand his ancestors' paranoia. The loss of 2 brothers, his father, and countless other relatives during the Warring States PRD weighed heavily on Tobirama, a man who didn't easily forgive or forget. However, he was able to set aside his prejudices for the good of the village because he had an Uchiha student. Reading about some of Tobirama's personal ideas inspired Naruto to believe he could do the same for the villagers. He would think about that later, as Sadaru-sensei immediately announced the match. Begin! Neither boy moved, standing firm in their respective stances. Sasuke adopted his Uchiha style, a precursor to the techniques he would develop after awakening his Sharingan. Naruto, meanwhile, stood ready in his great-grandfather's style, Suijin's Fury, which combined the Suiton element with the Naidame's famed speed and agility. Although Naruto didn't practice or even know he had the element, the technique was flexible and focused on speed and precision, reminiscent of the Hyuga clan's gentle fist, yet distinct in its own right. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. That's not the academy style. No matter, I'll still beat him, he thought confidently as he leaped forward. As Naruto saw this, knowing he was faster than Sasuke now that his resistance seal was removed, he stood calmly, ready to dodge. Sasuke's fist was poised to strike, just 30 centimeters away, when Naruto jumped and spun in the air, evading the attack. In that moment, he readied his own fist and quickly punched Sasuke in the cheek, sending the young Uchiha to the ground. An eerie silence fell over the crowd as they processed what had just happened. Sadaru-sensei quickly announced, "Winner, Namikaze Naruto." Naruto approached Sasuke and offered his hand, which the Uchiha accepted. What was that? That's not one of the academy techniques we learn here. No. It's a work in progress, Naruto replied. Even without mastering the water affinity, he needed to adapt his body to the style, and he was starting to learn it. His muscles were a little sore now. Well, that's good. Will you teach me once you've mastered it? Sasuke asked bluntly. Naruto raised an eyebrow in curiosity but answered anyway, only if you teach me your Uchiha style. Sasuke stared at him with a blank expression, then grinned. Not a chance, but fair point. Good fight, buddy, Choji congratulated him. Thank you. What's with that style? I've never seen it before, Shikamaru asked. It's a work in progress, Naruto replied simply. Shikamaru seemed to accept the answer, and the 3 boys returned to watching a few more matches, chatting among themselves. Do you like gardening? Choji asked. Yeah, I think I would like to try it, Naruto said. The idea of having such a hobby brought him a strange sense of joy. Training and reading were fun, but gardening felt like it could be a part of him. Do you know where I can buy some seeds? Try the Yamanaka flower shop. Besides flowers, they also sell seeds for those interested in gardening, Shikamaru suggested. I didn't know ninja clans did business like that, Naruto wondered. All clans do, Shikamaru replied, as if it were the most common thing in the world. At Naruto's raised eyebrow, he continued, troublesome. But all the larger clans have different sources of income. The Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi have a partnership. The Yamanaka supply various plants, which the Nara clan uses to make medicines for Konoha's hospitals and shinobi forces, while the Akimichi create food pills. Other clans have their own income streams, though I don't know them all. That's what my parents once told me. I see. It must be difficult to maintain income since not everyone in the clan is a shinobi, and those who are usually have their own families to support, in addition to the clan itself. This business seems safe from the dangers of high-ranking missions, yet still provides a good source of wealth. Am I right? Naruto concluded. Shikamaru smiled and said, exactly. So, would you like to visit the Yamanaka flower shop today? Naruto nodded. I will. Will you show me where it is? Sure, my mom wants me to pick some flowers for her even if she can do it herself. She says it's to cure my laziness, whatever that means. Okay, I'll meet you here this afternoon. Deal. 2 years later. Naruto's age, Hokage office. Rubbing his temples, Sarutobi sighed as thoughts of the events from 4 months ago flashed before his eyes. He had always tried to banish the hatred he felt for his profession, as it was one of the emotions that could hinder his ability to be a shinobi and potentially lead to his downfall as Hokage. Just as his sensei had advised him before he died. But right now, he felt nothing but hatred and sadness. He despised Fugaku for his plans to start a coup d'état and for trying to use Naruto as a means to distract Hiruzen from his clan. He also resented how Fugaku later intended to use the boy as a weapon to gain better control over the village. Fugaku was not the honorable man he pretended to be. Weeks before Itachi did what he did, there had been a security disturbance. Information leaked throughout the village claimed that Naruto had killed 3 academy students who had bullied him. The intimidation aspect of the story was omitted from the rumors. While he wanted to hold Fugaku accountable for leaking this information, as Itachi had indicated he was responsible, he couldn't. The Uchiha clan as a whole was too involved in the coup. Had Danzo not ordered Itachi to eliminate the Uchiha clan, a civil war would have likely broken out in the village anyway. The Uchiha might not have had the manpower to overthrow him, but they could have caused significant damage by rallying civilian support. The worst part? Many shinobi originally came from civilian backgrounds, and some could be swayed. The village was already vulnerable after the Kyuubi's attack, and more bloodshed was unnecessary. Ironic. However, the villagers were a double-edged sword, as many harbored deep distrust of the Uchiha. Fugaku was willing to gamble on this, but Hiruzen was not. That was where he planned to use Naruto for his own purposes. Danzo was the second person Hiruzen despised. If he hadn't caused friction with the Uchiha in the first place, none of this would have happened. Sarutobi had ordered him to disband Root, but he doubted his rival would comply. Danzo would likely just go deeper underground. Hiruzen would allow him to continue defending Konoha from the shadows, especially since he didn't know how to deal with over 100 highly trained operatives. At the very least, he could prevent Danzo from recruiting more. This made him hate the third person most himself. If he had been the true shinobi Tobirama sensei had always envisioned, the day Orochimaru escaped could have been avoided. Jiraiya wouldn't have had to roam the elemental nations, chasing him and correcting Hiruzen's mistakes. Jiraiya could have stayed in the village with his godson. Naruto wouldn't have been alone for the first few years of his life and wouldn't have had to unleash his wind release to defend himself at the age of 6. If he weren't a sentimental coward, he would have confronted Danzo long ago and wouldn't have allowed him to act as he pleased. Now, deeply involved in defending Konoha from a potential threat, he let Danzo walk free once again. The result of his weakness? 455 Uchiha were dead, including 47 children, 6 of whom had barely begun their lives. Uchiha Sasuke was the last living Uchiha. The last, loyal Uchiha. Hiruzen corrected himself mentally. Naruto Namikaze, the last of the loyal Senju, had become more withdrawn and slightly misanthropic towards certain villagers. Kosuke reported that the boy was quite normal outside of wider society contrary to his public appearance. But that wasn't healthy behavior. He didn't want the boy to become a certain type of eccentric. While he still had 2 friends in the Nara and the Akimichi clans, he was kept away from the rest of his classmates, much like Sasuke. But while Sasuke's classmates felt pity, Naruto's were fearful. This was all too much for him to bear. If only Tsunade had decided to return to the village and become Hokage. She was young in her own way, but she had a reputation for being a hothead who wouldn't take no for an answer. If she ordered the villagers to avoid Naruto, they would probably admire him. Maybe he was exaggerating, but she was the perfect candidate since Jiraiya didn't want the job. Sometimes he felt that leading the village during the Second World War had been much easier than navigating the political climate since Minato's death. Rebuilding the village after the Kyuubi attack, reorganizing the shinobi forces, and forcing retired ninja back into active duty. Funding for orphans from the war and the invasion, the latter leaving more casualties than the war itself. The Hyuga affair, the Naruto incident, and finally, the Uchiha's plans for a coup d'état. If only Jiraiya were here right now. Did you miss me, Sarutobi-sensei? Speaking of the devil. Jiraiya? Hiruzen exclaimed happily, his eyes shining with a joy he had rarely felt in the last few years. What's with that gloomy look, old man? You're 50 years too late to turn down the job, Jiraiya joked as he entered the office through the window. It's yours if you want to take this burden off this old man's back. Pass. The Sannin raised his hands in defense, his smile still intact. Hiruzen smiled. He needed someone to talk to, someone he could trust without reservation. Ordering his ANBU to leave and set up a privacy seal, he turned to his student. You have no idea how happy I am to see you, Jiraiya. I've been looking everywhere for you for almost 2 years. Jiraiya, still with a small smile on his face, sat down in front of the Hokage. You know what a spy master does, sensei? I need to hide for a while, especially while I search for Orochimaru. With a serious expression, Hiruzen asked him, what's the last thing you've heard about him? Has he defected to another village? It would be wise to eliminate him. If he had defected to Kumo or Iwa, they would undoubtedly need to reorganize their entire defenses. No one knew what Orochimaru would tell them. But that was a slim possibility. For all their rivalry and hatred towards Konoha, Kumo and Iwa despised Orochimaru for killing several of their top shinobi and being one of the most militaristic figures among their main enemy forces, the one who encouraged further war with them. Kiri was a possibility because it had many bloodline holders, something Orochimaru greatly cherished. But being a caste-based society with paranoid leadership suspicious of its own citizens, Kiri would have a hard time accepting him. The most likely scenario was that they would execute him and try to uncover Konoha's weaknesses themselves. No, at least not in the traditional sense, Jiraiya began. I discovered that he's maintained some connections with several clans in the land of rice fields since the beginning of the Third War. A branch of the Fuma clan, the Shin, the Endo, the Tu, and various others. There are also rumors of the formation of a hidden village in the country. Aren't they 60 years too late for that? Sarutobi snorted, and so did Jiraiya, but his expression turned serious after a moment. Either way, we need to investigate. If Orochimaru was behind its creation, he will certainly pose a greater threat to us in the future. A new hidden village bordering ours is a potential threat, especially if Orochimaru is behind it. We've never had good relations with those clans. There's more, sensei, Jiraiya said after a short pause. Shortly after fleeing the village and before officially forming his own organization, Orochimaru joined a criminal organization called the Akatsuki, which consisted of several other S-rank missing nin. Hiruzen's eyes widened. S-ranked shinobi weren't easy to find. In fact, nowadays they could be registered in Konoha with one hand, all 5 fingers unnecessary. Do you know any of their members? Besides Orochimaru, of course. And, he asked slowly. He already knew one himself. The one who said he would join, Hiruzen remembered. No, but you know one of them. In fact, you put him in a position to join them, didn't you? Jiraiya said, not allowing Hiruzen to finish his thought. Keeping a straight face, Hiruzen closed his eyes and nodded, muttering, Itachi-kun. Just him. Jiraiya confirmed, nodding as he spoke. You have no idea how surprised I was when he sent one of his crows and caught me in his genjutsu for a moment, Jiraiya said with a grin. I must have been rusty lately. Anyway, after he caught me in his genjutsu, he told me about his mission against his clan and the political climate in the village before the tragedy, including the incident with Naruto. Jiraiya glared at Hiruzen after mentioning his godson's name. Hiruzen continued to nod with his eyes closed. I'll tell you everything about Naruto-kun, Jiraiya, after you tell me about this Akatsuki organization. Before he left, Itachi mentioned he would join them, but nothing more. Jiraiya sighed and stood up, approaching the Hokage's office window, gazing out at the village in the distance. Actually, I don't know much about them. Their members or their true purpose. Itachi told me he would share more information about them after he had established himself for a while. Smiling at the next thought, Jiraiya continued, but he told me before I arrived here, again through his crow, that Orochimaru was trying to take him and his Sharingan. I see that my misguided student has failed in his endeavor, Sarutobi grinned as he spoke. What happened after that? Not much, other than Orochimaru escaping. He probably headed for the land of rice fields, Jiraiya replied. We can safely assume that Akatsuki and Orochimaru will be at odds for a while. Originally, I wanted to suggest you send some teams to investigate those clans, but if the rice daimyo has granted him asylum and word gets out, we would be invading a country that isn't allied with the Land of Fire. That could lead to an international incident, or worse, a new world war. It would be best if I go there and try to investigate it myself. Indeed, Sarutobi said. I know the Fire Daimyo will support us if that happens. He always has, ever since he rose to his position. But I don't want to take advantage of his goodwill. If we send a few platoons, the Rice Daimyo could call on other neighboring countries and make it look like we're attacking them for land, which would draw us into a conflict with the other smaller villages. I'm not afraid that we'll defeat them, but it could weaken us and give Kumo or IWA an opportunity to act against us. I don't want another incident like the Hyuga affair. One is more than enough. Sarutobi spoke the last words through gritted teeth. After lighting his pipe and inhaling the smoke, Sarutobi continued, officially, we will do nothing but observe for now. With everything that has happened in the past few years, there is little else we can do. Instead, you should try to gather as much information as you can. Jiraiya nodded. I'll keep an eye on this conflict between Akatsuki and Orochimaru. If they end up weakening each other, that would be beneficial for us. One of them should eventually be at a disadvantage. We can use that. Sarutobi grunted in affirmation. Tell me about these incidents with Naruto. Jiraiya said with a serious expression, taking his seat once again. Sarutobi waited a moment before answering. Very well. For the next half hour, Jiraiya listened to everything Hiruzen had to say. From the first time Naruto accidentally used wind release to his time at the academy. Listening to Sarutobi speak, Jiraiya frowned and smiled at various points, especially when he heard that Minato's son was the best student, not only in his class but in the entire academy. It seemed that talent was passed down from father to son, every generation of the Senju clan. Jiraiya was sure that Kosuke thought highly of him. It seemed the eternal genin had finally decided to shed his self-doubt. He was overjoyed to hear that Naruto was friends with the heirs of the Nara and Akimichi clans, even after the truth about the incident was revealed to the public. Shikaku and Choza had fine sons to lead their families someday. Although Minato's son was a bit withdrawn, according to what his sensei had said, he was very intelligent. He hoped Naruto would understand the reason for his long absence. He should be at the academy by now, right? Jiraiya asked after hearing the full story. Yeah, they're having a taijutsu class right now, if I'm not mistaken. Well, I'll watch it. Sarutobi raised his right eyebrow. No research now? That's unusual. He smirked. Next time, since this is my priority now. Jiraiya said with a smile, but his tone was serious. At the academy training ground, Sadaru-sensei announced, Hatano Anegi vs Namikaze Naruto. Begin. After pairing them together for a taijutsu battle. Anegi stood at the side of the sparring field, staring at Naruto with apprehension. Why was he paired with him? For the first year and a half of the academy, Anegi hadn't thought much of Naruto other than being exceptionally talented. His skills made him seem almost untouchable. Shuriken and kunai throwing? He hit every target. Geography? He could tell you about the types of trees that grew in the land of waterfalls. History? He recounted the battle the Nidaime Hokage had with the Kinkaku unit as if he had been there himself. The most unsettling part about him was the story of an incident that happened 2 years ago, where he had allegedly harmed 3 older academy students with wind ninjutsu. What was he? Why was he allowed into the academy after that? Anegi remembered the time she and Hibachi had called him a geek out of jealousy. The thought of what her blonde classmate might do to her after the revelation sent shivers down her spine. But standing in her academy katana facing Naruto, adjusting her glasses, she tried to put on a brave front. She had trained with her Chunin brother. She would put up a fight, even if she lost. But the fear in her eyes and the shivers running through her body never left her. Shinobi rule number 18. Those were the words that came out of Naruto's mouth before he leaped forward. Onagi's eyes widened at the display of speed as Naruto surged toward her, his own fighting style in place, striking Onagi's hand before leaving his own hand in front of her eyes. A shinobi must never show weakness, Naruto said seriously before leaving the battle arena, not bothering to perform the reconciliation seal. But what if you don't have the power to fight the darkness? On the roof of the academy, Sarutobi said, "This is what I was telling you. He's progressing rapidly compared to his peers. I could have let him graduate early, he could have become a chunin by now. Kakashi certainly did before him. But you know how many Senju faced challenges doing that. In our time of peace, nothing is certain once you step outside." Sarutobi finished, taking a puff from his pipe. Jiraiya remained silent, gazing down from the rooftop at his godson. He recognized that fighting style from the history books, seeing the stances reminiscent of the Naidame Hokage. It was a formidable technique, and Naruto appeared to be quite skilled at it, based on his posture. He hoped his godson would eventually open up to him, even if he felt he had failed as a godfather for most of his life. "You can talk to her after class, but for now, let's go get something to eat," Sarutobi suggested. "And I want you to let me know if you learn anything new about Tsunade. After academy class. Until tomorrow." "Later." Shikamaru replied as he left the academy and went his own way. Naruto continued his journey home. Uncle Kosuke had a week free, so he could help him further develop his water element manipulation. For now, he was in the second stage of his training, while wind would come later. He discovered he had a strong affinity for water, alongside an equally strong affinity for wind. Both elements could be used offensively and defensively. His clan's library stated that mastering wind could also provide defensive capabilities. Water could be offensive as well, though he didn't need to fully master it to use it that way. Nevertheless, Naruto was determined to master both. Entering through the backyard door to his house, Naruto found Kosuke, the Sandaime Hokage, and a tall, white-haired man engaged in friendly conversation. The man looked somewhat familiar. After a moment, it clicked for Naruto. This was Jiraiya of the Sannin, his father's sensei, and the most renowned shinobi Konoha had ever produced. And on top of that, his godfather. What could he want after all these years? He was about to find out. "Uncle Kosuke, old man," Naruto called out with a small smile. These people had never shunned him, whether because of the fox or the past incident. Uncle Kosuke was not only his trainer but also family. His parents had sometimes invited him to lunch at his tower when Kosuke was away on missions. "Jiraiya-sama," Naruto said formally, trying to keep his tone steady. "No need to be formal around me, kid. I'm just Jiraiya," he said with a smile. "Since you already know Jiraiya is here, he wants to talk to you about a few things," the Sandaime said a bit awkwardly. He had already told Naruto who his godfather was when explaining about the fox. But a few things had changed in the last 2 years. "Anyway, I have something to discuss with Kosuke, so I'll leave you two to talk," Sarutobi said, and along with Kosuke he left the two of them. As silence stretched between them, becoming increasingly uncomfortable for Jiraiya. "So, since you know who I am, I guess we can skip introductions." He said shyly. "Let's go inside," Naruto suggested, leading Jiraiya to a part of the house that wasn't sealed. As they walked in silence, Jiraiya glanced around the house, recalling moments spent here with Minato when he visited the village. Minato had always welcomed him in, treating him like family. Jiraiya hoped that Naruto would allow him into his life in a similar way. After a brief walk, they entered the living room. Naruto gestured for Jiraiya to take a seat on the nearest piece of furniture while he settled onto another. The silence lingered until Jiraiya decided to break it, sensing the awkwardness. "So, look, Naruto, I know you're upset with me for not being." He trailed off as Naruto raised his small arm. "I'm not upset with you." "You're not?" "No." "Well, I was at first, and then when the village learned about the incident. I felt angry for a while because if you had taken me with you, things might have been different. But the old man always told me about your missions and how dangerous it was for me outside the village. Not to mention your teammates who were formidable foes," Naruto explained. It was true, the old man had shared stories of Jiraiya's work and how his godfather had cared for him during the early months of his life, right before Orochimaru's betrayal. I could have done more. I could have found Tsunade so she could have looked after you, but then Orochimaru turned against us, and I had to pursue him. Jiraiya said, regret evident in his voice. Naruto interrupted him. Don't worry, I'm not one to wallow in self-pity. I wouldn't reject you, that would make me a hypocrite. Huh. Jiraiya was taken aback. As I said, I was bitter at first for being left behind, but over time, after reading some of my father's writings, my perspective changed. He always spoke highly of you, saying you were one of the most dedicated ninjas in Konoha, doing your best for the village. Jiraiya stood and moved closer to Naruto, sitting beside him and placing a hand on his shoulder. You don't have to feel disappointed, kid. And you don't need to be so forgiving either. I failed as a godfather, and I know Minato wouldn't forgive me, regardless of my obligations. Not to mention Kushina. Jiraiya said with a wistful smile. Well, I've always wanted a big family. I have a wise uncle, the old Hokage, and what else? Even if he has his quirks, Naruto said with a grin. Wait a minute. How do you know about my quirks? I haven't even introduced myself yet, Jiraiya asked, caught off guard. Dad keeps your books in the library, including your first one. It's a good read, though a bit too idealistic and unrealistic for my taste, Naruto replied with a smile. Oh, so you've read it? Jiraiya exclaimed happily, then shivered. Wait, you read Make Out Tactics? Just seeing the cover and reading the back was enough for me to get the idea, Naruto said, still smiling. Good, because Kushina would have my head if you did, Jiraiya said with a sigh of relief. So, are you going to stay in the village for now? Naruto asked, hoping for more company that wouldn't fear or despise him. Jiraiya nodded. Of course, I want to get to know you better, and I want to train you when I'm in the village. Awesome. They talked for hours. Jiraiya already knew much about Naruto's life from the Sandaime, but he was eager to learn about Naruto's training. He was impressed by Naruto's shinobi knowledge and his impressive array of jutsu for his age. If he continued on this path, he would be far ahead of his peers by the time he graduated. Maybe I should test him, Jiraiya thought. I'm still a beginner with Fuinjutsu, but that's because I haven't practiced it as much as I'd like, Naruto said. Jiraiya smiled. You're in luck. I'm a master of Fuinjutsu myself. I'd be happy to help you improve your skills in that area. I also have some techniques I'd like to teach you, ones I've developed myself, Jiraiya said. Really? Which one? Naruto asked, excitement lighting up his face. You'll find out tomorrow, Jiraiya grinned. Fine. But I was wondering, why haven't you ever managed to find my Aunt Tsunade? I thought she would be easier to locate than your rogue teammates. Jiraiya sighed, rubbing his temples after removing his forehead protector. You never know with her or what she's up to. I admit I didn't try as hard as I could have, but I still made an effort. I just kept running into her debt collectors. It seems she's determined to stay hidden from anyone in Konoha, but at least I can breathe easy knowing she's still alive, Jiraiya concluded. You mean she's upset with Konoha for losing her brother and partner? Naruto suggested. Not just Konoha. She's also angry with your father, Jiraiya replied. My father? But he never said anything negative about him. Ha! Jiraiya exclaimed. Of course Minato wouldn't speak ill of anyone, especially family. What I mean is she's upset with your father for not allowing her to use some of the clan's funds for gambling. He chuckled. I remember the last time he left the village, he was cursing Minato and his own foolishness. His foolishness? Naruto asked, puzzled. Yes. He was originally the clan head but passed that title to Minato when he retired from shinobi life. But I'm sure he would have returned and raised you if he had known you existed. For all his flaws, he was a good person, Jiraiya said with a nostalgic smile. I hope so. Now that I think about it, Minato's death might be why he doesn't want to return to the village or have anything to do with anyone from Konoha. The last time I saw him was before the Kyuubi attack. He must think Konoha is cursed for him and his family. Jiraiya murmured. 2 years later, Naruto, now 10 years old, sat beneath one of Konoha's waterfalls, accompanied by 9 shadow clones, focusing on splitting the waterfall with his wind chakra. This was the third of 5 steps in elemental manipulation, specifically wind manipulation. The first step involved splitting leaves, the second splitting rocks, and the third was to split the waterfall. The fourth step would involve drawing marks on the ground using only wind, while the fifth would require shaping the wind around him with his chakra, aided by hand seals, though it was more challenging than it appeared. Wind is known to be the hardest element to master for a reason. Forest outside Konoha, March 8, Naruto, age 12. Calmly drawing his bow, Naruto concentrated on his target, a rather large boar, positioned about 50 meters away. The boar soon noticed him and turned, preparing to charge. But that was all Naruto needed. As the boar turned, its head exposed its weak point, its eye. Naruto released his chakra-enhanced arrow, striking the boar and bringing it down instantly. He approached the fallen animal, waiting for the last flicker of life to fade. While he waited, Naruto focused on his senses to determine if the boar had been sick. As omnivores, boars can eat almost anything. Healthy, he concluded, and then unsealed his equipment to prepare the meat. As he worked, 3 men stood in the distance, silently observing him. "You've thought it through well, Kosuke," Hiruzen praised. "He knows how to operate in the wilderness, using only his hunting skills as his primary tool. It will come in handy someday, that's for sure. He's using his sensory skills for something like this. I'm impressed. If I ever bring him on a training trip, I'll make sure he's the one hunting for our food," Jiraiya commented with a smirk. "You respect me, Hiruzen, Jiraiya-kun," Kosuke said. "But all I did was point Naruto-kun in the right direction, just like his shinobi training." "You're too humble, old friend. Naruto-kun wouldn't be who he is today if you hadn't guided him," Hiruzen told him with a smile. "He's become a good shinobi, but more importantly, he's become a good man. We'll test him fully later. Let's go and see how he's doing," Jiraiya suggested. With Naruto, skinning and cleaning a wild boar isn't a pleasant task, but it is a satisfying one. The meat is delicious, especially when grilled. A wild boar this size is sure to be a treat once it's ready. As he sliced the boar, one of his clones prepared a fire, another assisted him, and the last stored the separated meat for later use. If he ate this regularly, it could last for almost a year. He had hunted wild boar before, but they were much smaller than this one. "Something smells really delicious in here," Jiraiya's voice rang out in the distance. "If you could at least help, it would be ready faster," Naruto feigned annoyance. Division of labor was key to success, and preparing dinner for a beast this large was no exception. "No way," Jiraiya replied. "After all, this is part of your test. What kind of tutors would we be if we helped you now? No need to act smart with me, Uncle Jiraiya. I know this is a test," Naruto said with a grin. Meanwhile, Jiraiya just pouted, while Hiruzen and Kosuke watched in amusement. Despite his serious demeanor, Naruto was more relaxed with them, especially Jiraiya. As Jiraiya said, "We will test everything you have learned so far, Naruto-kun. But first, let's eat," Hiruzen said. As they ate, the 4 men talked about various topics, from their battles and missions during the 3 realms to even Jiraiya's books. Hiruzen and Jiraiya, at least, did. During that time, Naruto's clone stored the remaining meat in his scroll while the 4 men held the roasted meat on skewers over the campfire. "Naruto," Jiraiya said with a serious expression. From his seat on a log near the fire, Naruto looked up, still holding the skewer of grilled meat he was about to eat. "What's wrong, uncle?" It wasn't like Jiraiya to suddenly turn serious in such a carefree situation. Naruto didn't sense anyone else nearby, so an attack was out of the question. "As you know, as Konoha's Jinchuriki, your status is supposed to be kept secret until someone reveals it to the public," Jiraiya began. Naruto simply nodded. He had been told that before, even by the Sandaime, about potential threats. When the villagers found out, Sensei did everything in his power to stop the information from leaking to other countries. But since there were several outside traders in the village during that time, there might also be hidden spies. There is a high probability that other villages know about you. Naruto grunted in affirmation, and Jiraiya continued, while the other 2 men listened silently, both with serious expressions on their faces. "Because there's a possibility that they know, there's also a chance that some dangerous missing nin know as well. I'm talking about the Akatsuki organization, which consists of 10 S-rank missing nin. Since you mentioned them, I'm probably one of their targets, right? It wasn't hard to figure out, Naruto thought. What those 10 could do with the power they possessed was anyone's guess. Indeed, Jiraiya nodded. They won't start collecting the tailed beasts for some time, perhaps even years before they do. I don't know what they plan to do with them or how they plan to control them. But if you ever encounter anyone wearing a black cloak with red clouds on it during your mission run, that wasn't advice, it was an order. Naruto was silent for a moment before nodding. It was strange to see his godfather this serious, but if he was worried, then he should be worried too. Do you know any of their members? 2 of them. They usually work in pairs. The only ones I know of, however, are Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi. And they are paired together. Naruto's eyes widened. He had heard stories about the hidden mist beast, but until today, he never imagined he would be paired with Konoha's infamous clan killer, Uchiha Itachi. The more he thought about it, the more fear grew within him. If the 2 were paired together, then there was a chance he would become their target. Itachi was a former ANBU, and he knew Konoha's defenses, perhaps even bypassing them. For a short time, he had been one of Naruto's guards while Kosuke was away. The only memories Naruto had of the Kinslayer were of a distant, but kind young man. Do you know any other members? There must be some indication of who could join them, Naruto asked, trying to clear his mind. Unfortunately, I don't, Jiraiya replied with a frown. That was one of the most pressing new issues for him. While Itachi had reported that Kisame was paired with him and their current task was simply to track the Jinchuriki, nothing else. Despite the fact that they were still several years behind their original goal and wouldn't begin hunting them for the time being, it was infuriating, because now he didn't know if Itachi could be fully trusted. For all his talk of loyalty to Konoha, the lack of detailed information was suspicious. It was possible he had cooled off after the massacre and begun to regret his decision to ally with Konoha for the sake of his clan and family. Killing his own clansmen, including children, was no easy task. Jiraiya thought bitterly about the situation. While he didn't particularly like the Uchiha, he respected many of them. That was one reason no one suspected Itachi of being a double agent. Perhaps he was simply too paranoid. But still, the lack of information about the other members, or at least the leader's home village, was frustrating. He needed to contact Itachi again. Immediately. I'll try to find out more about them in the coming months, Jiraiya promised. And he would. This wasn't just to protect Minato's only son, it was for the safety of Konoha and the entire world. There was a familiar sense of dread about who might become the leader of the Akatsuki, but Jiraiya couldn't pinpoint where that feeling came from. By the way, who's going to test me? Naruto asked. This was one of the reasons the old man wanted to organize this picnic. Hearing this, Jiraiya stood up with a smile and gave himself a thumbs up. But before he could say anything, Sarutobi interrupted him. That's me. You old man? You're joking, right? Naruto asked in surprise. Judging by Jiraiya and Kosuke's expressions, they weren't expecting this either. Yeah, what's the problem, sensei? I thought I'd be the one to do it, Jiraiya said. I don't remember saying that. Besides, this is a good opportunity to test this new generation for ourselves. It will be up to Naruto and his comrades to carry on the will of fire someday, Hiruzen said with a smile. All right then, Naruto conceded. Hiruzen nodded and removed his Hokage robes, revealing his battle attire. I thought this was a simple test, not a battle to defend the village, old man. You can never be sure when war will erupt or when the village will be threatened. It is the Hokage's duty to always be prepared, Sarutobi replied. Indeed, Naruto said, temporarily unsealing some shinobi equipment from one of his scrolls. A katana and a pair of fingerless chakra channeling gloves. With them, his blows would be even more effective if he managed to land them. Sarutobi, in turn, summoned his personal summon, the Monkey King, Enma. Summoning? Isn't that too much for a simple test? Naruto asked. You don't want me to summon Gamabunta, do you? Huh, Hiruzen exclaimed. Feel free to do so, though I don't know if the Toad Chief would appreciate it. You took me there. In the distance, Jiraiya and Kosuke stood gazing at the clearing where Naruto and Sarutobi faced each other. He could summon another toad, if not Gamabunta. It seems he's not holding back at all. And from the looks of it, the old man isn't either. Kosuke nodded. Looks like they'll start with a simple weapon spar. It's been a long time since Hiruzen summoned Enma, hasn't it? Indeed. Last time was when Orochimaru fled the village, Jiraiya said, his mood souring at the memory of his blushing teammate, but he quickly dismissed the thought. This wasn't the time to sulk and brood. Not everyone gets the chance to be tested by the god of shinobi these days. How do you think Naruto would fare against Sensei in a weapons battle, Kosuke? It's hard to say, to be honest with you, Jiraiya-kun, Kosuke began seriously. I know Naruto-kun is very skilled in kenjutsu. But it all depends on whether Hiruzen held back or if he ever stopped training with his bow staff. Anyway, we'll see for ourselves now. I can't remember the last time I saw Sensei in battle. This will be great to watch. I just hope he goes easy on the kid in ninjutsu. Ho ho! Kosuke laughed. You're underestimating Naruto-kun there. You don't have much faith in our students, do you, Jiraiya-kun? Oh, I trust him quite a bit, okay? Jiraiya grinned. Still, I shudder when I remember how Sensei used to test my team when I was younger. We will soon find out whether Hiruzen has lost his touch or not. Meanwhile, in a clearing 20 meters apart, Naruto and Sarutobi stared at each other. Hiruzen had already transformed Enma into his adamantine staff form, while Naruto stood ready, his katana in his right hand, his steel positioned above his face. Since this is just a simple test, we'll be going on a different front, right? Not an all-out fight. Naruto thought. The old man didn't get his position through nepotism. He deserved it and had proven to be a great leader and shinobi. His reputation was likely one of the reasons Konoha survived so long after the Nine-Tails attack, and in turn, wasn't attacked by other villages. The Hyuga affair was the only exception due to the Raikage Screed. Indeed. I want to test every area you study. You will soon know why I am called the professor besides the god of shinobi boy, said Hiruzen. Come on, old man, don't hurt yourself, Naruto taunted, grinning. Choosing an old man, huh? Sarutobi replied. Let's show him why our generation shouldn't be underestimated, Enma. If only you were this enthusiastic when you cornered Orochimaru, Enma thought. There's no point in sulking now. I want to see how much Minato's son has grown. Go ahead then. They stood in silence for a moment, motionless, until Sarutobi decided to go first. Parents come first, as they say. He struck Naruto with his staff, causing the young shinobi to take a fully defensive stance. He really didn't hold back. As Sarutobi brought his staff down, he was momentarily concerned he had gone too far. That is, until Naruto's sword appeared above his head, blocking the strike. Naruto held the hilt of his sword in his right hand while his left hand pushed the tip upward, giving him the balance he needed to block the attack. Seeing this, Sarutobi shifted his staff downward, crouched, and aimed for Naruto's legs. Luckily for Naruto, he saw this and jumped, dodging the attack. You're good at blocking attacks, Naruto-kun. But let me see some of your own skills. It's been a long time since I've seen Tobirama-sensei's kenjutsu style, and I know you're skilled at it. Naruto snorted and went on the offensive. Just as he was adept at defending with a sword, so was the old man with his staff. The exchange lasted for about a minute until the Sandaime smiled and launched his own attack. He's good. I dare say, in a few years, he'll be unrivaled. All he needs is experience and height, Hiruzen thought with amusement. In the end, Sarutobi managed to kick the sword out of Naruto's hands, placing the bow staff under his chin. Naruto smiled. I understand now why they call you professor. And I can see why Kosuke and Jiraiya said you were a prodigy unmatched in your generation, Sarutobi praised. Let's combine ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu for the next exam. I want to see you at your best. With pleasure. Naruto grinned. And so they began. First, they practiced taijutsu. Even with his incredible speed, Sarutobi was able to counter Naruto's attacks, though he found it challenging to land a stronger blow. Maybe we should incorporate the seal of resistance into the academy curriculum from now on, don't you think? Naruto suggested. We should, Sarutobi agreed, though he wondered if the kids would stick around after the first week of such rigorous training. Next was ninjutsu. Naruto focused, going through hand seals and calling out, wind style, drilling air bullet. He inhaled deeply, then punched the air, sending a blast toward Hiruzen, who dodged it. 3 additional attacks followed, all of which Hiruzen managed to evade. The final attack struck a small rock hill behind the sandame, causing a minor crack to appear. Hiruzen wasted no time and performed his own hand seals, exhaling, fire style, fire dragon flame bullet. The fire dragon shot toward Naruto, and for a moment, Sarutobi feared he had gone too far until he saw the water barrier surrounding Naruto. Just like Tobirama-sensei, he thought nostalgically. Naruto created a shadow clone after the fire attack while Hiruzen executed another taijutsu move until darkness began to envelop him. Genjutsu, Darkness Bringer technique, Naruto's clone muttered, forming a tiger seal. Naruto launched his own attack while the clone remained still. It was much easier to strike the old man now that he couldn't see anything. Infinite darkness was difficult even for the Uchiha to escape. However, there was a slight weakness to the jutsu. A well-trained enemy could sense incoming attacks, just as the Sandame had done. He managed to land a few small chakra-enhanced strikes on Naruto, but the darkness persisted. So he left a clone to guard the darkness while he attacked, Hiruzen concluded. Smart move. He charged and struck the clone, dispelling it and the surrounding darkness. I assume you already know how to break free from illusions? Naruto asked. You have vast knowledge, son. But that knowledge is nothing without the experience to back it up. You'll learn in time. After that, they sparred for another 15 minutes. Soon, the Sandame placed his kunai under Naruto's neck, smiled and said, I won. Naruto couldn't help but smile back. The spar was incredible, and he admitted defeat. They sat by the fire once more after the fight, and Hiruzen wanted to reassess Naruto's abilities. I must say that I am not only impressed but also proud of you, Naruto-kun, Sarutobi said. Naruto felt a swell of pride. He had received praise countless times, even reluctantly, from some of his peers and academy teachers, but this felt different. It was the kind of pride a grandfather feels for his grandson. Reminded him of when Kosuke praised him for mastering his affinity or when Jiraiya acknowledged his progress in Fuinjutsu. He thought, I'll never get tired of it. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Suddenly formal? There's no need for that, kid. It's not going into your notes or anything, Sarutobi replied. So, what's your final grade, old man? Jiraiya asked as he approached them with Kosuke at his side. He was eager to hear what his sensei would say about his godson's skills. From what he had observed from the hill with Kosuke, Naruto could easily rise to the rank of Tokubetsu Jonin. Granted, he lacked the necessary experience, but still. If Itachi was in the ANBU now and Kakashi was a Jonin, there wouldn't be many obstacles for Naruto to advance. I know what you're all thinking, Sarutobi began. You're truly skilled, Naruto-kun. But you'll need experience if you want to rise quickly through the ranks. Your skill in Kenjutsu is approaching that of a Jonin, and your mastery of wind and water releases is something I haven't seen in a long time. You've been spending a lot of time in your library. And you didn't hold back any punches, Gramps. Your skill in Bojutsu would have left me sore for months if I didn't have the 9 tails to heal me, Naruto added, rubbing his arm and thighs. While the damage wasn't too serious, with the fox's healing, it would be gone in a day. There was no doubt about the old man's skill, as his muscles still ached. Well, thank you, Naruto-kun, Hiruzen replied. And like Minato and Tobirama-sensei, I can see you'll become a formidable shinobi quickly. With the Darkness Bringer technique, I won't have to worry about your skill in that regard. By the way, how many genjutsu do you know? 7 in total, Naruto said. Darkness Bringer is the strongest genjutsu I know. I have 1 more A-ranked and 5 others that are B-ranked. Anything lower than that is challenging for me to use, just like clone jutsu. Genjutsu generally only waste a small amount of chakra, which is why they're favored by the Uchiha and Kurama clans. Sarutobi nodded, his expression serious. With Naruto's chakra, it would be difficult for him to use low-level techniques, as they required too little chakra. While he could see that Naruto had excellent chakra control, it was still impossible. He wondered how Naruto would have developed if the incident at the playground had never happened. The thought brought him immense shame. It would have been his greatest regret to let Naruto grow up alone, without an adult in his life. Despite all the hardships he had faced, Naruto had never strayed down a dark path, becoming a good shinobi and an even better person in the process. I have to thank you too, Kosuke. You really did a great job as Naruto-kun's mentor. The immortal genin, who had been quietly contemplating the conversation, smiled and humbly replied, "Thank you for your praise, Sandaime-sama. But I did nothing more than offer a few pointers here and there. All of his skills come directly from his own hard work and his family's heritage." 3 other men appeared. Kosuke was renowned for his humility. "As you grow older, you remain the same, my old friend," Sarutobi said with a smile. "Sometimes I wish more people were like that." Memories of his extraordinary student flashed before him, but quickly faded. "You shouldn't blame yourself for that, sensei," Jiraiya added. "Of course not. Anyway, let's not stray from the topic." "Indeed. As I mentioned, your mastery of your affinities is nothing short of incredible. Your application of them in battle is impressive. With your skills at this level, I believe you'll rise through the ranks quickly within a year, perhaps. Additionally, in agreement with our ally Sunagakure and a few other smaller villages, the Chunin exams will be held in Konoha about 6 months after your graduation. We don't want to risk exposing your identity in a potentially hostile environment. Now, regarding your teammates." Sarutobi paused to light his pipe. "I'm assigning you to Kakashi. He expressed interest in being your Jonin sensei long ago, and since you'll be a rookie this year, I think it's best to place you under his guidance." Naruto nodded. He was already familiar with Kakashi, his father's former student. Though Kakashi often appeared laid back, he was genuinely interested in teaching Naruto, especially with his Rasengan training, particularly when Kosuke was away on border inspection missions. "Who are my other teammates?" Naruto inquired. Hiruzen hesitated for a moment before responding. "Uchiha Sasuke is one of them." Naruto stared at the Sandaime, as did Jiraiya and Kosuke. "Are you sure that's wise, sensei?" Jiraiya asked. "From what you've told me, he's not particularly friendly, even by Uchiha standards. And with Itachi in the organization hunting Naruto, there's a chance they might cross paths. I have no choice but to place him under Kakashi, Jiraiya. Sasuke-kun has the potential to awaken his Sharingan, and Kakashi is the best suited to teach him. No one else. If he awakens it. Many Uchiha don't," Jiraiya replied. "But I don't think that will change your mind. Right, sensei? It's also for another purpose." Hearing this, the 3 men looked up at him. "Naruto-kun, I mean no offense, but this is also for your temporary safety. While I know you're strong, that's because of your status. As Konoha's Jinchuriki, it's up to Kakashi to help you manage your emotions if you start to lose control of the 9 tails. Do you understand?" Naruto nodded calmly. "That will only last as long as you remain a genin because I have no intention of letting Kakashi supervise you all the time. Besides gaining experience on this mission with your team, you also need to learn how to cope with the real life of a shinobi. I know you've absorbed every book on emotions that Tobirama-sensei wrote, but theory is different from action." Once again, Naruto nodded in understanding. "No problem. Although I've never spoken to a fox, and honestly, I have no intention of doing so. I was thinking of going with him like my mother and Mito-sama did." "Perhaps you could, but then again, the seal Minato designed was there to help you control the fox's power if necessary," Jiraiya added. "The seal on your stomach helps expand your already large chakra reserves, and it will only continue to grow. It might be wise for you to learn to control at least some of its power, especially to help you fight the Akatsuki if they corner you." "I'd rather not. But I understand what you mean, uncle." Naruto admitted. "And who will be my other teammate? It'll be a kunoichi, right?" "That's right," Sarutobi said. "I originally thought about placing Yamanaka Ino with you, but I'm not stopping the traditional Ino Shikacho trio. It has proven effective for centuries, and I hope it will remain so for centuries to come." Shikamaru once told me that he would be placed on the same team as him and Choji. He couldn't help but complain that it would be a hassle to have a Sasuke fangirl nagging him all the time. He snorted at the end. I guess a typical Hiruzen mused. My other choice is the Hyuga heiress, Hinata. She has the second highest practical score after Ino. But there's a slight problem there. He trailed off. You mean the fact that she's so afraid of me? Naruto stated blankly. While the rest of his classmates were used to his presence, even with all the gossip circulating around the village, Hinata was still apprehensive around him. For reasons completely unknown to Naruto, but he could guess. I spoke with her father, Hayashi, and he filled me in on some information regarding her attitude towards you. It seems that young Hinata was a witness to the incident at the playground, and to be honest, it traumatized her regarding your presence. Is Hayashi blaming me for her shy behavior? Naruto asked, annoyance creeping into his voice. It would be very troublesome if he made a mistake with the other clans, especially the clan heads. No, it's a completely different matter within the Hyuga clan itself, Hiruzen replied. I've decided to go with Haruno Sakura, the third strongest kunoichi in your class. Strongest is a generous word, old man, Naruto said. Sakura is a smart girl, and her theoretical results are always at the top alongside mine and Sasuke's, yes. But she's a bit lacking in physical strength. Indeed. Your homeroom teacher, Sadora-chan, told me about a strange phenomenon among the young kunoichi after this war. Many of them get starstruck by the most popular boy in their class, usually one who comes from a large family of clan background. Oddly enough, your class has a rather high score from the boys, much better than other classes and years. Sarutobi rubbed his chin as he said the last part. It's because of Sadora-sensei, Naruto answered, now with a hint of laughter in his voice. Every one of my classmates, including Shikamaru, loves getting a pat on the head and a friendly smile from him whenever they do something right. Hearing this, Jiraiya raised his eyebrows and whistled. Oh, are you suggesting we should put a female kunoichi in charge of every future class from now on? I never thought you were a pervert, Naruto. I'm not like you, pervy sage, Naruto pleaded desperately. But like you said, maybe we should. I can even see Sasuke sometimes loosening up when he gets praise from Sadora-sensei. See, what did I tell you, old man? We definitely have to go with that loser. Jiraiya would have continued rambling about his dreams if Sarutobi hadn't smacked him on the back of the head. We can talk about this another time, Jiraiya. This is more important, Hiruzen scolded as Jiraiya pouted. As I said, the quality of the new kunoichi has declined drastically in the years following the Third Shinobi World War, Sarutobi said. Therefore, I had little choice in giving you this placement, and I had to find a way to balance the rest of the team. While you and Sasuke-kun are outstanding in both the physical and theoretical departments, Sakura-chan is only theoretical. This should balance the team and prevent the wider shinobi community from becoming dissatisfied with this decision. I understand, old man, Naruto confirmed. But is there something more to this? I didn't think you would just tell me this so I could know about my team before anyone else. There is indeed more to it than this, Naruto-kun, Hiruzen nodded. I personally selected this team as part of Kakashi's assignment, as well as your first long-term mission. I'm listening. Uchiha Sasuke is a flight risk, Sarutobi stated bluntly. He doesn't have close ties with anyone in the village, and I'm afraid he'll try to leave at the first chance he gets if he doesn't get enough training and feels we're somehow holding him back from his quest to confront Itachi. There's a high probability he'll leave the village. And I hope I don't need to tell you how much damage it would do to Konoha's prestige if that happened. It worsened over time when many of your clan members died in the war, culminating in Minato's death during the Kyuubi attack. But even so, we survived by some sort of miracle. He finished gravely. Naruto was silent for a moment, contemplating what the old man had told him. Although he wasn't Sasuke's friend, or even a close acquaintance, he respected him for what he'd been through. Despite their family history, Naruto wouldn't blame Sasuke for the blood he carried in his veins and hoped Sasuke would do the same. They were alike in more ways than not. And if the legends were true, they shared a common ancestor. I accept this mission, Sasuke-sama, Naruto said formally. Sarutobi smiled, as did the other two men. but I'm not sure how exactly I can help here. You don't expect me to train him, do you? No, of course not. Your assignment will serve as a temporary goal for Sasuke to overcome in his mind. I chose not to give him a private tutor because I wanted him to have space to grieve for his family and hopefully create new bonds with the village. Training him too early might make him feel more isolated, as he wouldn't have anything in the village to hold him back. Sasuke needs to realize that he can be a loyal shinobi of Konoha and strong at the same time. That's where the key lies. In Sasuke's eyes, and in the eyes of many, you are just a simple orphan overlooking your other qualities. Do you understand what I want you to do, Naruto? You want me to be an inspiration for Sasuke to remain loyal to the village. By showing him that I'm an orphan without a clan stronger than his, he can see that the village won't hold him back. However, I believe it's ultimately up to him to decide his loyalty. If he chooses to leave, it's no one's fault but his own. I understand that, Naruto. For that reason, this won't be recorded as an official mission, Sarutobi said with a hint of cheerfulness. Naruto nodded in appreciation. However, because of that, you won't be getting paid either. That seems fair, doesn't it? I guess, Naruto muttered, accepting the situation. I just hope. Sakura takes her training seriously. From what I've seen, I might need to step in to motivate her. That was likely true. How he would do it was a question for another time. Kosuke, however, had an immediate answer. Try not to develop a bad reputation while you're at it, Sarutobi laughed, continuing to eat the remaining meat. As they ate, Kosuke decided to offer his own piece of advice. Don't be too proud, greedy, or angry when you tackle this mission after you graduate, Naruto, his surrogate uncle said seriously. You may face challenges in getting your teammates to follow your lead. But remember, patience is one of the greatest virtues of a shinobi. Being overly proud of your abilities and dismissing your comrades will only lead to your downfall. Never forget that. Kosuke felt a tinge of sadness at the atmosphere surrounding them. His words rang true, as Kosuke had learned that lesson the hard way. His excessive pride and confidence in being promoted to Chunin, combined with the youthful greed of wanting to prove himself equal to clan-born shinobi, ultimately led to the loss of his comrades. It resulted in anger at himself, as his arrogance and greed nearly cost him everything. I'm not saying you shouldn't be proud of yourself and your accomplishments. But don't let it consume you, Kosuke concluded. Tobirama was known for his arrogance, yet it propelled him to become a greater shinobi. Pride and greed are a worse combination for a ninja than a sea of emotions. I understand, uncle. I will follow your advice. Konohagakure no Sato, Academy, April 1st, 9 o'clock. Naruto sat in his usual seat in the classroom as it filled with aspiring future genin. Uncle Jiraiya had left the village last week, promising to commission a new suit for him in the Land of Iron. Naruto hoped it would be ready for the next Chunin exams, which were scheduled to be held in Konoha 6 to 7 months after his graduation. For now, he wore a simple gray shirt with bandages on the sleeves and black fingerless gloves that could channel chakra and enhance his strikes. Over that, he donned a black haori with a white strap around his waist. The rest of his outfit consisted of standard flexible dark blue shinobi pants with bandages wrapped around his ankles and traditional shinobi sandals. On his forehead, he wore a Konoha forehead protector with a long black cloth tied around his head, contrasting sharply with his sun-kissed blonde hair. Sadaru-sensei had told him he looked handsome in it. Naruto would miss Sadaru-sensei dearly. He had never looked at him with disdain, even though he was a bit tense around him after everyone found out he had killed the 3 boys who bullied him. The old man probably explained everything to him, as he was assigned to his class and had never had any problems with him. While waiting for team assignments, the class began to fill with other aspiring genin. His future teammate, Sakura, engaged in a lively debate with Ino about the question, who does Sasuke-kun like more? She would be useful. Not long after, Sadaru-sensei arrived and delivered his speech about how they were no longer just academy students, but full-fledged Konoha ninja who needed to take their duties to their comrades and village seriously. Alright then, let's get started with the team placements, Sensei announced as he began listing the new teams and their instructors, but Naruto already knew that. 2 hours later, they waited for their Jonin instructor to arrive. The other new genin had already left with their senseis, leaving only Team 7 in the classroom. "Where is our sensei?" Sakura complained. "He tends to be a few hours late for most of his appointments," Naruto replied in a somewhat distant tone. "What kind of ninja is he if he's so reckless?" "Surprisingly, one of the best the village has to offer," he told her frankly. Sakura looked skeptical, and Sasuke even more so, though neither of them said anything. Knowing why Kakashi was late, Naruto felt compelled to share a bit of information. "I knew him before, and he's a truly great shinobi, so you don't have to worry about him being incapable or anything. He has his own way of coping with the life he's led and the losses he's faced." He finished with a somber expression. His parents were among those Kakashi had lost. Kakashi knew them better than Naruto and perhaps felt their loss more deeply. Even though they were his parents, Naruto never knew them, but Kakashi did. "That still doesn't excuse him for making us wait all this time," the Uchiha said, his voice tinged with annoyance as he turned his attention back to a point on the wall, his hands folded in front of him. Naruto shrugged. There was no point in arguing. Hopefully, Kakashi would change his ways. Hopefully. The man had shown interest in teaching Naruto during the few times he shadowed him. At most, he would do the same with Sasuke and Sakura. While waiting, the three genin engaged in their favorite pastimes. Sasuke pondered, Sakura gushed, and Naruto meditated. His chakra control constantly needed improvement, and meditation was a great way to help him with that. The three of them sat in silence until Sasuke unexpectedly broke it with a question directed at Naruto. "How are you so strong?" he asked, not looking at him but staring at a spot on the wall as he had been for the past hour. Sakura, pulled from her daydreams about Sasuke, glanced at Naruto with uncertainty, thinking the question might be aimed at her. Naruto opened his eyes but remained quiet. "Many reasons," was his vague response. He wasn't sure how to elaborate. "Many reasons?" Sasuke repeated, his curiosity piqued. "Yes." Naruto's blunt answer prompted Sasuke to turn around, his expression a mix of frustration and determination. "You're clearly better than me or anyone in this class, even the entire academy. Yet, you come from a civilian background. I'm curious. You know the shadow clone technique, yet you struggle with a simple clone like the rest of us. How is that possible?" He hated to admit it, but he had realized for a long time that Naruto was far ahead of him. He needed to understand why. Naruto briefly considered how to respond. He didn't want to make excuses, but for now, he had to keep his true identity a secret. Being on the same team as the last Uchiha was both ironic and risky. The last loyal Senju and the last loyal Uchiha. It was ironic. Their clans had spent most of the Warring States era in conflict, creating this village to end the cycle of violence and protect their families. But now only two remained on the same team, a potential recipe for disaster. Depending on how the Hokage's mission unfolded, Naruto and Sasuke could usher in a new era of peace for their clans or lead them down a path of destruction. While not as prejudiced as his ancestor, Tobirama Senju, Naruto still felt some wariness toward the Uchiha, influenced by the so-called curse of hatred. Flashback. 10-year-old Naruto sat in his clan's secret chamber, reading about the Uchiha clan and their Sharingan. Although his great-grandfather had disdained the Uchiha due to their feud, Naruto could respect their power. His ancestors, however, had despised the Sharingan and its origins. The way it awakened and manifested was contrary to everything the Senju stood for. He read a passage that described the Uchiha, a clan haunted by darkness. No clan feels love more deeply than the Uchiha, yet they feel the need to suppress it. Once an Uchiha understands love, all previous senses fade. Uchiha love is intense but unbalanced. The greater the love, the more likely it is to spiral out of control. When someone close to them dies, they grieve deeply, and this pain can trigger the awakening of the Sharingan, an eye that reflects the heart. In flashback, the old man had said that Sasuke never showed signs of having awakened his Sharingan. He may not have, but it seemed he should have. "There are things you don't know about me, Sasuke. And for now, it will stay that way. That's all I'm going to tell you," Naruto finally replied. Sasuke fell silent but eventually accepted the answer, returning to his gaze while Naruto settled into meditation, closing his eyes. The atmosphere remained tense. Sakura, curious, decided to ask Naruto a question that had been bothering her. Naruto? Can I ask you something personal? Seeing Naruto raise an eyebrow, Sakura continued, is it true you killed those 3 academy students, and why did you do it? The question rushed out as if she needed to get it off her chest. Yes, was all Naruto replied. Sakura blinked, while Sasuke snorted, uncharacteristically amused. What a way to tie things together. Naruto thought. Do you guys know anything about the genin test? My parents told me it's right after we graduate, Sakura asked again. That's right. The key to this exam is to see if we have teamwork and if we're qualified to become full-fledged shinobi in Konoha, Naruto explained, trying to lighten the mood. So it's just teamwork? That sounds too easy. There has to be more to it. That's all. Any test will likely try to create a rift between us to see if we truly possess the will of fire. If we prove it, we pass, Naruto replied, smiling as he sensed their sensei approaching. Soon after, Kakashi walked through the door, flashing one of his goofy smiles. Sorry I'm late. Got lost on the road of life. Naruto grinned, Sasuke glared, and Sakura looked ready to burst. Meet me on the roof in 5 minutes. Don't be late. And now it begins. Chapter End. Kanagakur no Sato, Hokage Tower, Jonin Assembly Hall, April 1st, 8 a.m. The Sandaime Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had just finished announcing the new genin team assignments. Sitting on his throne with the symbol of the will of fire standing tall behind him, he looked at the 36 jonin who would be leading the same number of teams this year. 108 academy students had passed their exams, with only 12 failing this time. Those students would either drop out or take another year at the academy for additional training. Among these 36 teams, some might return to the academy for another year. Such cases were always possible. However, he needed to ensure his jonin understood their responsibilities regarding the new generation. Some would be taking on a team for the first time, while others needed reminders about their duties. What you will read in the envelope in front of you must be done, regardless of your own approach to the matter. His jonin, sitting on the floor in front of him, nodded in understanding, took the envelope, and began to read its contents. As some of them continued to read, Sarutobi decided to give another piece of advice. As you all know, after the Uchiha clan massacre, along with the higher-ranking shinobi and the clan council, have decided to implement several changes to the academy curriculum and the standard training of the shinobi forces that every active ninja of Konoha must adhere to. He continued to recount the story to them, not for the first time. They listened attentively, obeying his orders. Both his chunin and jonin had increased their students' training over the past 3 years since this rule was established, resulting in improved performance among the new genin. The title of chunin was more than just a simple promotion from being a non-genin ninja wearing a fancy uniform. By now, academy students should at least know the advanced chakra control exercises of tree walking and water walking. This would save time during their genin training, among other things, Sarutobi thought. He hated that the Uchiha clan massacre played a role in his warning. But since they had lost most of their forces, and given Jiraiya's report that Orochimaru might be establishing his own village, it was a necessity. Kanagakur had always prided itself on favoring quality over quantity, unlike Iwagakure and Kumo, which favored a mix of both, resulting in a hybrid composition of the armed forces, depending on the time and the Raikage himself. They had been facing the defection of a small number of ninja who had left the village to pursue their own ambitions for years. Hiruzen was determined to reduce that number as much as he could before his successor could one day take the mantle of 5th Hokage. He had someone in mind, but for the sake of his presumptive heir and the village, Hiruzen would warm this seat for a few more years if the heavens were kind to him. Ignoring Orochimaru, cases like Mizuki and Rokusho Aoi threatened the development of future generations. He used veteran shinobi and those who had decided to retire earlier to form a special ANBU unit to crack down on potential spies and traitors. It was a risky move, as one could never be sure where a traitor would hide. He grew increasingly cautious as time went on. But he needed to take action. Too many incidents had occurred over the past 13 years for him to relax. Even so, the rosters for the academy staff had to be constantly monitored. Mizuki and Awei were instructors at the academy. The genin now had to complete at least the minimum required training regimen he had designed during each training day. The start date of their first mission was also set. It was tradition for the Hokage to wish the new youth good luck, and it would lighten his schedule at the office a little. Genin, for higher-ranked missions, had to complete various lower-ranked missions first before they could even enter the Chunin selection exam by their respective sensei or be promoted in the field if they were ready for it. In any case, they needed to gain experience understanding how border patrols worked. Something he had to arrange with the kunoichi of Nadeshiko from the land of tea. It wouldn't be good for Konoha to have any of their traditional international incidents or disputes on the table. The war had already begun. So the kunoichi of Nadeshiko would know that Konoha meant no military exercises on their borders. And in turn, they wouldn't try to seize some of their young genin or their sensei. He couldn't forbid them from interacting during the meeting, on the other hand. As Sarutobi pondered this in his mind, a desire to be young again filled him for a moment. He mentally shook his head to forget it. Genin also needed to know how to conduct escort missions, dispatch, interrogation, tracking, and so on. All of these things they must learn. Field experience would help them advance further and stay alive. Quality over quantity. Turning his attention back to his jonin, he addressed them once more. Remember that I will have someone report to me on your students' progress, so it's in your best interest that you don't slack off on their training and further education. Or even your own, for that matter, he warned them. We have faced many heavy blows over the past decade and more. I do not want the village and its future to suffer because of them or because of our own laziness. It is up to us to leave a better world for the younger generation, and it is up to them to look to us as their role models. When you take them under your wing, you are ensuring not only that the name of our village is further elevated, but also that of your own families and yourselves. The jonin nodded, with one of them raising his hand, wanting to ask the Hokage something. Iroha-kun, said Sarutobi, giving the jonin a chance to speak. Hokage-sama. The Hyuga jonin bowed slightly, proceeding to ask his question. Is there a specific reason why there is such an imbalance in the team placements this year? I am referring to Team 7, under Jonin-sensei, Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi, for his part, turned his attention away from his orange book and looked at his Hokage, while the other jonin in the room began whispering to each other, all wondering the same thing. That is classified information, though I'm sure many of you understand the reason for such an action, Hiruzen replied. However, you should know that I am the one who decided Team 7's membership for this year. And that will not be changed, the Hokage stated. Shiranui Genma raised his hand this time, expressing his own curiosity after receiving permission from the Hokage to speak. Considering the new arrangements for genin training, Hokage-sama, will the teamwork test remain the same, or should we increase the difficulty? The Sandaime shook his head negatively. The tests, as you see fit, would be better if they remained the same. We may have lost some good potential in the past because we tried to focus on teamwork in our prospective genin without introducing them to the importance of the concept itself while they were in the academy. To that end, we have placed a greater emphasis on that subject before they graduate. In the past, they wanted to selectively graduate their students. Only those who understood the meaning of their exams would pass. Now, on the other hand, by instilling in young minds both the necessity and the positive side of teamwork, they would graduate with better performance than they did 3 years ago or before. Previously, those who passed the Jonin-sensei exam a second time were often seen as potential missing nin. Bitterness, anger, and shame played significant roles in affecting their mental states. By instilling the importance of teamwork from the beginning, new shinobi would soon grasp the true meaning of the exams. Most of them would. Working together would help them graduate, and when they did, they would always remember that teamwork was the key to their success. There was little chance of them going rogue. With this new approach, they would cultivate better shinobi in training and maintain a steady rotation of shinobi. If that's all, I'm sure you'll meet your future students soon. I wish you the best. May the will of fire illuminate your path and your future, the Sandaime concluded with a smile, prompting a chorus of "Yes, Hokage-sama" in response. With Kakashi, Itachi Kakashi made his way to Konoha's Shinobi Academy. After briefing the Sandaime and spending 2 hours at the memorial stone to honor his deceased teammate, he decided it was time to go. As he walked at a leisurely pace, he didn't even pick up his book to read. He pondered how he would coach his team. He had no doubt they would pass, especially with Naruto on the team. However, his team also included a few who were driven by personal vendettas. The Hokage's orders were clear: he would be Sasuke's guardian and ensure that the last remaining Uchiha remained loyal to the village. The Sandaime had informed him that Naruto was aware of his mission and would provide support. If he were honest, Kakashi felt uncertain about how to approach Sasuke. With Naruto, his focus was on preparing him mentally for more advanced missions once he was promoted. This would be swift. Minato-sensei's son was a prodigy, much like himself and Itachi. Kakashi found himself comparing Minato's son to one of Konoha's most infamous traitors, which puzzled him. He had known Naruto for some time, and regardless of his past, Naruto would remain loyal to the village. It was his only home, and he had few ties elsewhere. The chances of him going rogue were slim, especially without any connections. Still, Kakashi needed to be cautious about Naruto's mental state. Kosuke was doing a commendable job, and with Jiraiya's presence, initial suspicions had dissipated. This was a stark contrast to his other teammates. Sasuke was the challenge. It was no secret that the Uchiha clan preferred to keep to themselves. There were exceptions, but they were few and far between. The curse of hatred was something Minato-sensei had mentioned, referring to his teammate Obito as an exception to this curse and embodying the clan's general behavior. In Kakashi's view, Obito was a shining example of the will of fire. His tragic death had left a lasting impact on Kakashi. Kakashi sighed as he stood in front of the classroom door where his future team was gathered. Hearing Sakura question her teammates about the genin exam brought a smile to his face. "I'll do this the right way. Obito Rin, Minato-sensei," he thought. Deciding they had waited long enough, he opened the door and walked in, presenting himself with his trademark goofy smile and his usual line. "Sorry I'm late. Got lost on the road of life." He noticed Sasuke glaring at him sharply. At least he could control himself, Kakashi thought. He could see Sakura on the verge of frustration. She would be a valuable asset. And Naruto just grinned, clearly aware of his coping mechanisms. Kakashi realized it might be time for Naruto to find a new one. Perhaps it was also time for him to let go of his past and his resentment. He should honor Obito's legacy rather than be consumed by memories. "Meet me on the roof in 5 minutes. Don't be late," he instructed as he vanished in a swirl of leaves. "I'm going to do this the right way from now on. They are the future." In the Iron State capital, with Jiraiya. "DMN. I always forget how cold this land is," thought Jiraiya the Sannin as he walked through the snowy streets of the capital of the samurai homeland. His footprints were quickly covered by the falling snow as he ventured deeper into the city. Being in the mountains of the Land of Iron was as expected, though Jiraiya wasn't particularly fond of it. Still, Naruto had been insistent about getting new armor for the Chunin exams, despite his talk of setting aside emotions. Naruto had asked him to commission a set of armor for his matches and future missions, and from the Land of Iron, of all places. It was probably a mistake to mention the quality of the metal from this country, Jiraiya thought. Bah! Even if I hadn't, the kid would have found out somehow. The name of the country aside, fire wasn't very common in the Land of Iron, except for the proximity of their ninja. Only during disasters did it seem to appear. He wouldn't assume that the iron in the Land of Iron was the best, would he? As he walked through the bustling streets, Jiraiya noticed that many people appeared on edge as they hurried about. It was Friday, and the streets were alive with activity as people scrambled around food stalls for items that were usually scarce. However, there were noticeably more samurai and civilians than he remembered from his previous visits. The capital hadn't been nearly as crowded in the past. A security breach? Most likely. Perhaps his old acquaintance would know something. The samurai hadn't been at war with a neighboring country for a long time. They must be experiencing a population surge, he thought with a wry smile. Soon enough, he arrived at his destination. the continent's finest weaponsmith, Sadamyon. Jiraiya entered the shop, which was quite festive. He had always been the type to flaunt his fame and skills. The large building was constructed in traditional architecture, like every other building in the country, with wooden dolls dressed in different armor standing outside, indicating it was an armory, in case the sign above the door was missed by any casual passerby. The bell rang as he entered, but no one came from the back of the shop. Perhaps the owner was taking a break? Jiraiya continued to browse the shop. Various types of war equipment adorned the room, including armor and regular weaponry. "Took you long enough to get out," Jiraiya said with a grin as he turned to face an older man in his late 50s, of medium height, with a bald head, a long black beard sprinkled with gray, and a pair of glasses perched on his nose. "It seems no one dares to steal from here, not even ninja. Even your kind has a sense of honor when it comes to business," the old man replied gruffly, but his face quickly broke into a smile. "Nice to meet you, Jiraiya. How long has it been? 15 years? More. 13. Right after the Third World War, Jiraiya corrected, still smiling. "Nice to see you again, old friend." He approached Sadamyon, and they shook hands. "Nice to meet you too, Jiraiya. But tell me you didn't assign something for your ninja war. I don't want any trouble with Mifundano. Despite his calm demeanor, he'll be furious if I were to start dealing with you during your fight." "It's nothing, Sadamyon," Jiraiya said. "I'd like to order a set of armor for a boy between 13 and 17. It should last him a few years before he decides to buy a new one." He reached into his pocket, pulled out a piece of paper, and handed it to the blacksmith. The paper contained the specifications for the armor set, along with the Senju clan crest that Naruto wanted to wear. Jiraiya hoped Sadamyon wouldn't recognize it. Taking the paper, the blacksmith nodded, but then his eyes widened. "You have some explaining to do, Jiraiya," Sadamyon said, furrowing his brows as he pointed to the symbol on the paper. The toad sage looked on. "I can't say much for now. You'll hear the news in a few months." Seeing the old blacksmith's skeptical expression, Jiraiya sighed. "Fine. How much?" "About 600,000 Ryo," Sadamyon replied. 600,000? Jiraiya exclaimed. "What the hell? Since when did you get something this expensive? And just to keep a secret?" "Since I'm dealing with shinobi. Don't worry, I won't say a word about your Senju boy to anyone. But do you know about the bureaucracy I had to deal with to get this set for you? I had to buy all the materials first." Sadamyon replied. "I guess your Senju boy wanted it to be chakra resistant, right? It would be nice if you could arrange it," Jiraiya said with a smile that quickly turned serious. "It wouldn't cost much, would it?" "Don't worry, Jiraiya. It won't. The price is only for the armor and the materials I have to buy first," said the blacksmith. "But it will take me longer to prepare it than usual, with the crisis we're currently experiencing." He grumbled at the end. Something seemed off. "I was just about to ask you about that. What's the problem? I don't remember samurai being this agitated," Jiraiya pointed out, crossing his arms. "You guys aren't going around waging war in neighboring countries. Did someone attack you?" There were more people than usual, suggesting something was amiss. Perhaps refugees from areas affected. "By fighting?" "Hardly," Sadamyon muttered as he moved behind his counter. "From what I hear, there are a number of young children missing from the villages on the border with the land of rice. Mifundano has sent letters to the rice daimyo, but all he got was rejection. Such accusations are made worse by the fact that the land of rice now has a hidden village, Otogekure no Sato." He sneered at the mention of the name. So they were refugees. A new war. It seemed the land could never find peace. Jiraiya knew that while Sadamyon respected him and valued his intelligence, he had a disdain for shinobi and what they represented during the Third Shinobi World War. Despite not being a samurai, he had earned their respect. The two professions were so different that it was a wonder the blacksmith had become friends with him. Jiraiya suspected that saving others from a group of rogue ninja had not fostered a better friendship. "A number of children are missing," Jiraiya muttered as he considered his options. Only one name came to mind. "You know something about that?" Sadamyon raised an eyebrow as he typed out the bill for the armor. "Perhaps, Jiraiya paused, closing his eyes. Before he fled Konoha, my old teammate Orochimaru was found experimenting on young children, responsible for their kidnappings. If there's anyone who's a prime suspect, it's him. I should have known it was one of you. Sadamune snorted bitterly. Anyway, here's your bill. Give it to the kid who wants the armor. 600,000 ryo. Naruto would have to dip into his inheritance for this. Not that it would hurt his finances. I have your word that you won't mention anything about this armor to anyone? He needed to be sure. Naruto's heritage would be revealed in a few months, but it was better to keep the boy safe until he gained more experience. As safe as a shinobi's life could be. I'm not a woman, Jiraiya, nor do I have the advantage of being in their company as much as you do. But tell me, who is that boy? The son of your old student? Sadamune interrupted. Not telling. Jiraiya snorted as he started walking out of the shop. Jiraiya! Sadamune called out before he left. Please go and see Mifundano about this. It would mean a lot to us. He nodded. If Orochimaru really was behind all this, then it would be wise to ally with the samurai to stop him. By the way, how long will it take you to finish that armor? A new schedule was needed to organize his travel plans. Many things needed to be checked, money to be collected, and messages to be delivered. Come back in about a month. It should be ready by then. A month to finish all this. I should go to the nearest onsen before I leave, Jiraiya thought mischievously. Some pleasure for his soul wouldn't hurt anyone. And it would be nice to get some warmth from all this cold. Well then, see you later, old friend. Konohagakure no Sato, April 9th. A week had passed since they became genin, and today would be their first day on their first mission. Ever since they passed the exam, Kakashi-sensei had them follow a new training regimen required for genin. 200 laps around the training field, 100 push-ups, the same number of sit-ups, and back stretches. And that was just for the warm-up. It wasn't a problem for Naruto to do it, nor was it for Sasuke. Sakura, however, tired quickly. She had to take it one step at a time to reach the required 100 without becoming too fatigued. Today was also the day they would embark on their first mission. During the first week, they had mostly engaged in team-building exercises, with the occasional match between team members. But now, Kakashi-sensei deemed them ready. While slightly dissatisfied with the lack of more practical training, Naruto understood the necessity of the lessons their sensei had provided. The three genin had different worldviews and values. Although they had passed the Bell test, it was only because Naruto understood its true meaning. Journals are certainly one way to gather necessary information that will help you later on, and bits of information can sometimes be lifesavers on the battlefield. Sakura still had her fangirl moments, but she had the potential to break free from that persona. Their mission would undoubtedly serve as a good wake-up call for her to take things more seriously. Nevertheless, she already did, if only for Sasuke to notice her. As Naruto had told her, she needed to eat more to catch the Uchiha's attention. A bit of manipulation, perhaps. He had ignored her when she was skinny, but if she gained weight he might start giving her his true attention. Though it would take a little coaxing on Sasuke's part, for now, she would have to focus on her training and ignore any distractions. What do you think our first mission will be? Sakura asked her teammates as they walked toward the academy to receive their assignment. Something inside the village, most likely. Naruto replied. Sensei? Sakura directed her question at Kakashi. Naruto is right. Most of your initial missions will be within the village, he informed them. Only later, when I deem you experienced enough for higher-ranking missions, will I speak to Hokage-sama and ask for permission. Kakashi thought with a hint of pride that this would likely happen soon. Despite their differences, the three of them had displayed great teamwork during their training, even if it was just to complete the task early. Sasuke was somewhat distant from his teammates, but Sakura and Naruto at least had a good rapport. He noticed that during the first 3 days of their team, Sakura had been a bit tense around Naruto, but fortunately, she quickly broke out of that shell as she got to know him better. Team 7 reports for our first mission, Hokage-sama, Kakashi said as he and his team entered the mission assignment room, bowing slightly to the Sandaime Hokage, who sat behind a desk covered in various papers. Ah, good you came. We have a lot of D-rank missions for today. Several teams have already arrived and taken them, Sarutobi said, glancing at the newspaper listing missions for beginners. Here you go. We have 1. Finding a lost cat. 2. Cleaning the garden. 3. Babysitting 3 children of a merchant from the capital who is visiting the village. We'll be taking on the Find the Lost Cat mission, Thazama. Kakashi interrupted, noticing his genin growing a bit impatient. Sasuke and Naruto were certainly eager, while Sakura looked confused. Here's a picture of the cat. Sarutobi handed the photo to Kakashi. And here's a list of its current locations. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Team 7, let's go. Finding a lost cat? Sasuke scoffed as soon as they exited the building. Exactly, Sasuke, Kakashi replied dryly. Think of this as training to keep track of the missions you might encounter in your career. HN. He turned his head away, clearly displeased. Isn't Team 8 better suited for this type of mission? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow. They're officially a tracking team after all. Maybe, but I want you to gain experience in a different field before we start higher-ranking missions, Kakashi said nonchalantly. At Naruto's continued skepticism, he simply shrugged and took out his orange book, beginning to read. Here's a picture of the cat you have to find, and here are the parameters of where it might be. He handed them the photo and map as he continued reading. Good luck. What are you going to do while we search? Sakura asked. I'll be keeping an eye on you and the results of your team-building training, Kakashi said, turning another page of his book without lifting his head. We should check the nearest location first, Sakura suggested, giving her sensei a dissatisfied look. This is the old Senju compound, Sasuke said, accepting the current situation as it was. Minute. How could I forget that? Naruto didn't want Sakura and Sasuke to go there now. Curiosity could lead to trouble. Wait, I'll try to sense it and pinpoint its location, he suggested instead. How can you sense it if you don't even know the signature? Sakura asked, her skepticism evident. That was a valid point, but she still entertained his theory. What I need is to sense a male animal, in this case, a cat, away from humans within the village. We can start the search that way. When the cat escaped, it should be away from the crowd or at least somewhere it won't be disturbed or easily found. How far can you reach? Sasuke asked this time. I can go 5 kilometers for now. The range would expand as I grew. It was already strong, allowing Naruto to detect various chakra signatures in the village. One signature felt familiar, similar to his own. It belonged to one of the ANBU who acted as his bodyguard while Kosuke was away. He hadn't mentioned it to anyone or asked the person in question anything. He figured the old man must know something about it but was keeping it a secret for now. Sasuke stared at him for a moment before nodding. Then where should we start? Naruto placed his finger on the ground and focused on his senses. After a minute or so, he smiled and replied, the forest near the Nara clan compound. A perfect place to hide and avoid intruders. Half an hour later. I can't believe he's actually there, Sakura said as they walked toward the academy once again. Finding the sensor-enabled cat on their team wasn't difficult, but catching him was much harder. Still, they managed to catch him. That cat really likes you, Sasuke-kun, Sakura said, watching the animal sleep peacefully in the Uchiha's arms. HN. Are we doing another mission today, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked again. Kakashi thought about it for a moment. Maybe someone else needed teamwork? Sure, why not? They could work together on a mission while he watched over them and read his book in the process. Are you done? Sandaime Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, asked, lifting his head from the document he had been reading. The power of teamwork, Hokage-sama, Naruto said formally, though a small glint of laughter sparkled in his blue eyes. I see. Sarutobi nodded. Bring Rue-san in. One of the Hokage's assistants stood up and went to another room, calling customers for upcoming missions. A short woman with dark blue hair and an emotionless gaze entered, pulling the cat from Sasuke's arms, who scowled at the disrespect. Why did you run away from me, Nat-chan? The woman asked, hugging her cat tightly before exiting the building after successfully paying for the completed mission. What's wrong with him? Naruto asked as Kakashi left to request another mission. I know her from my neighborhood. I heard she's had that cat since her husband left her after finding out about her affair with a merchant from the Land of Light, Sakura whispered to him. He dodged the kunai with that one, even if the wound would scar him forever. He didn't comment, just nodded curtly. You want another mission for your team, Kakashi? They heard the Hokage ask their sensei. Yes, Hokage-sama. Let's see. You have. Sandaime began to list the available jobs. A week later. What do you think Sensei wants us to do today? Sakura asked her teammates as they waited for Kakashi to show up. More teamwork, perhaps, Sasuke suggested. The content she liked acknowledged Sakura's continued streaming. Do you think she'll start teaching us any techniques soon? Maybe, came the reply from Naruto, who was leaning against a nearby tree. He had actually spoken to the old man about this phenomenon. Apparently, there's a new training regimen for all of Konoha's standard troops. Team building is crucial right now. Jutsu will come later. Where do you two want to specialize? Naruto sat up from the tree he was leaning against, brushing off the crumbs that had escaped his clothes. I want to be an all-around shinobi, if that makes sense. Or at least where I can be. Everything except medical ninjutsu. Just like Naruto, Sasuke muttered. How about you, Sakura? I don't know, she said. Sadora-sensei said I have good chakra control, so I can use genjutsu or medical ninjutsu. I'll probably choose one of the two. There's no harm in trying both, Naruto suggested. While medical ninjutsu is useful, it might leave you lacking in combat. You could really use it and supplement it with genjutsu and taijutsu. Maybe even some bukijutsu. Sakura seemed to think about it. I'll go check with Kakashi-sensei and hear what he has to say. She nodded to herself. What do you think, Sasuke-kun? I agree with Naruto. That was the Uchiha's only answer. Seeing that Kakashi was still absent, more than usual, Naruto took out the Advanced Fuinjutsu manual from its sheath and began reading it. Fuinjutsu? Sakura asked. I didn't know you were interested in that. I'm still a beginner. But I want to become more advanced someday. If I want to learn the Flying Thunder God technique, he thought silently. So how good are you with that? Naruto had never really considered this. While Jiraiya praised him as a master of the art, he said he was still far from a master. It wasn't particularly upsetting, he hadn't bothered to learn it before. But since he was a genin now, there wasn't much else for him to focus on. He'd mastered both of his affinities completely. All that was needed was to expand his already extensive repertoire of jutsu. It's hard to say. I know how to make basic explosive tags and more advanced sealing scrolls, in addition to elemental traps and a few others that are useful in battle. I'd say I'm a little better than the average shinobi. But since I haven't focused much on Fuinjutsu until now, it's hard to say. Sakura nodded, and Kakashi arrived shortly after. Sorry I'm late, but I already met with Hokage-sama. He interrupted Sakura as she was about to complain. Naruto raised an eyebrow in curiosity, and Kakashi called out to him next. He also told me he needed to talk to you later about some deliveries, Naruto. Naruto nodded. Jiraiya must have returned with his armor or at least asked for money to save for this investment. Back then, aside from that meeting, I visited one of the shinobi supply shops and got a few things that should help you in your future training, Kakashi said, getting the full attention of his students, especially Sasuke, who had ignored him for the entire first part. Their camp was located in a small cave on the banks of a local river. It was a good place to fish for food if necessary. Indeed, Kakashi had instructed them to bring essential supplies, including prepared food. They were also given the necessary equipment and traps to set along the border of Shoryuji's base. For the first day, with Kakashi's explanation, they learned how to properly set traps and where to place them, according to the instructions given by Captain Hayama. Naruto refrained from using shadow clones for this occasion. As Kakashi suggested, his teammates needed experience as well, so countless blonde heads were out of the question this time. In addition to their routine patrols, Kakashi also had them hunt for food. This involved mostly fishing. At the end of the fourth day, Sakura and Sasuke were sleeping in a cave as night fell and the sun set. Kakashi and Naruto were outside, silently observing the border forest from atop a cave. Kakashi had a small flashlight stuck in his mouth, pointed at the book he was reading apparently with nothing better to do. Meanwhile, Naruto looked out at the forest before him. The animals were sleeping, with owls and other nocturnal birds making their nighttime sounds. It was peaceful and satisfying, a perfect opportunity for meditation. However, he also felt a little uneasy. It reminded him of his childhood loneliness as he looked up at the moon, the most striking light in the sea of stars. Just like me in the village, he thought bitterly. You know, Kakashi began, breaking the comfortable silence between them. Your contemplation is more fitting for an Uchiha than your name. Did you know many Senju before they died to know what they were like, sensei? 5 or 6, maybe 7, Kakashi said absently. And none of them were contemplating, I can tell you that. Naruto smiled at that but didn't comment further. Kakashi continued speaking. What's on your mind, Naruto? He asked, closing his book and turning off the flashlight. For a moment, silence fell between them once more. I was just thinking about life, that's all. He didn't elaborate. Existential crisis, perhaps? Maybe, Naruto replied. I've been thinking a lot about the mistakes I've made. Kakashi turned to him, and even though his mask covered most of his face, Naruto could still see the sadness in his one visible eye. You're too young to worry about that. Maybe, but I still can't help it. Silence. Over the years, I've had dreams about the incident at the playground many times. They've lessened over time. But times like this, I can't help but remember the day it happened. For a minute, Kakashi didn't answer, letting the weight of Naruto's words linger in the air. Naruto, do you know the story about my father? Naruto looked at his sensei and nodded slowly. He had heard the story of the white fang of the leaf from Kosuke, his surrogate uncle who admired the former Hokage patriarch more than anyone else. Contrary to most of the village after his mission failed, Tsukumo had a devotion altar within the eternal genin. When I was 7, my father took his own life, Kakashi said after a moment of silence. I hated him for years afterward and aspired to be the complete opposite of what he stood for. I never showed it directly to him, though I suspect he knew while he was still alive. After he passed, I adopted the opposite worldview from him. Where he valued comrades, I valued rules and missions. Just to make sure something like that would never happen to me. Second break. Only when Obito disobeyed me during a mission I led and went after Rin when she was captured. It was the first time in years that I felt the same way my father probably felt after his failed mission. Obito's words were true, I admit it. Kakashi said with a brief chuckle. Those who break the rules are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash? Obito said that? Naruto asked. He did. Kakashi nodded. No one blames you for it, and most of the villagers have accepted your innocence, ignoring their initial shock. As Naruto stared at him with a disbelieving smile, Kakashi continued. Except for a few exceptions. I suppose Sandaime-sama did well to temper most of the initial anger with time. You have people around you who care about you. Including me. And none of us blame you for that. Before my father died, he had no one to support him. His closest friends shunned him. Third break. I hate myself for many things. For Obito's death, for Rin's death. For not being able to help your father during the Kyuubi attack. For letting you live alone so early on. And for abandoning my father in his time of greatest need, Kakashi said sadly. Don't be like me, Naruto. Learn from my mistakes. Don't let yourself become self-loathing and bitter. It will hinder your growth both as a shinobi and as a person. You've beaten yourself up long enough about the playground incident, Naruto. Don't waste your youth regretting things you can't control. It never ends well. And if it doesn't, it only creates more room for resentment until you decide to stop. But then it might be too late, because some things can't be taken back. I understand, Sensei, Naruto admitted. And don't be something you're not. Don't be the opposite of yourself too. Please the system. Her tone became a little happier as she spoke her next words. Sometimes, I shudder to think you could be an attention-seeking troublemaker. Don't worry, Sensei. I get goosebumps thinking about it too, Naruto smiled. Fourth break. Your father was a great man, sensei, Naruto said. I'm sure he'd be proud of you. I hope so, but I'll never be sure. Naruto nodded before smiling again. Although I don't know if she'd approve of your literary choice. Romantic stories, sensei, he told him mockingly. Romantic literature, Naruto, Kakashi corrected with a pointed finger to indicate its importance. I was hoping we'd meet some Nadeshiko kunoichi while we were on this mission. But for now nothing, he said with a chuckle. Uncle Jiraiya once told me that his second book was inspired by observing their lives in their village, Naruto said, placing a hand on his chin in thought. Though, he always gets a little nervous when he talks about them. Gives me weird looks like he does. Who knows, maybe he arranged a marriage for you but was afraid to tell you about it? Kakashi suggested with a chuckle. This wouldn't be the first time a Senju man had married a Nadeshiko kunoichi. The idea of being arranged to marry was something Naruto had to ponder, considering the reaction he got from Jiraiya whenever the topic of Nadeshiko came up. Hopefully, Jiraiya wouldn't do something like that. Really? Kakashi asked. I thought kunoichi from their lineage only gave birth to daughters? Right. Naruto nodded. But one of the Senju clan heads married a Nadeshiko kunoichi, and she bore him 4 sons. He did it? Kakashi asked in surprise. Indeed, the Senju clan's private history was completely foreign to him. This was new information and he wasn't going to let it pass him by. Indeed. Naruto smiled. She is the mother of Hashirama, Tobirama, Kawarama, and Itama Senju. I never knew that, Kakashi admitted, genuinely surprised. Well, you see, Nadeshiko existed before the other hidden villages, and for that reason, it's not classified as one. They fought with the shinobi raiders of the Land of Wind, and for that reason, they allied with the Senju clan, who were tied in marriage because my clan also had problems with them. But only for that purpose. They didn't fight the Uchiha clan alongside us. Is there a reason she only gave birth to sons? Kakashi inquired, noting how 2 of them resembled mythological gods in the shinobi world. There is. And what is the reason? Kakashi raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Because our lineage is strong, Naruto replied with a wide grin. Tottori, a small border town in the Land of Fire. Sitting in a modest tavern in Tottori, Rokusho Aoi regretted his decision to leave his home village more than ever. After 3 years of reflection, he felt cornered. He had betrayed his village, lured by Hanzo the Salamander's promise of a Jonin rank in Amige Cure in exchange for spying on Konoha. To prove his loyalty, he was tasked with relaying sensitive information about the village, such as the identities of Konoha's Jinchuriki and the aftermath of the Uchiha massacre. To fully demonstrate his allegiance, he needed to steal the Naidame Hokage's Sword of the Thunder God and a secret scroll detailing Konoha's interrogation techniques. He had manipulated his former academy student, Marino Idate, into stealing the scroll and sword from the Hokage Tower, hoping to avoid detection in the process. Aoi had underestimated the foolish young man's ability to succeed. If Idate managed to escape with the items, he would have to be eliminated to keep Aoi's secret safe. But if he succeeded, it would be a miracle in Aoi's eyes. However, Ibiki Marino quickly pursued Idate, who reached Amige Cure after delivering the stolen items. Aoi was fortunate that Hanzo's forces helped capture the Tokubetsu Jonin from Konoha. The trials of loyalty continued, with torture being a grim test of allegiance. Aoi questioned her own loyalty. If someone could betray their home, what was to stop them from betraying their new master? Hanzo likely knew this, which was why he subjected them to such trials. Ibiki eventually managed to escape, just as his younger brother had moments before. Aoi was left to face Hanzo's wrath alone. Initially, she thought she might be safe, as Hanzo was embroiled in conflict with opposition forces from her own village. Surely, another pawn would be welcome? Yet, Ibiki was labeled a pawn of Konoha, while Aoi had nothing. Clenching the wooden cup in frustration, she sighed, seeing her own reflection in the water. After Ibiki fled, leaving behind the scroll and the Naidame sword, Aoi believed she would prove herself to Hanzo. But the sword was a mere replica, its power an illusion, and the scroll contained nonsense that even Konoha's analysis team couldn't decipher. Both were traps designed to lure potential traitors. Ibiki may have been pursuing them to uncover the security breach and identify the responsible village. When Hanzo discovered the truth, he was furious and imprisoned Ibiki for interrogation. Fortunately, Ibiki escaped before any harm could come to him. Now, Awei found herself fleeing once again, this time from the land of tea, where the Kunoichi were uninterested in accepting missing Nin as potential partners for their daughters. She had hoped to settle down peacefully, but the Nadeshiko Kunoichi had an alliance with Konohagakure, making it difficult for rogue ninjas to find refuge. They pursued her, but she managed to escape once more. Why would anyone choose to become a rogue ninja? Awei thought angrily, taking a sip of water to clear her throat, reflecting on her own foolishness that had led her to this point. Gazing up at the tavern's wooden ceiling, Awei considered her options. Perhaps she could go to the newly formed Otogakure. Maybe they would accept her? She could spin a tale about Konoha's education system and find a place in their academy. It wouldn't be a bad life. Survival was what mattered. Once, she had dreamed of living peacefully in Konoha, teaching students who would admire her as a good sensei. But that dream felt impossible now. She was a traitor, a deserter, with nothing but a battle umbrella and a cloak to conceal her identity from Hunter Nin. She had even taken some money from an unfortunate passerby, constantly suppressing her chakra to avoid detection. As she prepared to leave, a new figure entered the tavern. I noticed a boy with blonde hair and a Konoha headband walking in. The black fabric of his headband flowed. Behind him, she recognized him immediately, Konoha's Jinchuriki, Namikaze Minato. Quickly sitting back down, Ami noticed something on the boy's white belt. It was the same hilt as the replica of the Naidame sword. Did the Kyuubi brat manage to steal it? Unlikely. The boy had been disciplined at the academy, observant and skilled in kenjutsu. Awei knew this firsthand, as he had taught bukijutsu to the academy students. Still, she couldn't fathom how he had obtained the Naidame sword. It didn't matter. He was still just a genin. Perfect. She would follow him outside and ambush him. The Naidame sword would be hers, Awei thought, a surge of euphoria washing over her for the first time in years. Forests around Tottori City. How long is she planning to follow me? Naruto wondered as he walked back to his team through the forest outside the city. He needed to deal with his acquaintance first but hoped Awei-sensei would reveal herself. Realizing this wasn't going anywhere, Naruto decided to take the initiative. He turned towards one of the trees and said, "You can come out now, Awei-sensei." "Kyuubi brat," Awei replied sharply as she jumped down from the tree she had been hiding in and followed him. "You know it's forbidden to reveal that to me, right, sensei? Like I care about Konoha's stupid laws." Awei growled, standing not far from him in what looked like a battle stance. "So why are you following me?" Naruto asked, his voice flat. "Whatever I do, I'm doing it against the village. A village you're no longer a part of. Did you seek me out so we could join forces, perhaps?" "Sword. That's the Naidame Hokage's sword hanging from your belt, isn't it?" Awei asked, her eyes gleaming with interest, ignoring the rest of his questions. Naruto smiled as he took the item and activated it. "It's true. Do you like it?" "You can bet on that." Awei smirked. "Tell me this. How did you get that sword?" "Oh, well, it's mine. So why shouldn't I have it?" Naruto replied, feigning innocence. "What are you talking about, son? How about you come and find out?" Awei responded, throwing 3 kunai at Naruto, who easily blocked them with the Naidame sword. "What is this?" Naruto questioned himself. But as he threw the kunai back, Awei leaped into the air, letting her umbrella flow beneath her. "Sinban shower!" Awei exclaimed as a rain of sinban flew towards Naruto from her umbrella floating in the air. "Wind style! Rapid wind wall!" Naruto shouted, performing hand signs as a barrier of wind surrounded him, negating Awei's attack. "Is that all, sensei?" Naruto scoffed. "I expected more from you." Growling at the provocation, Awei charged at Naruto with her umbrella, attempting to strike him decisively. "You may think you're tough, but you're still just a pawn of Konoha's higher-ups, looking to use you as a weapon," Awei said, trying to distract him, but all she received in return was a smile and a solid defense against her attack. Maybe. But at least I have a roof over my head unlike you. Naruto replied with a grin. Is that why you betrayed the village, sensei? Because you didn't want to be a pawn? For some reason, the question made Awei's eyes widen, giving Naruto the opportunity to strike. Channeling chakra into his sword, he sent a wave of light towards his old sensei, rendering her unconscious. At that moment, Kakashi appeared beside her, looking at the unconscious Awei, just as Naruto did. It's strange seeing him in this part. Didn't he defect to Amigakure? Naruto asked. He did, although we heard nothing about him after his defection. It wasn't hard to beat him at all. I thought he would be a tougher opponent considering he was an instructor at the academy back home. Naruto paused, thinking. It's most likely because he suppressed his chakra for so long and needed time to regenerate. His greed caused his defeat, he concluded. How did you meet him in the first place? Kakashi asked. I sensed a familiar chakra signature in this town and went to check if it was really my old academy instructor. But since I wasn't sure at first, I took out the Thunder God sword, just to be sure. When I saw the shadow of his green hair, my theory was confirmed. It's a good thing the old man told me about his betrayal beforehand. Indeed. Place a chakra suppression seal on him, just in case. I want to check something. Kakashi instructed, and Naruto complied. Kakashi placed his hand on Aoi's head, searching through her memories as Naruto watched silently. After about 10 minutes, Kakashi removed his hand, a hint of amusement in his voice. It seems your comment gave him a feeling of déjà vu. An old episode from his interrogation of Ibiki. Naruto nodded slowly. What are we going to do with him, sensei? Take him back to Konoha? No. We will dispose of his body here. I have already searched his memories and obtained the information I need. I will report to Hokage-sama when we return to the village. He doesn't have anything valuable there anyway. What jutsu did you use on him? It seems similar to the Yamanaka clan's technique. Not really. Actually, it's psycho_transmission, a jutsu used by our interrogation unit, slightly different from the one Yamanaka uses, but with the same background. Yamanaka Inoichi developed it to expand our analysis unit. Will you teach it to me? Naruto asked hopefully. It would be useful to him, just as Kakashi was using it now. Maybe later, Kakashi said with a smile, but then his expression turned serious. We have to take care of him first. How do you know that jutsu, sensei? Naruto inquired. I accidentally copied it from Aoba, Kakashi admitted sheepishly. Just don't tell him that. I wouldn't do it if you taught me how to use it. Naruto grinned. As Team 7 returned to their cave camp, Sakura asked, Where have you two been all this time? Naruto went to check on something suspicious in the local town, Kakashi replied. He can tell you more later. Any strange activity here? No. Everything is peaceful and the traps are in place, sensei. But we should remain vigilant for now. If Awei managed to sneak into the country, there was no telling how many missing nin were better than him at the moment. They were much better at suppressing their chakra without counterattacks, unlike Awei. Kakashi then proceeded to inspect the other sections of the border and the defense mechanisms placed alongside them. What was that all about? I'll tell you later. Where's Sasuke? Near the river. We're going fishing for dinner. Naruto snorted at his answer. I'll go and help him. Prepare a salad to go with it. As night fell once again, Naruto and Kakashi kept watch, sitting on top of the cave as they had for the past few nights, talking about various things as usual. Sensei, do you think Sasuke has a chance to defeat Itachi someday? Naruto asked. I don't know, Kakashi admitted. Itachi was a genius within his own clan. Many labeled him even greater than Madara himself. After a pause, he added, It's up to us to help them if they meet. Hotama told me about the Akatsuki, and they might come for you. If there are more of us, we might have a chance to defeat whoever is after you. I hope. Naruto nodded. I'm afraid Sasuke will lose control once he sees Itachi. He needs to be emotionally prepared if he wants to face him. I know. That's one of the many reasons he was placed under me. Speaking of teams, what do you think about their development? Sasuke and Sakura? Naruto asked. Well, Kakashi said, standing up and stretching his muscles. Sasuke is receiving the training he needs and wants. I'm being careful not to teach him too much. It's best not to overdo it and give him unnecessary confidence, Kakashi said. I realize that. But do you think that's wise? He might think you're holding back, Naruto replied. He can, but that's why I emphasize teamwork. That's where Sasuke needs to work the most. Naruto grumbled. What about Sakura? At that moment, Kakashi smiled at him. I should have thanked you there. Me? Naruto raised an eyebrow. He had given Sakura a few pointers and moments of motivation, but he wondered if that was enough. You're a bit of a mystery to Sakura, just like Sasuke. But while she often ignores him, you help him whenever I'm not around. You've been his inspiration to become stronger. Right. As long as he gets stronger, I'm happy. It's also a nice feeling when someone looks up to him. He will. Genjutsu is his stronger side, but I can see he has a lot of potential in medical ninjutsu and taijutsu. Once he's finished with his initial genjutsu training, I'll enroll him in the hospital for their guidance. Smart move, Naruto said. How long are we going to stay here? It's almost the end of 2 weeks since we arrived. I contacted Captain Hayama. He said a second team would be arriving to replace us in 2 days. So until then we should stay here. The next day, a new genin team arrived to take over their duties. Now, Team 7 stood in front of the Sandaime Hokage, reporting on their first C-rank mission. Due to Awei's performance, it was automatically classified as B-rank. Therefore, Hiruzen needed to deposit more money into the accounts of the 3 genin and their sensei. He was proud of how they handled their first mission. As Team 7 faced the missing nin on this mission, your first C-rank has been upgraded to B-rank. Congratulations on your first higher-ranking mission, Team. The money will be deposited into your account tomorrow, Sarutobi said with a smile. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Team 7 replied. Go. Next week you're free from missions. Kakashi, you stay. I have something I need to discuss with you. Sakura was the first to speak after they left the Hokage Tower. What are you two going to do with all this money? She asked excitedly. 50,000 Ryo was quite a sum for this mission. I'll save it for later. No need for anything expensive right now, Naruto said. Sasuke shrugged. Just like Naruto. He was pleased with how the mission went. Money didn't interest him, since he had plenty of it anyway. Are you 3 free now? Their sensei, Kakashi, spoke as he descended the stairs. After receiving a positive response from his students, he made a proposition. How about we go and celebrate your first B rank? It's my treat. Naruto had to press the alarm as he got out of bed early the next morning. Looking at his watch, he saw it was 6 a.m. He had 1 hour to get ready, eat, and meet his team. It had been a typical morning since he'd officially become a genin. There was no point in beating himself up. The life of a shinobi wasn't as bad as many thought. The uncertainty of what tomorrow would bring was always there, yes. But at the same time, the satisfaction of being a protector was fulfilling. As a Konoha shinobi, he was the protector of his people, his village, and the entire nation. After breakfast and getting ready for the day, Naruto stepped outside. As he left his house, the spring morning breeze brushed against his face, causing his hair to sway. The cherry blossoms were already in bloom, providing a pleasant view from his porch. He used a body flicker jutsu to arrive faster at his team's designated meeting point, the Naka Bridge, which spanned the river of the same name. He found Sasuke there, who usually arrived first, followed by himself, then Sakura, and finally Kakashi-sensei. Morning, said Naruto as he arrived beside Sasuke, who was leaning on the bridge railing. Morning. Sasuke nodded at him before continuing to look at something unusual, as he often did. About 10 minutes later, Sakura arrived, her usual happy smile on her face. Good morning, guys. Naruto responded in kind, while Sasuke gave his trademark grunt that he usually directed at Sakura. Some things never seemed to change. The team was a bit odd in terms of their personalities. They couldn't be more different from each other if one tried to place them together as a single unit. Sasuke was quiet, preferring darkness to light, if his usual mood was any indication. Sakura, on the other hand, tended to be cheerful and smiled almost constantly. This could be a defense mechanism when she was around her somewhat eccentric teammates. But since Sasuke represented darkness, Sakura was the light, always trying to overcome his shadows. Like light chasing away darkness. Exactly, Naruto thought as he recalled how Sakura had frequently pestered Sasuke for dates, from the academy all the way to their time as a team. It was difficult, but recently, the date requests had largely decreased. Uncontrolled emotions or lack of chakra control could be detrimental to a person's development as a shinobi or shinobi in training, particularly during childhood or later as they matured. Sakura had received a reality check from her time with the rest of Team Sasuke largely ignored her, except when he was serious about his training. With Sasuke ignoring her and Ino not being there as healthy competition, it gave her room to grow. Do you guys think we have another C rank today? Sakura asked. It's been a week since the last one. The last mission was to protect a merchant and his family on their way back to the Fire Nation capital. Maybe, Naruto said. I think Kakashi-sensei intended for us to do one C-rank mission per week. Today we'll probably do another one. Overall, Team 7 had completed 2 C-rank missions and 1 B-rank mission that was originally a C-rank since their formation, in addition to a total of 56 D-ranks. Meanwhile, Sasuke didn't care much. He would go to C-rank as requested, but he was ready for a challenge. Any challenge. Naruto had defeated their old Kenjutsu instructor, and he wanted to face someone like that, too, to test himself. But at least this mission was in his official file. On the first day, after his team's first 2 D-ranks, they had to write a report on how the mission went, and the next day, they had to present it to the department where they were recruited in the first place. Sasuke was pleased that their mission was going perfectly for now. He was also allowed to have a copy of the report, as clans could keep it as a memento for future generations to see. Soon after, Kakashi informed him that he could obtain the mission reports of deceased clansmen as well. Being an official ninja made him an adult for various purposes. Carrying on his clan's legacy was one of them. For the first week after he received it, Sasuke spent most of his free time reading the reports. He was delighted to see his family's accomplishments over the generations. Kakashi also told him that he would only receive higher-ranking reports after he became a Jonin, but even that would be a simple confirmation of a job well done. Many high-ranking mission reports were kept secret by the village, according to what Kakashi had told him. His mood soured when he remembered reading Itachi's file. His older brother had also completed D-ranks, but many C-ranks as well. Sasuke never finished reading Itachi's report, overwhelmed by the emotions that surged within him at that moment. Memories of Itachi as a kind older brother who took him on wild animal missions flashed through his mind, causing him to subconsciously clench his fists in frustration. This did not go unnoticed by his teammates. Sasuke-kun, Sakura said worriedly. Sasuke snapped suddenly. What? I. Sakura looked shocked. But instead of answering for herself, Naruto did so with authority. Sasuke. Sasuke glared at him for a moment before calming down and apologizing. Sorry. I had a bad night. That's all. He lowered his head, covering his eyes with his hair. But Naruto didn't back down. Sasuke, if you need to talk about anything, Sakura and I are here to listen, Naruto said, nodding at Sakura, who nodded back. That's right. We're your teammates, Sasuke-kun. You can talk to us about anything, Sakura said with a small, albeit slightly shaken, smile. Despite his sour mood, Sasuke allowed a small, grateful smile to appear on his face. Thank you. But it's just a bad memory. It's not something I want to talk about, he said, though he cursed himself afterward for letting such a small trace of weakness slip through his fingers. Naruto's stern gaze softened in understanding. I see. But as Sakura said, just know that we're here for you to talk to if you need anything. How do we contact the village, sensei? Sakura asked. With one of my summons, Kakashi replied. Although it will take time for him to get there, a team will be sent to us. Sensei, my summons can reach us faster, Naruto suggested, drawing confused looks from his teammates, prompting him to explain further. The toads have direct access to Konoha compared to any other summons I know. We'll finish this faster. Alright Naruto. Just do it. I just need to write a message to Hokage-sama. In the meantime, seal those two so we can send them away as well, Kakashi said, pointing to the demon brothers once more. We can negotiate their reward with Kirigakure after the mission. Naruto snorted, continuing to complete his task. Sealing living bodies into scrolls could be dangerous, and the maximum time they could last in a single scroll was 3 hours at most. After that, they needed to be unsealed and resealed in a new, unused scroll. Not to mention, they had to be destroyed to work, and they needed a constant, even chakra input, which they would get from the chakra stored in the scrolls. Both to survive and to remain in the scrolls themselves. Otherwise, they could easily escape after 3 hours. About 5 minutes later, Kakashi finished writing his letter and called Naruto back. Okay, it's done. I'll write to Hokage-sama about this. Hopefully he won't cancel it and call us back. Naruto. He handed the scroll to Naruto to do his part. Summoning Jutsu, Gamakichi. Naruto shouted as he slammed his palms onto the ground after performing the necessary hand seals and chakra formation. Yo! Gamakichi waved his little hand. It's been a while, Naruto. Alright, here's your candy for not calling you often, Naruto replied as he took a small candy from his pocket and threw it to his companion. Thanks, bro. So what do you need? Asked the frog while swallowing the small candy. I need you to deliver this scroll to the Sandaime Hokage and return it to me with a reply. You got it, bro, Gamakichi said, picking up both scrolls with his tongue and disappearing in a puff afterward. How did you get a toad summoning contract, Naruto? Sakura asked curiously from the side. Sasuke was also curious, but he didn't voice it. Naruto glanced at them sideways, deciding that he had to tell them at least part of the truth. Jiraiya of the Sannin is my godfather. He allowed me to sign a contract and become the next toad summoner after him. Jiraiya of the Sannin is your godfather? Sakura asked, shocked to hear this. Why didn't you tell anyone? I never knew this, Kakashi-sensei. She asked one question after another. Kakashi went to say something, but Naruto answered first. Yes, that's right. I would appreciate it if this information remained confidential, at least for now. Do you understand that, Sakura? Sakura was still in shock but nodded nonetheless. Her mind was still processing this news. She knew that many adults disliked Naruto for some reason and that he had defended himself against older bullies when he was younger, but she never said anything more about it. The idea that one of Konoha's greatest shinobi was actually Naruto's godfather changed her previous perception of her blonde teammate. Being the intelligent girl that she was, Sakura began to think about the famed Sannin. Besides being a powerful shinobi, Jiraiya also mentored the Yondaime Hokage, Senju Minato, who looked remarkably similar to his teammate. Sakura blinked, trying to make sure her mind wasn't playing tricks on her. Her inner persona was more vocal and had awakened her. Naruto is Yondaime-sama's son. Fortunately, his outward persona was calmer but still exclaimed his shocking discovery. Or at least he tried. Naruto, you are. Kakashi quickly intercepted her, placing a hand on her shoulder and shaking her gently. Whatever your conclusion, Sakura, keep it to yourself. Understand? Sakura nodded, but still, she cast a worried glance at Naruto, who smirked at her realization. Sasuke stared at her with narrowed eyes, seemingly coming to the same conclusion as Sakura. Kakashi also had some advice for her. The same goes for you, Sasuke. Whatever you're thinking, keep it to yourself. However, there was no fear that Sasuke would blabber about it all. Do you think Hokage-sama will allow us to continue this mission? Sakura asked her team. Most likely, Kakashi said immediately. Given the country's predicament, this makes Konoha personal. Uzushiogakure is our ally. One we failed to save. The least we can do is help the remnants of that country free themselves from the shackles of a tyrant, Kakashi said. Team 7 nodded and settled back by the fire. Sensei, you mentioned that Zabuza had another henchman. Who is that? Naruto asked. His name is Haku, and he is the last member of the Yuki clan from Kirigakure, Kakashi explained. He possesses the ice release bloodline limit that is characteristic of that clan. The shock on his students' faces was evident, especially on Sasuke's. What will happen to the clan if he's the last member? Kakashi met his gaze. The clan has suffered greatly due to the last war and various internal conflicts within Kiri. Haku was found by Zabuza, who trained him in both shinobi arts and loyalty. The brothers didn't know all the details, but they had witnessed Haku's impressive abilities, particularly a technique called the demonic mirroring ice crystal. He continued to explain the technique's potential uses, hoping that if they encountered Haku, they would at least have a fighting chance. Even Zabuza had struggled against that jutsu. Kakashi couldn't shake off his concerns. He knew Naruto had many techniques at his disposal that could turn the tide in battle. They could definitely defeat Haku. Moreover, the combination of Naruto and Sasuke's abilities had proven to be formidable against their opponents. Still, he hoped for reinforcements, perhaps Anbu if he was lucky. Zabuza was a former Kirigakure Anbu and a member of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist. Such titles were not given lightly. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were determined to protect Tazuna if Gato summoned more missing nin to assist Zabuza. Any shinobi sent by Hokage-sama would be a welcome addition. Kakashi particularly hoped it would be some of his old Anbu comrades. Just then, Naruto's personal summon appeared, holding a scroll. "Hey bro. Your Hokage told me to give this to you." "Thanks, Gamakichi. You can go now," Naruto said, taking the scroll and handing it to Kakashi, who began to read the message. "No problem. Call me whenever you need help." The frog waved goodbye and returned to Mount Mayaboku. "What did it say?" Sakura asked, her curiosity piqued. "We're in luck," Kakashi replied, earning bright smiles from his team. "Hokage-sama has given us permission to proceed, and an ANBU team will be on their way soon. We'll wait for them here." Kakashi felt a sense of relief at the thought of seeing Tenzo and his team again. Better safe than sorry. Zabuza was notorious, even in Konoha, for having killed his old friend Torichi Kamade years ago. His expertise in Kenjutsu, combined with Kirigakure's jutsu and silent killing techniques, made him a formidable opponent. When the ANBU team arrived, they would need to strategize carefully. At that moment, Tazuna emerged from the bushes. "Man, I really need to relieve myself. There's a river back there," he pointed to the forest behind him. "And there's no better feeling than enjoying nature under the moonlight." He chuckled at his own comment and joined Team 7 by the fire, oblivious to the disgusted look Sakura shot him. "Geez, I have to admit, watching shinobi fight is something else. It really gets you excited," Tazuna remarked, drawing laughter from the group. "Excited?" Sakura raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Who would be excited to see someone almost get killed? She maintained her disgusted expression, ignoring the confused looks from the others until Kakashi cleared his throat, redirecting her attention. "Tazuna-san, Hokage-sama has given us permission to proceed with this mission. The ANBU team will join us in a few hours, and tomorrow we will continue our journey." "Oh, that's great," the old man exclaimed. "Thank you very much. However, we expect your country to pay the remaining fee for this mission once you have earned the necessary income for it. Are we clear?" "Yes, sure," Tazuna replied, still smiling. "Well," Kakashi said as he stood up and stretched. "Since we're setting up camp here, we should establish an alarm seal around us. Naruto?" "Here you go, sensei," Naruto said, handing Kakashi some papers. "I learned how to make them recently. They'll be really helpful." "Thank you, Naruto," Kakashi said. "Sasuke, Sakura, take some and place them around." He pointed in two directions while he and Naruto moved to the last side of the clearing. "Is everyone ready?" The genin nodded. "Activate it, Naruto." He did, and an invisible barrier shimmered momentarily before becoming unbreakable again. Alarm seals were useful in enemy territory because only the user could sense them, unlike visible barrier ninjutsu that could be broken with enough force. If a significant chakra signature passes through, it will alert me and wake me up immediately. But we should still have someone awake just in case, Naruto added. "I'll take the first watch. The team should arrive in about 2 hours at the latest. We've been traveling for 8 hours, so they should catch up with us in time. The group prepared their beds and settled down for the night. Kakashi remained awake, but Naruto joined him about 30 minutes into his watch. Can't sleep? Kakashi asked. I guess there's no point. I'll be woken up soon anyway. I should have brought my own alarm seal for this mission. Sorry about that, Naruto said, waving it off. No problem, sensei. This is good. Practice for my progress in Fuinjutsu. You have a point there. A comfortable silence stretched for a moment. Are you okay with revealing Gamakichi to Sasuke and Sakura? Kakashi asked. They both figured it out right away. I don't mind, Naruto replied. They won't say anything. It's better this way. If you had told them about the consequences of being revealed at the wrong time. Hokage-sama is always cautious about someone finding out and leaking information to another village. Even Orochimaru could exploit it somehow. Naruto nodded slowly, glancing at the others. Sasuke and Sakura were sleeping soundly, while Tazuna was already snoring. Guess our knowledge will protect him until the end, really boosting his morale, don't you think? Naruto commented. It really does. Speaking of which, Kakashi said, what was with the tense atmosphere when I arrived at the bridge today? I don't know either, sensei, Naruto admitted. I think Sasuke really needs someone to talk to more often. I believe you're the one who can help him the most. Kakashi sighed. I guess I need to. He refused any counseling after the massacre. He's more open now, so it'll be easier for me. They are here. Naruto started to speak, but the alarm seal alerted him to a group of 5 shinobi passing through the barrier. You have a good student out there, Kakashi-senpai. A woman with purple hair and a cat mask commented as she and 4 other Anbu joined them by the fire. Ko codename Fox, the captain. Tenzo codename Tiger, his second in command. Yugao codename Cat. Daisuke codename Boar. Amachi codename Hawk. A good student is the result of a good sensei, don't you agree? Kakashi said with a smile in his eyes. You're not slacking off on their training, are you? Tiger asked. Is there any reason I should? We had a bet among ourselves about when the first complaint about your tardiness would reach Hokage-sama. Honestly, I'm hurt because my old team doesn't have much faith in me. The fox-masked Anbu, Ko, snorted at that. Being the captain of Team Ro, he was the first to steer the conversation back to the point. If you're done joking around, we should talk about why we're here and not currently in our bed sleeping. Right. Kakashi turned serious, slipping into his famous Umbu mode. Hokage-sama already told you why, I assume? The ANBU nodded, which Kakashi appreciated. We're dealing with Momochi Zabuza and his aide, Yuki Haku. A boy of about 15, with an ice-release bloodline limit, Kakashi began, while his new support processed the information. The large boar Umbu let out a low whistle at that moment. A lot of dead clans have been popping up lately, haven't they? Focus on the task, boar. Living history can wait, Captain Fox scolded. You're no fun, Captain, Boar pouted. Naruto remembered him as the team's jester. Is there a particular ice release ability we should know about? You have an Uchiha on your team, so fire shouldn't be a problem, the fox commented, pointing at the sleeping Sasuke. However, he didn't need to say it like that. But Captain Fox wasn't known as Tobirama II for nothing. Naruto had given him that nickname because Team Ro was the team that guarded Naruto part-time while Kosuke was away. So Naruto knew quite a bit about them from their time together. Please keep your opinions to yourself, Captain, Kakashi began. A mission is not the time for personal biases to cloud our judgment. Whatever. Fox crossed his arms and remained silent for the next 5 minutes as Kakashi explained some elements of the demonic mirroring ice crystals he had gathered from the Demon Brothers' memories. I think speed and reaction are the elements we need most, said Tiger. Have you gathered any strategies Zabuza used in battle, senpai? He usually fights alone, head-on. Haku hides in the background and acts as his backup in case something goes wrong. So, how do we approach them? I have an idea, said Naruto. The adults looked at him, with Captain Fox gesturing for him to continue. I'll create 5 shadow clones, with 4 of them transformed into my team and Tazuna's. That should give us an opening for at least a moment. Neither Zabuza nor Haku are censors, are they? No one suggested it, Kakashi replied. But that should give us an opening. My team can guard Tazuna while we deal with Zabuza and Haku. The paint is also a sensor, so it can determine where Haku is hiding inside the mirror. Understood, Kat stated. Now, let's go over a potential strategy regarding their general abilities. Naruto, at least one of your clones should stay close to us to disperse Zabuza's mist. Should we wake Sasuke and Sakura? Asked Delang. Kakashi considered this for a moment. No. Let them sleep. We'll tell them tomorrow morning. The next day, Sasuke and Sakura were informed of the plan, and both accepted it, though Sasuke did so reluctantly. They were also introduced to the ANBU team sent for support. Tazuna was overjoyed by this development. However, he was less pleased after being carried by Bor as they leaped across the sea to the land of waves. Tazuna emptied his stomach as soon as they landed on the ground. Sorry about that, old man, said Bor. But we can't waste our time. You could have at least warned me. Tazuna grumbled. What's done is done, Captain Fox said. Tazuna-san, which way is your house? To the north, Tazuna pointed. About half a kilometer from here. Naruto, meanwhile, placed his finger on the ground and focused his senses as Tazuna directed him. Opening his eyes, he addressed the group. There are 2 chakra signatures about 200 meters north of here. But my house is that way, Tazuna exclaimed, worried. Kakashi put his hand on his shoulder. Tazuna-san, calm down. Let us handle this. The old man nodded, and Kakashi called Naruto next. Naruto, create 5 of your shadow clones and transform them as we agreed. Making a sign for the shadow clone jutsu, Naruto created 5 identical copies of himself, 4 of which transformed into one member of Team 7 and Tazuna. You 3 stay here and guard Tazuna. The clones go ahead. With Zabuza, near the lake, a team of genin was sent to protect the bridge builders from him. Nothing too dangerous. Or so Zabuza thought from his hiding place in the trees. That was until he recognized the silver-haired man among them. Hatake Kakashi. Zabuza narrowed his eyes. Jackpot, the demon of the mist thought as he observed the Hatake genin team. But something feels off here. While not a natural sensor, Zabuza had trained to sense others' chakra. It was necessary, considering he used the silent killing technique. He continued to watch them as they approached, analyzing them as he did. When they were close enough, he decided to reveal himself, sending Kubikura Bocho flying at them, but they managed to avoid it by dropping to the ground. Fair enough, he thought as he jumped onto his sword that was pinned to the tree. Momochi Zabuza, Kakashi said. Your fight is with me. He finished, charging at him with a single kunai. What is he planning? Konohanin are known for their planning and strategy, not for direct attacks. Kakashi's kunai clashed with his, and Zabuza immediately drew his sword to shield himself from the Hatake's attack. It wasn't difficult. For a moment, Zabuza thought he would win this fight easily. His confidence shattered as soon as he saw Kakashi smirking at him. An explosion erupted from Kakashi, surprising Zabuza, and he barely managed to avoid taking much damage as he jumped back toward the lake. Shadow clone, he shouted. Exploding shadow clone? Right. Kakashi's voice came from behind him, causing Zabuza to turn and see 2 more figures beside the copy Nin. Meanwhile, 3 more appeared in front of the genin and the bridge builder. So Konoha has sent an ANBU team to support you? I must admit I'm flattered, Zabuza said with a hint of sarcasm. It seemed Haku should join them soon. That's fair. But don't you think we should balance things out a bit, Hatake? The man in question remained silent, his Sharingan now visible as he observed Zabuza's back. He was determined to see this through one way or another. I have a proposition for you, he told Gato. What? I might reconsider our deal. Perhaps someone more credible, like this Akatsuki organization, the greedy man mocked. Suit yourself. But let me ask you this, how do you plan to hire them if you're no longer around? If you dismiss me, they'll come for you next. A sly grin spread beneath his bandages as he watched Gato tremble. Even a Hatake genin could take down this man, but a little deception was a tactic he didn't mind using. So what should I do? Gato shouted, panic rising in his voice. They'll come for me, and all my hard work will be for nothing. Tell me, what should I do? Zabuza couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, now you want to listen? I thought it would take at least half the money saved up front for you to consider. Fine, Gato muttered, glaring at Zabuza. But you're staying with me until this mess is sorted out. Sure, Zabuza agreed cheerfully, slipping back into his intimidating persona. Now will you listen to my plan, or will you keep complaining? Of course not. Gato shook his head vigorously, fear evident in his eyes. With Naruto and his group, there's no sign of Zabuza or Haku on this island, Naruto stated. They had just completed their search of the last island they were meant to scout. He can't just vanish, can he? The tiger asked. And we haven't. Have you found anything about Gato? Has he left the country? Bobby asked. He doesn't seem like the type to just run away, but we can't ignore that possibility, the tiger replied. Where should we go next? We've already scouted our sector, the boar said. Maybe we can find more information in the local town? Naruto suggested. Fine, but we both need to stay in the shadows, the tiger said after a moment. Sure, Naruto agreed, but then he remembered something about Tiger that he had never asked. Tiger-san. Yes, Naruto-san? What's our relationship? He decided to ask directly, causing both Tiger and Boar to tense up slightly. I wasn't entirely sure before. In Konoha, whenever I used my senses, I would feel chakra that was very similar to mine coming from you. Boar glanced at his teammates, choosing to remain silent during this conversation. Naruto-san, I'm not permitted to share any information about that. If you want to know more, you'll have to speak with Hokage-sama directly. But I am not a member of your clan. The origins of my wood style are quite unusual, to say the least. I see. Naruto felt a twinge of dissatisfaction but pushed the thought aside. Let's go check out the city. When they reached the outskirts, they encountered another team that seemed to be waiting for them. So you three had the same idea as us, said Captain Fox. I suppose you didn't find anything in your sector? We didn't, the tiger replied. We thought at least some information would be available in the city. Don't bother, said the fox. We've gathered everything we can. This surprised Naruto, Tiger, and Boar. And what did you find? Naruto asked. Gato has renounced his contract with Zabuza and has fled back to his homeland of the land of hot water. For now, he is beyond our reach. We can go after him, right? He could return here once we're gone and resume his criminal activities. He could, Fox insisted. But we can't be sure he's even in the country. It would be a wild goose chase at best. Naruto frowned, but Captain Fox had plenty to say. Listen, kid. I know you want what's best for this country. We all do. The rest nodded. But there's a certain rule that must be followed. A shinobi must always put the mission first. Do you understand that? I do. And he did. Naruto wanted to boast about his shinobi knowledge, but he didn't want the rest of his mother's homeland to suffer anymore. Tazuna-san told us last night in detail about his plans for the bridge. Yes. He informed my team too when we discovered the truth. But I'm not sure this country will be safe after we're gone. There's nothing stopping Gato from taking over without ninjas around. Tazuna believes that the bridge will not only raise people's spirits and belief in a better future, but also their will to fight against any future oppression. And you believe that? Granted, that was a possibility. If Gato had hired Zabuza the first time, there was nothing stopping him from hiring another shinobi. But Captain Fox stood firm. We don't know when Gato will attack again. If we find him here, he will be dealt with immediately. However, we need to think outside the box. Since Hokage-sama gave us the optional task of eliminating him, all we can do for now is wait. I understand, Naruto admitted. He knew the ANBU captain was right. The priority right now was to defend Tazuna while he built his bridge. If it makes it easier. Fox paused. I could talk to Hokage-sama and ask him to let you join us in hunting him down. Really? The opportunity to go on a mission with the ANBU at his age was extremely rare, if not unheard of. Naruto had only known a few ANBU at his age. Itachi Uchiha was one of them, something the rest of Team Ro decided to point out. Naruto is a Senju, not an Uchiha. He already passed the psychological test in my book, Fox said stubbornly. You're seeking revenge against a dead clan, Captain. Cat said, trying to play the rationality card. Enough about that, he ordered, and Naruto wondered if he was missing something deeper here. Both families might hold grudges, but he didn't share the animosity that Captain Fox and co held towards them. He knew that the Uchiha were not well liked by the shinobi community, who considered their abilities unfair. Naruto himself didn't have a very positive opinion of them. One of them had nearly ruined his childhood, and what's more, his son was a member of an organization that would essentially harm him if they caught him. The third is decent, if a bit reserved. Sasuke is probably the only reason he doesn't immediately hate the clan. At least the two can sympathize with each other, on some level. Let's go and see how Kakashi is doing, said the fox. Probably reading his favorite book? What else? At the bridge construction site, watching a group of construction workers and observing them do their jobs wasn't what Sasuke had imagined saving a country would be like. When he suggested they continue the mission, even after being promoted to a higher rank, he never expected it to turn out like this. Boring. Try meditating, Kakashi said, not looking up from his book. Why? Sasuke stared at him. He had done that many times before, but Kakashi's suggestion had to have a reason. That should calm you down a bit. I know this mission isn't what you imagined, but it's not all action and fighting, Sasuke. Then why can Naruto go with Enbu and I can't? At this, Kakashi closed his book and sighed. Why were Uchihas so complicated? Sometimes, honesty was better than lying, even if his profession prided itself on the latter. Because your brother is one, Kakashi said bluntly, and Sasuke's eyes widened at his answer. Of course, he knew his brother was an ANBU, something he had always been proud of since his early days in the academy. Before that fateful day. So you think I might end up like Itachi? Am I right? Sasuke growled, lowering his head so Kakashi couldn't see his true reaction through his hair. Would you? What? The first blunt response caught him off guard, as did the second. Will you be like your brother? Kakashi insisted. No, was the quick response. Yeah. You act like him. Sometimes. A blatant lie, but necessary. However, it wasn't far from the truth. Itachi was quiet, yes. A man who held back his emotions, yes. Hidden most of the time. Curious too, but not someone who would divulge any information about himself. It was something that many of his comrades wondered about. Despite their differences, Kakashi couldn't help but compare the two brothers. Don't worry. You're not that similar to him, but you do have moments when I wonder. That calmed Sasuke down a bit. He decided to ask something that had been bothering him for the past few days. About Naruto. Sasuke began. Is he really a Senju? It wasn't hard to figure out. Godfather, toad contract, blonde hair, like the Yandames. Even without the first two, he wondered how no one had figured it out sooner, including himself. I can neither confirm nor deny it. It's an order from Hokage-sama himself. Do you know what that means, Sasuke? I won't tell anyone. It's not like I have anyone to tell him. If you want to talk more about it, you should talk to Naruto first. HN. It was hard to imagine his teammates also being from a deceased clan, just like him. However, while Sasuke felt anger when he remembered his condition, he took comfort in knowing there were others like him. Naruto might be the only person who can fully understand him. Perhaps that's why he's so friendly towards him, despite their family history of loss. Ironic. He wondered if Naruto thought the same way. Hard times make strong individuals. For all their family rivalry, which he didn't care about, the two of them were in a difficult position, and part of Sasuke was glad that Naruto was his teammate, perhaps the closest thing he had to a friend. Yesterday's rivalry could easily become tomorrow's greatest tool for progress. As he thought about it, Itachi's voice whispered inside his head. I will find you. Sasuke shook his head, banishing the memory. He sat in a meditation position. Enjoying guard duty, Kakashi-senpai? Sasuke turned around and saw the ANBU group and Naruto with them. Sometimes I have to take care of Kotetsu and Izumo. They are truly our village's heroes, Kakashi replied. Anything new here? Naruto asked Sasuke as he jumped over to him. No, Sasuke replied. Only Sakura is helping the workers out there. He pointed to their pink teammate, who, upon seeing Naruto return, decided to take a break. Are you done? We didn't find anything. It seems Gato has fled the country and dismissed Zabuza. Rumors have spread throughout the city. Really? This time it was Tazuna who asked the question as he approached the group, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Naruto and the ANBU nodded. Good. That means my bridge really scared him. He laughed. Did you hear that, everyone? He said to his workers. The tyrant has fled the country. I told you this would work. Didn't I tell you? He boasted to his workers, who cheered as the news spread. So he actually fired Zabuza and fled the country. Mused Kakashi. We found Zabuza's bandages in his hideout on a small, remote island, Fox pointed out as he took a sweat gauze from his sheath and showed it to him. We also scouted out an abandoned castle nearby, Tiger said. Traces inside indicate it was inhabited until recently, as the floors and other structures were clean. Bobby nodded. There was also a safe that was emptied but left open. Everything else was taken as well. No documents or anything else was found inside. No weapons, no food, no clothing. So he really did run away, Kakashi concluded. A tactical retreat didn't always involve taking everything with you. His survival instincts also played a role in his love of wealth. But there's nothing to suggest he won't return once we leave. He'll have to be dealt with anyway. Given the man's personality, that was an option. However, the first point outweighed the second. Captain Fox nodded. I think so. It won't be difficult to find him, and Hokage-sama himself will probably approve of this endeavor. I think so too, Kakashi said. Naruto here has suggested that we go after him. But you know that it's not certain that he'll flee to his homeland. Right? Really? Kakashi said. He could even go to the land of forests in the south or the land of water in the east. Nothing is certain. I said the same thing, Captain Fox confirmed. Naruto suggested we go after him. We can do that if we know for sure he fled to his homeland. Do you think he'll come back to the wave after we leave? There's a possibility, yes. But, said the ANBU captain, he must know the dangers of returning to this country. He'll put a big target on his head if he does. Yes. He should know that. Konoha has an alliance with Uzushiogakure. Gato has drawn the ire of the strongest of the Big Five. He probably doesn't even know that. If he did, he would have stayed away from this country at all costs from the start. Anyway, all we can do for now is wait for Tazuna to finish his bridge. After that, we'll return to Konoha and start looking for him. I can't help but think we're missing something here. Tazuna-san said that Gato doesn't like dealing with ninja because we're too expensive. From what we know of his personality, it's not far from the truth that he could have broken his contract with Zabuza. That's right, said the fox. But why would Zabuza want to be fired? Is that what's bothering you? Yes. Captain Fox sighed behind his mask. We'll search again tomorrow. Just to ensure he's no longer in the country. It's better if you do. Northern Islands to the land of waves. Uzushiogakure no Sato, Zabuza muttered as he surveyed the area. This is the village that your former home destroyed, right? Gato said, walking beside her through the ruins of Konoha's former allies. They had just landed on the edge of the devastated hidden village and were strolling along the streets, observing the crumbled buildings. No, Zabuza replied, kicking Uzushio's forehead protector in front of him. Kumogakure was involved too. However, they aimed to exploit Uzumaki blood for their breeding program. And? Did they succeed in their plan? I remember seeing that fiery Uzumaki woman once. Can't say I blame you shinobi for wanting to harvest them, Gato chuckled at his own joke. Zabuza, however, remained serious. As far as I know, they didn't. They halted in front of a small monument in the center of the village. The monument was a statue of two shinobi shaking hands, one adorned with the Uzushio crest, the other with the Senju clan crest. The only people who had the chance to unite with the Uzumaki were themselves and the Senju. But both are gone now, Zabuza said, gazing at the monument. He reflected on how it represented the close family bond between the two clans and their alliance that always supported each other in times of need. But since most of the Senju had perished during Uzushio's destruction, so too had the clan's hope for survival against their enemies. Even the Senju creations of Konoha couldn't aid them. The remaining Uzumaki women in the village all took drastic measures once they realized the end was near. And then they followed suit. Uzumaki wrath, Kumo would later call it. So none of them survived? Some did, Zabuza replied. Especially Kushina Uzumaki. She was particularly fierce against the Kumogakure shinobi during the Third World War, as far as I know. There may be more survivors out there, but they're in hiding. Boss. Zabuza turned to see one of Gato's thugs rushing toward them. What's wrong, Waraji? Mizuharu has contacted us. He can spread rumors as you wish. Tazuna is getting more workers for his bridge. Gato growled. Let them laugh while they can, one day I'll show them. He turned to his bodyguard once more. Tell him to inform me the moment the Konoha ninja leave. Not a second later. Do you understand? Whatever you say, boss. Waraji grinned and departed. Diamend those Konoha pests. As soon as they're gone, I'll make an example of that wave. The businessman continued to grumble as Zabuza watched silently. He didn't care about Gato or whether he would survive Konoha's retaliation. He just wanted to complete this mission and further his ambition. Konoha would undoubtedly pursue its master even more fiercely if he ultimately followed through with his plan. He wondered if he should advise him not to rush into things but dismissed the idea. If Gato had a death wish, so be it. Once the man faced the consequences, he would leave this country and never look back. By the time Konoha found out, he hoped to be the new Mizukichi. Whatever. Haku and I will find our own place on this island. Don't bother me until the mission starts again. Understand? Alright, take your time. As he walked toward one of the buildings with Haku by his side, Zabuza recalled something from his fight with the Konoha ninja. Haku, he said. Yes, Zabuza-sama? You fought against that with style user from Konoha Anbu. Did you find anything interesting about him during your battle? No, sir. He barely used with style in our fight, only to create a defensive barrier against my attacks. The place. What are you thinking, sir? Either the Yondaime Hokage has an illegitimate child somewhere, or Konoha is more secretive than Kirigakure itself. On the side of the Fire Nation Bridge. The bridge was completed within a week. With more workers offering their assistance, construction accelerated, and the bridge was finally finished. Captain Fox suggested they stay another week, just to be sure. But there was no sign of either Zabuza or Gato. A week later, the Konoha group stood on the side of the Land of Fire Bridge with Tazuna, his family, and various other citizens of the Land of Waves, saying their goodbyes. I can't thank you and your village enough for helping us, Kakashi-san, Tazuna said. I don't know what would have happened if you weren't here. I promise you, we will repay our debt in time. Oh, there's no need to worry about that, Tazuna-san. We're just doing our job. And we'll ensure Gato doesn't return after we go back to Konoha. Even if he comes back, the people won't give in to his wishes anymore. That's for sure. Tazuna boasted with his usual bravado. He gestured for his grandson to step forward. Inari looked down at the ground, unwilling to face the shinobi, prompting Tazuna to lightly tap his head. I'm sorry for hurting you, the little boy apologized. During their stay at Tazuna's house, Inari had occasionally tried to provoke the shinobi into arguments about heroes, which the group had overlooked, causing him to cry. However, he was happy after the bridge was completed. Witnessing a few people scare the tyrant into fleeing gave the boy hope that heroes might exist. And thank you for saving my grandfather. Really, thank you for saving my father, Kakashi-san. I don't know what would have happened if you weren't here, Tsunami said sweetly to Kakashi, who scratched his masked cheek in embarrassment. We're just doing our job. If the task consists of complaining at night, Sakura whispered to Naruto, who raised his eyebrows at her. Jealous. Impossible. See you next time, Tazuna-san. Kakashi said as they exchanged farewells. With Gato. Boss, Waraji said as he approached Gato. A messenger bird from Mizuharu has arrived. Give it to me, the little man said impatiently, snatching the letter from his guard's hand. Good. A wicked grin crept across his face. Gather the men and summon Zabuza. The time to act is now. Shouldn't we wait at least a while before the Konoha group leaves the wave for Sue? Shut up. I gave the order, and you obeyed. Now go. Yes, sir, Waraji sneered. As long as he received his salary, that was fine. Tazuna, I'll show you what happens when someone embarrasses me. The Dielvoi king chuckled as he crumpled the letter in his hands. With the Konoha shinobi, they decided to return to Konoha at their normal pace. It would take them at least 3 days to reach home. I can't believe that mission turned out to be so easy. I mean, who would have thought that Gato would just run away? Sakura wondered aloud as they sat on the sidewalk for lunch. Not every mission goes our way. And this time, our target's survival instincts overcame his pride and self-confidence, the ANBU member Kat replied. I should have. I wonder where Zabuza went? He's still a missing nin in the Mist Village, Eagle said from the side. We haven't heard anything about Kiri's inner workings in a long time. Only unconfirmed rumors, Captain Fox added. What's it like? Naruto asked, intrigued. Kirigakure was an interesting place for him to research, especially due to its diverse bloodlines. Rumors say that the Yandere Mizukage is dead. Really? So why hasn't anyone come forward? I thought they'd be eager to share the news. The tales of his fellow Jinchuriki's harsh rule had reached him. Ever since he learned about it, Naruto had feared he might end up like him, a tyrant or a madman. Yet, it was also inspiring for an 8-year-old when Jiraiya told him that the Mizukage of the Mist was a Jinchuriki like him. It showed that one's status could be surpassed, and others could see you differently. However, what Yagura did was not something Naruto aspired to. Kumogakure no Sato, Raikage's office. Profile name, Senju Naruto, current alias, Namikaze Naruto. Birthday, October 10th. Height, 151.5 centimeters. Weight, 44.3 kilograms. Blood type, B. Nature type, wind, water. Kekei Genkai, Teeth. Clan, Senju Clan. Descendants, Senju Minato, father, Uzumaki Kushina, mother. Special status, Jinchuriki of Kyubi. Sitting in his office, the Yandere Raikage, was reading a scroll containing information from one of Konoha's shinobi. His 3 subordinates, Darui, C, and his secretary, Mabui, stood before him as he read the first part of the message. The information had been given to the shinobi patrolling near the North Sea by an unknown man with white hair and red markings around his eyes, as described under his hood. He didn't know who the information was from, though he suspected it was IWA. Anoki might have been trying to provoke him into action. Do you think he's the real one, boss? Darui asked. If I'm being honest, Darui, I'm not sure. This message had come out of nowhere, but it was information that deserved serious consideration and investigation. Could Konoha really hide it for so long? C asked with a frown. They really can. Despite what they claim on the surface, a lot of shady things have happened there since the village was founded. The rogue Uchiha Madara, the Second Shinobi World War, Shimura Danzo's questionable dealings, the inhumane experiments of one of the Sannin Orochimaru. So hiding the last of the Senju, except for one notable member, was not surprising. Given their origins and lineage, it should have been expected. The Raikage silently congratulated Hiruzen on his decision. Minato's surviving enemies would undoubtedly try to eliminate the boy, especially Iwagakure. However, Anoki seemed to have somewhat reduced his ambitions in recent years. I must say I'm very interested in his progress. He was Minato's son, after all. If Hiruzen had hidden him for so long, he had probably trained him well. An excitement he hadn't felt in a long time began to wash over him. He needed to know the boy's abilities quickly to see if he was worthy of his father's legacy. He placed the paper on the table and turned around in his chair, now staring straight at his village. His secretary, Mabui, took the paper into her hands and began to read it further in her sweet voice. Personality: somewhat introverted, determined, focused. Chakra prowess: exceptional. She moved her gaze further down the paper. He seems to be a prodigy in every way, Reikage-sama. She concluded, amazed. If it's not a false report, she sneered. Exactly. The Reikage said, still looking through the window. He called out to Mabui again. What do you think, Mabui? Do you think he's real or is this just made up? Mabui had a sharp eye and was more level-headed and rational than her two bodyguards on most subjects. Mabui looked at the boy's photo again. Unlike his father, Naruto had a slightly rounder face, but he also had the same eyes and hair as he did in his enlistment photo. It reminded Mabui of the first and only time she had seen the former Hokage in person. Flashback. Third Shinobi World War, Land of Hot Water. Her team had just finished delivering a message from the village to the front lines, and 11-year-old Mabui couldn't wait to get back home. They were traveling through the forests of the Land of Hot Water. Dodai-sensei had to remain on the front lines for now. She had originally wanted to visit one of the hot springs, but her teammates were against it, as the country was being swarmed by Konoha ninja from time to time, apparently attacking the supply lines to the front lines. Due to the shortage of shinobi and the need for other tasks, her team was chosen for a mission to deliver a simple scroll to one of the bases, even if they were just genin. I can't wait to see everyone once we get back, the young girl said, a little too eagerly. Mabui, stay focused. There might be enemies nearby, her teammate, Samui, admonished her. Sorry, Samui-chan, she mumbled, shyly. Samui's right, Mabui. You need to be more diligent with your assignments. We may be rookies, but this is wartime. We could be ambushed by local Konoha ninja. They might have already infiltrated the country, Yatsuki Kiwa, her third teammate, told her with a serious yet worried expression as they walked home. She was often too cautious. I understand, he shouted, though he immediately covered his mouth. At that moment, the three Kumogakure genin heard something from the bushes and trees. Arm yourselves, Samui said as they stopped moving. Mabui swallowed hard, but the only sounds coming from the forest were the rustling of leaves disturbed by birds flying away. Just a bird. Nothing serious, Kiwa breathed a sigh of relief. No, Mabui said, now fully focused. There's someone out there. The birds were disturbed by movement, usually by shinobi jumping from tree to tree scaring them. Despite his awareness of the situation, he couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise as a giant dark yellow dog jumped at them. Ah, he screamed in terror as the three of them fell to the ground, his eyes wide. It's just a bunch of kids, Minato, said the shinobi with a red mark on his cheek, standing on one of the tree branches. Mabui turned her head slightly to her left, seeing another man standing there. He had blonde hair, blue eyes, and the standard Konoha Jonin jacket, just like her other friends. He wore a nonchalant expression. Yellow flash. Her eyes widened even more as she recognized him. She had heard stories about this man, one who was seemingly faster than Asama himself. And a ruthless one at that, feared by all of Iwagakure. As soon as he realized it, he screamed in panic. It's the yellow flash. He's going to get us. He cried in fear as he covered his head with his hands. Mabui, Samui hissed at him from the side, a little too loudly for both men to hear. Her friend was also scared, as was evident on her face, but at least he was calmer than her. Kiwa was no less frightened, though she kept her mouth shut. Her fear was overpowering her reason. When he raised his head again, he saw the yellow flash standing over him, covering his mouth with his hand, but his face was indifferent, sporting a friendly smile. You can stop now, he said, continuing to smile, albeit a little nervously. We won't hurt you, I promise. He nodded slowly. What should we do with them, Minato? His friend asked. Minato was silent for a moment before turning to his companion. Nothing. We'll leave them here. We've fulfilled our mission. He turned to her once more, his smile still in place. We're going now, Mabui-chan. Stay safe and be a little quieter next time. Mabui blushed, but she calmed down when she heard that. Her breathing returned to normal as well. Minato and his friends returned to the forest they came from, followed by a dog that had shrunk in size without them realizing it. "Minato-kun," she whispered softly, unheard by her teammates. She continued to look in the direction the blonde shinobi had gone. "Mabui, are you okay?" Kiwa asked as she and Samui approached her, waking her from her reverie. "Why, I'm fine. Are you two okay?" she asked them. "I am," Samui replied, her emotionless face returning to its usual state. "This is why we told you to focus and stay still. If he hadn't taken pity on us, we could have been in serious trouble." Her blonde teammate told her firmly. "Samui is right. Sorry. It won't happen again," he promised with a sad expression. "Whatever it is, let's hurry back to the village." Kiwa nodded. "Why do you think he saved us without a second thought?" "That's because we're not worth taking," her cold, blonde friend stated, seeming embarrassed about the whole situation. Well, Samui was always too proud for her own good. Mabui didn't comment as they returned even faster, jumping from tree to tree. But before they jumped, Mabui glanced once more in the direction where her best friend had disappeared. "Minato-kun." Mabui continued to stare at the photo of Senju Naruto, remembering the time she met her father. From that day on, she decided to take her career more seriously, putting aside her childish personality. If it had been anyone other than Minato, she and her team could have faced dire consequences that day. It was also the only time she saw Samui truly afraid. However, that was also the beginning of her crush on the Senju man. She never told anyone, but she suspected Samui knew. She understood that nothing would come of it, and it didn't. But a girl could dream, right? Not all enemy shinobi would spare her team so easily. They had fought with IWA during that war too. She had heard stories of their cruel treatment of the genin they would capture. The battle between Kirigakure and Konohagakure was also well known among the younger generation at the time. Seeing Minato's son's photo, she couldn't help but smile, her serious face once again resembling Minato's. The memory of her past love made her blush. But even though she remained motionless, she couldn't hide her feelings from the others. "Please hear me out on this one," he said with a friendly smile. "Medical ninja are outside the standard shinobi ranks, as you probably already know. Similar to ANBU, we choose them based on merit or recommendation. Naturally, you'll remain within the village walls most of the time, and you'll be given a normal salary once your training is complete. What do you think, Sakura-chan? Would it be a shame to let your potential go to waste?" Can I think about this, Hokage-sama?" He nodded. That wasn't a bad proposal. He might have to go into the field sometimes, but being a medical ninja wouldn't be too bad, in his opinion. He just didn't want to experience what he did a few days ago. Naruto's anger. That sent shivers down his spine. Helping people on the other side wouldn't be too bad. He really had to consider it. Kakashi stared at his leader with narrowed eyes. It was obvious manipulation on the Sandame's part, even if he had the upper hand in his words. "Kakashi, your team will be off duty next week. You may leave now," he informed the team. "Naruto-kun, you stay." Sasuke raised an eyebrow and looked at his blonde teammate, who had a blank expression on his face, before looking at Kakashi, who simply shrugged and motioned for him and Sakura to leave. Naruto waited 10 seconds after they left before he spoke. "I never thought you'd manipulate Sakura like that, old man. Can you blame me?" Sarutobi replied, bored. Surely, someone with Sakura's potential for medical ninjutsu would be wasted on retiring. At least with this, even if her potential was limited by her own desires, she could still be very useful to the village. He hated a part of himself for manipulating the young girl like that. But still, he might realize his mistake later, and it might be too late to fix it. Pragmatic reasons. The academy spent 6 years nurturing the village's future generations. Retiring right after becoming a ninja would be foolish of him to let everyone have their way after a failed or partially failed mission. He couldn't afford it. Naruto shook his head. "I don't think I can." And she couldn't. If the wave mission had shown anything, whether it was abandoning a career or leaving the job half-finished, the suffering would only prolong. Sakura could still be a medic, and she would use it for the village. "Come sit here, kid. I want to see how you handle this." Sarutobi gestured for him to sit on the bed, and Naruto nodded and sat down. "What's on your mind right now, Naruto-kun?" she asked kindly. "Besides the fact that I saw a family and the people who hailed me and my team as heroes dead." "Not much," he said flatly. Sarutobi remained silent, his eyes narrowed and his mouth pressed into a thin line. It would be best if he let the boy vent his frustration first. "I almost released the Kyuubi," he whispered after a while. "Not venting. But self-defeating isn't much better either. From what Kakashi told me," Sarutobi began, "you haven't even used one tail of its chakra yet. So it's still far from being released." "No. I didn't." He clenched his fists. "He tempted me to give in, and I almost fell for it." Sarutobi exhaled a puff of smoke. "That's why you held back, Naruto-kun. So he'd never be able to escape. Controlling your emotions is essential when dealing with a fox." "But for how long?" Naruto asked. "I feel like he hates me more and more every day he's in prison." "I don't know." And he didn't. Capturing the tailed beasts and even selling them to other villages was probably the biggest mistake Senju Hashirama made. "Listen, old man. I need help." Naruto began, looking at his father's picture on the wall with narrowed eyes. "What is it?" Naruto wasn't one to ask others to do things for him. Whatever he needed, it was probably within reason. "I need someone to help manage my chakra flow while I talk to Kyuubi," he said frankly. "Are you crazy, Naruto-kun? A few days ago, the fox tried to use you to escape." "I need to talk to him," Naruto said seriously. "I haven't been able to sleep for the past few days because my stomach is in knots. I don't know if it's anxiety or a restless fox, but having a sense of control for so long must have increased his desire for freedom." Sarutobi's lips quirked upwards. "I'll arrange for some ANBU to be there, as well as Jiraiya. By the way, he returned to the village 4 days ago." "He did? That's good." Despite everything that had happened in the past few days, Naruto allowed a small smile to spread across his face. His godfather would be the perfect person to oversee this, which reminded him of something else he was curious about. "How is the Tiger ANBU member related to me?" he asked the old man, getting straight to the point. "So he knew about it." "It's a long story. I have time." Sarutobi snorted at that. At least Naruto wasn't blaming himself anymore. That night, at the Senju clan compound, night had fallen, and Jiraiya was currently sitting in Naruto's engawa, listening to his godson reminisce about his half-failed mission. "And after the Tiger ANBU members absorbed the fox's chakra, I managed to calm down. Kakashi-sensei captured Gato, while the other ANBU hunted down his thugs. Zabuza and Haku escaped. I could still sense them, and if I hadn't entered Kyuubi mode, we might have had a chance to catch them. 2 of them are on my list of people I want to confront the most," Naruto said through gritted teeth. "I see." That was all Jiraiya said for now. After that, many of the locals came out in fear. Kakashi-sensei and the others managed to calm them down by handing Gato over for judgment. Naruto said, lying on the floor on his back, looking up at the stars as he spoke. "We returned to the village in silence after we buried Tazuna, his daughter, his granddaughter, and the others." "Why are you beating yourself up over that? It wasn't your fault, kid. Gato had a death wish, and no one warned him of the consequences of his actions," Jiraiya said to him. "I know," Naruto admitted. "But I can't help but feel responsible. If we had done more, maybe we could have caught him and prevented what happened to the wave in the end." "Maybe, maybe not. What's done is done. Failing a mission happens more often than you think. Be proud that none of your comrades were killed this time," Jiraiya said with a faraway look in his eyes as he gazed towards the nearby pond in the backyard. "But the client and his family did. Has that ever happened to you, uncle?" "What? Failed a mission?" "A few times, I admit," Jiraiya said, rubbing his chin. "Tsunade, Orochimaru, and I were simple chunin at the time. We were supposed to escort a relative of the fire daimyo to the land of rivers. He got drunk and got into a fight while we were sleeping in a nearby tavern. He was killed in the process." It wasn't exactly the case, but he could understand how his uncle felt. "So, how did you handle it?" Naruto asked. He must have felt disappointed in himself among many things, just as Naruto was now with his own failure. Jiraiya took a deep breath. "I found a way to cope," he said with a neutral expression. Despite not wanting to, Naruto laughed as he sat up. Are you suggesting I find a way to ease my pain? If you wish. Jiraiya ignored him nonchalantly, though his supposedly neutral face twisted into a small grin and then into a full-blown laugh. No, thank you. Mom will come down and have words with both of us if I do that. He snorted at the idea. Jiraiya ruffled his hair as he said the following. Losing those you care about is painful, even more so when you see it with your own eyes. But it's not something you can always prevent. Never forget that, kid. What happened in Wave wasn't your fault, or anyone else's. Naruto nodded and continued to ask something that caught his attention. You said, beyond your reach. Are you talking about the 3 orphans from Amigakure you trained during the Second Shinobi War? Indeed, they are, Jiraiya said with a nostalgic smile. Naruto knew the story of the 3, one of whom possessed the Rinnegan. He never told his uncle, but he felt it was a waste and foolish of him to simply leave such a powerful asset in the Land of Rain. If Konoha had obtained the Rinnegan, his parents might still be alive. But there was no point in dwelling on what-ifs now. What's done is done. You remember the past so that something like that doesn't recur in the future. So how do I deal with this failure? He wasn't particularly close to Tazuna and his family. Nothing more than acquaintances, but he liked them. Having a different environment, with people who weren't afraid of him, destroyed like that left a deep scar on his soul. You get over it by not blaming yourself anymore. And make sure you don't do it again in the future, son. Got it? I guess. He simply stated, looking towards the village. Since it was already nighttime, the streetlights shone from the center. By the way, Jiraiya said as he stood up, taking something out of his bag. Here. He tossed him a scroll. This is your armor you ordered from the Land of Iron. Satamune can't stop boasting that it's one of his finest creations. Open it. And he did. The scroll was unsealed, revealing a beautiful gray shinobi plate armor. There was a clan crest on its chest. It resembled the ones his clan members wore during the Warring States era. Technically, as a member of the clan, Naruto had the right to wear the traditional uniform during missions. The Akimichi and Aburame families certainly did. Rejecting modernity and embracing tradition, he thought with a smile. Now all I need is some nice fur, Naruto muttered as he examined his gift. What do you need feathers for? Jiraiya asked curiously. Don't tell me you plan to copy the Naidame? I never thought of you as a copycat, Naruto, Jiraiya said with a smirk. Laugh all you want, uncle, Naruto replied, snorting. The idea of him imitating someone just to fit in was out of the question. He was inspired by the feathers for their use in battle. Turning to Jiraiya, he continued, I don't plan on letting my hair grow long. If I want to use the needle jizo you taught me, I'll need some other extensions for faster results. And you chose fur. With chakra-enhancing armor to channel chakra more easily, correct? Jiraiya observed. But you could have done it without the materials from the Land of Iron. Naruto grinned. I can. But I want to experiment with my affinity and the additional elemental shield around the armor nintaijutsu. Wind release can easily tear through my clothes if I'm not careful. With chakra-enhanced armor, I can prevent that. But I still need to figure out how to do it properly. He examined his future gear further, knowing that wind release could also cause issues if he used it recklessly. But that topic could wait. There were more pressing matters to address. Jiraiya smiled nostalgically at Naruto's explanation. It reminded him of when 12-year-old Minato had inspired him with the idea for the Rasengan. He believed Naruto's idea could become a reality. The Sandaime and Yondaime Reikage were known to utilize light release in combination with their taijutsu styles. If Naruto wanted to create his own style, he would have to start from scratch. As Naruto checked his equipment, Jiraiya fell into a thinking pose, imagining how it would work. In theory, emitting wind from one's body wasn't impossible. However, controlling the air around oneself was a different matter. Depending on how much wind he formed, Naruto could even fly. Had he thought that far ahead? The shock on Jiraiya's face was evident. I see you noticed something, Naruto said with a smirk as he put away his armor. Do you plan to fly someday? He shrugged nonchalantly. Maybe. It depends on how much control I have. For now, it's just an extra layer of protection around me. Jiraiya smiled. But make sure you have someone nearby to help you while you train, in case something goes wrong. I know. The Sandaime Tsuchikage, Anoki, could also fly, but knowledge of this ability was a closely guarded secret among those who held the title of Tsuchikage. Go and rest now, Jiraiya advised. You have the fox to talk to tomorrow. And don't blame yourself anymore. He spoke with urgency. Dealing with the fox's chakra requires you to be at your best emotionally. The QB will likely try to use your emotions against you. I understand. Jiraiya ruffled his hair once more. Experiencing it once was enough for him, and it reminded Naruto that the fox's chakra was not to be taken lightly. The next day, Naruto stared at the grim scene before him. He could hear maniacal laughter echoing in his ears. Gato stood there, laughing at the sight, while an army of thugs loomed behind him, alongside Zabuza and Haku, who remained emotionless. Their indifference toward this tyranny infuriated him. He felt a surge of anger and a desire for vengeance. His body began to glow with orange chakra, a power he had never felt before. He let it envelop him completely. Naruto leaped forward toward the small man and his army. They stood no chance against him. He took them down one by one, including Zabuza and Haku. A sense of satisfaction washed over him, but when he tried to regain control, he found himself unable to. The power was overwhelming. He looked around at the terrified faces of the citizens of the waves, mothers clutching their children in fear as they witnessed the chaos unfold. The very people he was meant to protect now feared him. That realization filled him with hatred. He despised the fear in their eyes. It reminded him of his own childhood misery. All those stares, all those moments of isolation. He wanted it to end. As he succumbed to the Nine-Tails' power, a vision of his parents appeared before him. It was a picture of his father caressing his Piargenanti mother's belly. But as he reached for it, the image burst into flames, turning to ash, as he fully transformed into the Nine-Tails. Naruto woke up, gasping for breath, sweat dripping down his forehead. He swallowed hard, the remnants of the nightmare lingering in his mind. This was the second time he had experienced such a dream. The first had been the night after they returned to Wave. He hadn't slept well since. He glanced at the clock. 5:58. So much for overcoming your failures. At least he had managed to sleep longer this time. Maybe he should take Jiraiya's advice and find some company? Better to wait a few more years. A faint smile crossed his face. Naruto got out of bed and headed to the kitchen, pouring himself a glass of water. It had a bad taste just like every other morning. After finishing his morning routine, Naruto stepped outside to enjoy some fresh air. He loved the feeling of the morning breeze on his face. It eased his heart and mind, allowing any worries to float away like the wind. Training Ground A6 was a special training area used by the ANBU. After leaving his house, Naruto went to the Hokage Tower, where he found the Sandaime awake and ready, just like Jiraiya. They guided him to the designated place where he would hopefully meet the QB. So much for 3 free days, he heard a familiar voice say. An ANBU council member. I understand why Tiger has to be here today, but why the rest of us? The other 3 members, besides Tiger and Boar, were also present, along with Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked. Good morning to you too, she replied with a smile, standing up from the tree she had been leaning against and closing her book. The purple cover seemed to displease Jiraiya, judging by his slight frown. I suppose you should use your Sharingan to calm me down if something goes wrong? He asked. Sharingan. Ever since the incident at the Wave, he had felt a certain unease within him, especially whenever Kakashi-sensei mentioned it in conversations with Sasuke or when Sasuke instinctively activated it. At first, he hadn't thought much of it, mainly because his mind was elsewhere. Especially the fresh memories of the innocent people trapped in their despair. Even now, he felt a twinge of anxiety as he saw Kakashi-sensei lift his headband. Is something wrong, Naruto? Kakashi asked him. There is. Your Sharingan gives me chills for some reason. But I don't know what it is, he chose to say instead. By the way, why are the rest of Team Ro here today? I didn't think we needed so many people for this, Naruto asked. Surely if the Nine Tails somehow escaped its prison, 4 extra ANBU would be useless against it. If even his godfather and surrogate grandfather couldn't stop it. Part of Naruto was starting to think this might have been a bad decision. Maybe he should have left like his mother or Mito-sama had. Keep it locked up and forget it ever existed? But for how long? He had asked the old man the same question as yesterday. How long could he control the Nine Tails if he didn't even understand why? Reason. What reason would the fox give him? It wanted freedom. That was very clear when he used that chakra in the wave. I can see from your face that you've already noticed. Naruto's thoughts were interrupted as he looked at his sensei. Maybe. Teamwork was a myth within Konoha, and Team Ro was quite good at it, from what Naruto knew. He wasn't against it. More or less, he'd embraced such an idea from his training. Or so he thought. Since the wave, he hadn't known what he wanted to do with his life or his shinobi career. What did he want to achieve? Recognition? Respect? Acceptance from fellow villagers? Naruto-kun, we should get started on the task at hand, his grandfather figure stated, bringing him back from his thoughts. Naruto nodded and stood still as ANBU member Tiger stood in the middle of the field, going through some hand seals. Wood style, food dog heads. Exactly 9 food dog pillars rose from the ground and surrounded the wood style user. You can continue your part whenever you deem ready, Naruto-san, the tiger informed him. The others stood their ground, ready to act if anything went wrong. Hopefully not. Naruto walked in front of the pillar, sitting in a meditation pose. He didn't know how to actually talk to a fox. The last and only time he'd interacted with it was when it was angry. His stable emotional state was necessary to protect it. That much he knew. But its wild emotional state allowed him to interact with it in the first place. He formed a ram seal and focused on his other chakra, the Nine Tails chakra. It was dormant, as his reserves were currently full. Only when his own reserves were depleted could the fox's chakra replace them. He didn't have time to waste aimlessly. It could take hours. His own chakra was also needed to hold off the Kyuubi. Naruto chose simple meditation. He cleared his mind of all the negativity that had occurred recently. He focused on the shimmering fox chakra within his seal. And as he did, he found himself in another dimension. The sewers. Not exactly what he had imagined his mindscape would look like. Looking around, a frown appeared on his face. I hired a companion. His godfather's voice echoed in his mind, along with the blank expression he had when he said it, causing a small smile to appear on Naruto's serious face, before turning into a chuckle. He walked through the halls, heading nowhere in particular. He didn't know exactly where he was going. He simply moved as his intuition guided him. At the end of the hall, he saw a bright white light coming from the next room. As he entered the room, a large cage appeared before him. Naruto quickly turned around, only to see the hallway shrouded in darkness. Ironic. He turned around once more, facing the giant cage that stood before him. He could see the kanji for the word seal in the center. It's best not to try to delete it. Common sense. So, you finally decided to grace me with your presence, the voice behind the bars said to him. Naruto swallowed the saliva he didn't know he was holding in his mouth and spoke to the fox. Kyuubi. Your fear radiates, yet you stand before me, defiant. I must say, I am intrigued by you, Senju Naruto. As he stood in front of the cage, only the fox's eyes and sharp teeth were visible. Naruto realized he had no idea what he wanted to say to her now. You're trying to control me, Naruto replied. It felt like a weak answer. So much for speaking with confidence. I did it, the fox growled. And I almost did it. Naruto couldn't help but snort at the fox's statement. Far from it. The Kyuubi didn't like that comment, as it bared its fangs through its cage. Come on, you insolent brat. I'll devour you whole. It pushed him back a step. Why did you attack the village 12 years ago? Naruto asked. He felt the fox's desire for freedom when it tried to control him. The attack itself, when it could have easily been resealed, didn't stand up to Naruto. The Kyuubi growled from behind the bars, even angrier than before. As if I needed a reason. Your wretched ancestors sealed me away in the first place. I want to destroy his creation. I want to destroy his legacy. Naruto narrowed his eyes. He didn't try to correct the fox. He thought it would only make it angrier. That's why you were sealed. Forever. But I'll be free someday too. Deluded. If he truly believed that, under no circumstances would the village allow it. The next thing Naruto asked was something the old man had mentioned about his birth time. Who helped you escape? No matter how powerful the Nine Tails were, his father was a seal expert. While it was never explicitly stated that anyone else had a hand, the old man suspected that someone had interrupted the sealing. A summoning. The fox appeared within the village, not in the sealing cave where he was born. Outside of it. The old man told him this years ago to calm the mind of an orphan who blamed himself for his mother's death. The Kyuubi was silent for 2 seconds before closing the cage, allowing Naruto to see its front in full. You're implying that someone like me needed help escaping? I took the first chance I got, and that's when your mother gave birth. It growled in annoyance, its red eyes wide with hatred as it spoke. Naruto took a step back for a moment. The fox smiled in amusement. But it didn't amuse Naruto. For some reason, he couldn't believe the fox would do something like that. So you just decided to run away and let yourself be captured again? You expect me to believe that? Go. Now. Kyuubi closed his eyes. Naruto opened his eyes and removed his hand from the tiger mark. Immediately standing up, he was asked a question by the Sandaime. Aren't you going to talk to the fox, Naruto-kun? What do you mean? I already talked to him, Naruto replied, raising an eyebrow. Before anyone could say anything else, he added, I was there for about 10 minutes or so. 10 minutes? His godfather questioned. Son, you sat there for about a minute. We're expecting you to start leaking fox chakra any minute now. And no, Naruto insisted. I'm sure I was there talking to him. Not for much, but definitely more than a minute. Look at yourself, Jiraiya said, pulling out a vintage watch from his shirt. 7:18. They had started around 7:15 a.m. Could it be that time in his mindscape had slowed down? Let's just say space and time are different in this case, okay? Sarutobi suggested, not expecting a negative response. Jiraiya ignored him, and the others nodded. So, what did he say to you, Naruto-kun? Nothing much, just that he wanted to eat me. Bore, the ANBU member, chuckled, prompting his teammates to give him strange looks behind their masks. Is that all? Sarutobi asked, unimpressed. Naruto stared at him, recalling the conversation with the fox. Well, he said, rubbing the back of his neck. The whole village should be grateful that I took care of it. Sarutobi maintained his displeased expression and nodded. I believe that's all, he said. You're dismissed, he told his shinobi. Tiger removed his wooden pillar, and the rest continued on their way. Wait, that's all? I thought. Bor began to add something of his own but was kicked by his captain. You heard Hokage Bor. We are dismissed. The man in question rubbed his ribs a little. You owe us big time for wasting our free time, the ANBU complained mockingly, joking around. Sure, Naruto replied, brushing it off. As the others left, only Naruto, Jiraiya, and Hiruzen remained in the clearing. Would you mind telling us now what kind of conversation you had with the fox? 10 minutes isn't a short time. Don't you agree, Naruto-kun? Sarutobi asked him with a smile, clearly expecting an answer. I guess I can't hide much from you, can I? Naruto grinned. They don't call me professor for nothing, son, he replied, a familiar phrase. He didn't say much. Just some vague notions about him wanting to escape and destroy the village to end my great-grandfather Hashirama's legacy. Frowns appeared on Jiraiya and Sarutobi's faces. Jiraiya was the first to speak. I knew he would harbor resentment towards the village, but I didn't expect it to be so intense. Why didn't he just run away? And how did he manage to escape? Jiraiya glanced at the Sandaime, who continued to stare at Naruto with narrowed eyes. He didn't say. I suspect he had outside help, right? Like you said, why didn't he run away? From my conversations with him, I realized he was very proud, but also very angry about his current status, as expected. Sarutobi continued to stare at him silently. Jiraiya, standing beside him, looked like he wanted to say something but remained quiet. You once told me that the ceiling could be compromised, old man. Do you have any potential suspects? A silence followed. No. Sarutobi closed his eyes as he said that. Senju Complex, the clan's secret library. Naruto sat at a table in his clan's secret library. A candle in the lampshade was nearly gone, so he took another and replaced it. As he sat in his chair, Naruto looked at the floor thoughtfully, tapping the surface of the table with his finger. His thoughts wandered from his conversation with the QB to the epilogue with the old man. He tried to find anything that could help him assist the fox. The old man knew something about it but hid it from him. To summon the 9 tails within the village, one must possess either the wood style like his great-grandfather, Senju Hashirama, or the Sharingan like his friend, in fact, rival, and later archenemy, Uchiha Madara. His great-grandfather wrote that Madara could control the fox because he possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, an evolved version of the standard Sharingan. Naruto considered both options carefully. The only current wood style user was ANBU member Tiger, as far as he knew. Yesterday, the Sandame had told him the origins of his wood style. Those origins, as Tiger himself stated, were unorthodox, stemming from the rogue Sannin, Orochimaru. On the other hand, the Konoha government itself attempted to replicate the wood style years ago to subdue the tailed beasts if they ever became a threat to the village. However, there were no recorded successes, only the tragic fates of those who received Senju Hashirama cells. It's possible that Orochimaru continued his experiments and had a loyal henchman who used the wood technique. One of them could have launched a 9 tails attack on the village, ending his father's life, thus ensuring a safe stage for his rise to power. Thankfully, the old man prevented him. Naruto took a deep breath. This room needed some fresh air sometimes. And a dust clean too. Some other time. He took a notebook from the drawer, which Tobirama had written about the Sharingan and its abilities. Skipping a few pages that he had read before regarding normal eyes, Naruto started reading the section that described the Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto skimmed the next 2 pages where Tobirama presented some of his theories on the need for his revival. Killing someone close to you. Naruto muttered aloud as he read the theory over again. He had indeed read the book himself before, but there was no harm in doing it twice, especially now. The abilities of those eyes were apparently, and in Tobirama's impartial opinion, maddeningly endless. 3 powerful abilities that nearly gave the Uchiha Hagoromo alliance a chance to win the war were Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, and Susan. Izuna possessed the first 2, and Madara possessed the more devastating last. Tobirama was the one who fought Izuna, while Hashirama fought Madara. High-level sensory abilities were key to avoiding Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. If you're a proficient sensor like Tobirama, you can deduce if the user is gathering chakra in their eyes. Naruto wondered if Itachi possessed any of the 3. He took out the bingo book he always carried with him. Looking at it, all the information on the famous Uchiha was that he was a prodigy similar to him and that he killed his entire clan in a single night. It made Naruto wonder if the clan was weak if a 13-year-old could do it alone. But that didn't interest him right now. He put that question aside. What Naruto was curious about was how Madara managed to control the 9 tails when it seemed his great-grandfather could only restrain it and put it to sleep, as he did with the other bijou. He didn't use it for his own needs during the battle. There wasn't much information about it. Only Madara could cast a powerful Igenjutsu on a tailed beast, putting it under his control. Naruto felt a slight disturbance in his seal for a moment. The QB must be displeased with his thoughts. Ha ha ha. That fox must have had an ego bigger than the entire Hyuga clan combined. As much as he wanted to relax in his thoughts, he couldn't. He kept analyzing the situation and thinking about who could possibly interfere with the resealing. No Senju besides Hashirama possessed would release. And now, Tiger was a member of the ANBU. But the Shodai Hokage was dead, and Tiger was still a child at the time, while he and Tsunade were the last Senju. Another possibility is that Orochimaru had a hand in it, and if he managed to replicate the wood release in one of his experiments, only to use it against Konoha and his father, paving the way for the snake Sannin to become Hokage. A very plausible theory, one that shouldn't be dismissed. There was one thing that crossed Naruto's mind besides his other theories about the actions of his only living relative, Tsunade. It was no secret to him that he harbored a certain animosity towards Konoha, and before that, towards his father. But the hatred towards Konoha was even greater. The loss of his love and a younger brother had made him cynical. It was possible he had a child who could have attacked Konoha 12 years ago. No. The timelines aren't adding up. Naruto muttered while rubbing the bridge of his nose as he thought further. He could awaken with style on his own, perhaps? But then again, that's a rare occurrence. Naruto shook his head, ashamed of himself for blaming his aunt who was drowning in misery. He dismissed the possibility that he was in any way responsible for the attack. He thought about it further. He remembered the small conversation between the ANBU while they were searching for Gato. Naruto is a Senju, not an Uchiha. He already passed the psychological test in my book, Fox said stubbornly. You're seeking revenge against a dead clan, Captain. Cat said, trying to play the rationality card. He hadn't paid much attention to it before when he was in the academy. But while the Uchiha clan was still alive and thriving, he noticed a fair amount of hostility directed towards them from the villagers. That's when he moved deeper into the village, using the transformation technique to hide his appearance. But his host actually checked on him and returned. He had to hide the fact that he was responsible for his mother's death. It would be better if he pinned everything on this fake Madara in the end. He couldn't waste this opportunity. The fake Madara was still out there. And with only half his power, he was an easy target. With Naruto, he had a much better chance of defeating the man. The young ninja would do it for him. Her terms of the alliance made sense. If anything, she could admit that Naruto was a good person. Kurama narrowed his eyes at the next thought. Naruto should have known why he despised his great-grandfather. It wasn't just the fact that he had captured and sealed him. That wouldn't erase the pain he felt when his father's descendants imprisoned him. A chosen successor from the younger generation should be different from one disrespected by the older generation. Humans truly are forgettable creatures. As he reminded himself of the past and freedom, he suddenly felt something different. Kurama immediately stood up when he sensed something new. It was the taste of fresh air. Looking ahead, he could see his host leaving Madara's grave. He really did. Kurama snorted and smiled as he lay down to sleep again. Perhaps this alliance would be more beneficial to him than he initially thought. Only time would tell. And he had plenty of it. Kurama knew that Naruto wanted to use him, just as he wanted to use Naruto. The young ninja probably knew that too. After leaving Madara's tomb, which resulted in another encounter with the Kyuubi and a sort of pact, Naruto headed toward the stone face of the previous Hokage. Night still hung over the village, and a few stars were still visible above. But the sun's trail from the east threatened to soon eclipse them for the day. He sat in his usual spot, his father's stone face. Every time he looked out at the village, any annoyance within him would fade. For nearly 50 years, I have come here before darkness falls, and this is the first time I have had a friend to share my views with, a voice behind him said, digging into the ground with his cane at the same time. Naruto turned around to see a slightly bandaged old man slowly approaching him, along with two bodyguards whom Naruto was seeing for the first time. Danzo-sama, Naruto said, standing and greeting the man formally, bowing slightly in respect. The Konoha elder appreciated this, if the slight upward curve of his lips was any indication. Senju-san, he called him by his real name. Of course, he would know about his true identity. The man himself was the old man's rival. Naruto decided to leave, not wanting to disturb the elder in whatever he wanted to do here at this hour. He was already starting to miss his bed. "Sit. I wanted to talk to you since you're here," the Shimura clan head stated, moving to stand near him on his father's stone face. "I admit this isn't where I usually stand, but enough for today." Deciding to hold out a little longer, Naruto remained where he was sitting, while his new friend continued to stand. "Where do you usually stand then, Danzo-sama?" "On your great-grandfather's stone face," he replied, looking at the village and its walls. There was no one on the streets, except for shinobi patrols. Is there a reason why? He was his student. That might be the reason, but from what Naruto knew of the man beside him, he wasn't a sentimental person. Maybe he had his own way of dealing with life and his duties. Maybe. The reason was because I wanted to understand it first. Then it turned into a kind of habit, a habit that will always remind me of what I'm fighting for this village and its safety, he declared proudly. It's also a reminder of my biggest mistake. It seems like it might do the same for me, Naruto said, unsure why he spoke those words. With each passing hour in the village, he blamed himself less and less for what happened in the wave. A reminder that we never repeat this, Danzo said almost in a whisper, his left eye remaining open and unmoving. Of course. They sat and stood there in comfortable silence until Danzo spoke first once more. I heard about what happened in the wave. So that's it. Nothing more to add there. I always stressed to Hiruzen that emotional conditioning was necessary for shinobi if they didn't want mistakes like that to happen. He was referring to Naruto nearly releasing the fox in anger. And that we never leave a job half-finished. It will haunt us later, he added, referring to his group leaving the wave without pursuing Gato to ensure the fool didn't take anyone else with him to the other world. Shut up, again. I can say that I agree with you, half-heartedly, Naruto said, breaking it down. Danzo didn't look at him. He continued to gaze at the village. I agree with leaving the job half-finished, but emotions need to be controlled outside of missions. If we don't have that, then there will be more people like Gato running around. But if we embrace them, then demons like the Kyuubi will be free to roam, was the elder's answer. No emotion is better than a negative one, Naruto agreed. Danzo said nothing. But positive emotions outweigh both, he finished, now having a different reaction from the bandaged man. You could say that, he replied cryptically. Naruto didn't even think for a second that the man beside him was drowning out his own emotions. Regardless of his psychological state, he was full of praise. Positive emotions help me understand the villagers better, Naruto began once again. And with what conclusion do you draw? Danzo asked him. The conclusion is that they are afraid and confused. Oh. The silence stretched for a few more seconds. One day, when I was 10 years old, I was walking near the hospital with Shikamaru and Choji, and I heard a baby crying. Danzo said nothing, but he nodded slightly. I went to check what it was, and when I approached the window, I saw a mother holding her baby, comforting it. Babies cry sadly when they're scared. It's a natural instinct to cry for help, Danzo added with a distant look. And when a mother picks him up, coos and holds him close, the baby stops crying because it feels safe, Naruto explained. And just like when a strong Hokage is there to instill a sense of security, the villagers are happy and public order is maintained, Danzo said once again. Indeed. Just as his father had almost single-handedly ended the war with Iwagakure, Konoha emerged victorious, even if they had lost the first part. It gave people a sense of security with a man like him running and protecting the village and them. But without a strong Hokage, unrest ensues, fueled by their uncontrollable emotions. Danzo said, his eyes narrowing. However, the Third War itself ended without any major gains for Konoha, except for the bragging rights of being victorious. There were no territorial gains, no enemy villages destroyed. It was both a downgrade and a relief. The balance of the 5 elements remained intact. And they found an excuse to take out their emotions either on me or on the Uchiha clan. Naruto finished, glaring at Danzo when he mentioned the nearly extinct clan. Danzo's expression was momentarily indifferent, but he maintained complete control over his emotions. Be it you or the Uchiha clan indeed, Danzo repeated. Do you hate them? Villagers. Danzo nodded. No. But I don't like them either. It seems Hiruzen has failed then, he said, offering a bitter smile. The old man didn't fail. He knew it himself. So, what reason did you fight if you don't like the village? Naruto stood silently, gazing toward the Konoha hospital. I fought so that another mother could hold her child as she cried tears of joy, Danzo-sama, he replied. I may dislike many people here for the way they treat me, but I don't hate them either. I love this village. This is my home. It is my ancestral heritage. I have friends and people here I care about, and I would dishonor their sacrifices and friendship if I misguided them. Naruto smiled as he watched the sun rise fully from the east, the remnants of night fading away. The feeling when someone thanks him, that was the feeling he wanted in his heart. Just like Tazuna, his family and employees had expressed their gratitude before their tragic end. He wanted to experience that warmth again and ensure that people like them never suffered the same fate. He would do what he promised. He would never let something like the wave happen again on his watch, especially not to his home. He might not have liked how people treated him in the past, but he could care for them. And he would protect them. People like Gato, Zabuza, and Haku would always be present. Shinobi united to eradicate the suffering that had plagued the Warring States era. This new era also had its share of suffering, but that didn't mean one should abandon their duties when things got tough. Danzo seemed pleased with that. I understand. Well, I wish you the best, Naruto-san. And I hope we have another conversation like this in the future. Likewise, Danzo-sama. He bowed slightly with a respectful smile as the elder continued on his way, returning to the mountain behind the village. As Naruto watched him go, his expression shifted to one of indifference as he was left alone. You truly are an idealist, Kyubi's voice spoke. Having ideals isn't a bad thing, Kyubi. However, he had told his godfather that the tale of an utterly gutsy shinobi was too idealistic and unrealistic. It's the same with emotions. It's fine to have them, but don't let them interfere with your common sense or your duty. The fox snorted. What are you going to do with that old man? You feel the same way I do, right? That's right. The Sharingan in his right eye, and a trace of Shodai chakra on his right shoulder, Naruto said to Kyubi. He almost fits the description of that masked Uchiha, don't you agree? He had never felt it before, and even now Hashirama's chakra in his hand was suppressed and kept low. The root leader was likely observing him in turn, though he didn't show it. You humans are foolish for fighting over things like that cursed eye or powers that don't belong to you. Kyubi, I thought you and my great-grandfather would get along well, Naruto commented before turning serious. I'll think about what to do with Danzo later. He's too suspicious to leave alone. He had been informed about Danzo's inner workings by the old man. He had initially considered staying away from him, but this changed everything. As you wish, the fox said as he settled back to sleep. Naruto cast one last glance at the village before returning home to sleep alone. It had been a long and difficult day, just like the last few. But what happened yesterday should remain in the past. He just had to ensure it didn't happen again tomorrow. There was a long road ahead of him. If he wanted to live up to his ancestors and restore his clan, he would need to become stronger so that people like Zabuza and the masked Uchiha could never get away with their crimes. He would also have to become much more politically astute, as people like Danzo and Gato would not sit idly by in the shadows. To restore his clan, that was his dream. To have a large family, that was his goal. To protect his people, that was his duty. The will of fire that his clan passed down to this village saved countless lives and allowed many mothers to see their children grow up. Evil people would always exist, but for followers of the will of fire, it was crucial to prevent them from harming their people. Reaching into his pocket, Naruto took out a photograph. It was a picture of Tazuna, his daughter Tsunami, and young Inari, with one corner torn off. He didn't know why he had taken it from their home, but whatever the reason, he had to let it rest. Rest in peace, you three. He let the photo drift from his hands as the wind blew past. With it, he hoped his worries about past failures would fade away as well. But first, he longed for a bed free of nightmares, and he had a feeling it was time for them to finally let him go. Konohagakure no Sato. So, Kyubi, what's your real name? Naruto asked himself as he slowly walked towards the Naka Bridge where his team's meeting would be held. The week since the team returned from the wave had passed, and the return to their regular duties was set to begin today. Whining and beating himself up wouldn't do any good. Life goes on. Not telling, the fox replied. As he walked through the bustling streets of Konoha, some people ignored him, some made sidelong comments, and some even greeted him. His persistent D-rank mission had finally paid off, he thought with a smile. Is that Akane by any chance? Leave me alone, Kyubi growled from within. So, you really don't want to tell me your name? No. We may have an agreement, but nothing more human. As you wish. Step by step, Naruto continued on his way. It didn't take long for him to reach the Naka bridge. Sasuke was there first, as usual. Morning, he greeted her. He hadn't seen either Sasuke or Sakura for a whole week. Good morning, Sasuke nodded at him. Naruto raised an eyebrow at this new development. There was no usual grunt of acknowledgement. He decided not to poke the bear. They stood in comfortable silence, leaning against the bridge railing, with only the sound of the river flowing around them as they waited for the final 2 members to arrive. Do you think Sakura will give up in the end? Sasuke asked, a rather unusual question coming from him. Maybe, Naruto replied. It would be better if she joined the hospital. It would be better if she did. At least they were on the same page, though their perspectives differed. Do you think he's afraid of that? It was strange to see Sasuke so curious and chatty at the same time. That's pretty obvious, Naruto shrugged. Not everyone can stay calm in the face of a tailed beast's chakra beam. And not everyone can handle what we saw in the wave. Sasuke nodded. It's the kind of compliment you get. It seemed like he was trying to reconnect with his team, or what remained of it. I've seen worse, Sasuke replied. Of course he had. What about you? I've done worse, Naruto said, his voice devoid of emotion, as if he wanted to get something off his chest. A second mistake doesn't make the first right, but one is worse than the other. It makes things easier. That's the cycle of stress. Sasuke nodded, seeming to understand what Naruto meant. If Sakura leaves, Sasuke began again after a moment of silence, who will replace her? It was a good question, but the only answer he could give was simple speculation. Probably the older genin who also lost his team, Naruto suggested. Sasuke snorted. Are you happy? Naruto asked him. It's fine as long as he doesn't hold me back. Naruto rolled his eyes at the response. Would it kill him to be humble for once? Maybe. Sakura didn't hold back either. The words slipped from Naruto's lips. One moment he thought Sasuke would be more open, and the next, he felt like he was being hit with an avalanche of his thoughts. She's an annoying fangirl. Oftenest. If she decides to stop, it would be better for both her and us. Sasuke looked at him. Sasuke's reasoning confused Naruto. Was Sakura a fangirl? But she was capable in her own right. You're too hard on her, Sasuke, Naruto glared back. For perhaps the first time, Naruto saw a teasing smile. Why are you so defensive of her? Could it be that you like her? Naruto raised an eyebrow, curious about where this deduction came from. Crossing his arms and smiling slightly, he replied, I would never steal your fanbase, don't worry about that. A light frown crossed Sasuke's face as he directed his gaze to the bridgehead. Fangirls are the most annoying kind, you can have them if you want. Why? Why what? Why does it always bother you so much? He'd never had fangirls, despite coming from a prestigious clan, just like Sasuke for obvious reasons. So this hostility toward them felt foreign to him. A moment of jealousy struck him. Perhaps it was a longing for the affection of someone he had never experienced. Sasuke's black hair fell over his eyes as he spoke. You have no idea how annoying it is when people pity you all the time. When they see nothing but the orphan second son whose crazy brother slaughtered his clan. When all they want from you is to exploit your status for their own gain. Naruto remained silent as Sasuke spoke. He simply nodded, and the last Uchiha continued. I'm not an idiot, Naruto. I know how they look at me. I know how many of them view my clan from time to time. His eyes, now revealed, hardened as he stared at the ground. I know. Yes. No questions, no answers. Just. Many villagers only see the QB when they see me. At least the adults, Naruto said. HN. You're as lucky as I am, Sasuke said sarcastically. Wait until they find out who you are. Who knows? Maybe some of those annoying fangirls will finally leave me alone. Oh no. Naruto grinned mischievously. Like I said, I have no intention of taking over your followers. HN. Sasuke sneered. Did they ever follow you home? Naruto asked, trying to keep the conversation going. Thankfully, they didn't, Sasuke said, his gaze distant. I think they were smart enough not to push it that far. Naruto nodded slowly, continuing to sit on the bridge. Well, one day you'll have to restart your clan just like me. So, choosing one of them might ease your burden. Once again, Sasuke chuckled. As if any of them were worthy of giving birth to the Uchiha. Naruto laughed at his response. So, you did consider it for a while. What about you? Sasuke asked, ignoring the amusement but still smiling. Have you thought about who will be the future matriarch of the Senju clan? No, Naruto replied. He had imagined his future family someday, but never a wife. In his dreams, all his children looked like him, blonde hair and ocean blue eyes. No. That's optional. He brushed it off. A word of advice, Sasuke. Avoid marrying members of other Konoha clans. If you want to restart your clan, choose a commoner, even a kunoichi, but avoid the clans. Why? He had Naruto's full attention. Naruto sighed. They will have a great influence on your clan in the future, and it could negatively affect the culture of your future generations. Is that all? Sasuke looked unsure. That's all. As it should be. No one else should have power or influence over your family. HN. Sasuke snorted as usual. Same goes for you, I suppose? It should be. Naruto nodded slightly. His reasons were very different. It was like trying to pick mushrooms in your own fields. But that was impossible for both of them. Therefore, they had to be careful. Since Kakashi-sensei and Sakura are late, would you like to train with me? HN. Back to the usual grunt, and probably goodbye to a long conversation with the last member of his rival clan. Suddenly, an explosion erupted, and smoke filled the air from the trap Sasuke had landed in. He quickly jumped out before inhaling the smoke. Even if he had, it would only knock him out for a short while. After all, this was just a simple spar. I should have known you would use such a trick, Sasuke said as he leaped toward one of the trees. Naruto, appearing on another tree branch, grinned. Well, we're not supposed to use lethal attacks, so I'm a bit limited, Naruto said. Let's move on to ninjutsu, Sasuke replied, activating his Sharingan. I know what you're planning, but it won't work on me, Sasuke. The seal he placed on himself would prevent Sharingan users from copying his techniques. Ignoring him, Sasuke launched several shurikens, igniting them into flames at high speed. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. The flaming shuriken hurtled toward Naruto, but he quickly focused on the moisture in the air, gathering water in his mouth before shouting, Water style, Water Bullet Jutsu. A large sphere of water shot out, colliding with the incoming fire shuriken just inches away, creating a mist of vapor. As the water fell, Naruto swiftly performed another series of hand seals, sensing Sasuke's movements. Sasuke didn't wait for Naruto to complete his defense. He leaped onto the volley of fiery shurikens and sent another barrage toward his teammates. Naruto dodged them easily but failed to notice the ninja wires attached, which ensnared him. Sasuke appeared behind him, a kunai poised under Naruto's chin. He grinned, saying, I. But his words were interrupted when he felt the kunai against his own neck. Loss. Naruto finished, standing on a large branch of the tree. Sasuke turned slowly to see the grinning face of his blonde-haired teammate. Shadow clone, he realized. You created a shadow clone while the area was covered in water vapor, correct? You're quick to catch on. Both of them withdrew their kunai, and the shadow clone Sasuke thought was real vanished. Here, Naruto said, handing Sasuke a bottle of water. Thank you. Sasuke took a sip. Why can't I copy anything from you? A grin spread across Naruto's face. Don't expect me to tell you that. Sasuke frowned but let it go, which Naruto appreciated. Good. A new voice emerged from the trees. It was Kakashi. I'm glad to see you two being productive. He gestured around at the scattered leaves and branches. Naruto smiled, while Sasuke remained quiet. Sakura isn't here, Naruto noted, realizing their sensei was alone and there was no trace of Sakura's chakra nearby. No, Kakashi replied. I just got back from the hospital, hence my delay. Sakura decided to become a medical ninja. I think the Hokage's words convinced her to take a different path. There was a hint of bitterness in his tone. Naruto understood that Kakashi didn't want Sakura to feel pressured like he had. Even as her sensei, he couldn't go against the Hokage's wishes and had told her the truth that she should give up if she couldn't handle it. Naruto sided with Kakashi, especially considering the new revelation from last week. "So, who will be our new member?" Sasuke asked, not looking at them but at the scene before him. Kakashi shrugged, hands in his pockets. "Hokage-sama told me that for the next week or two, it will just be the three of us. New team members will be added after that." Naruto nodded, and Sasuke snorted. "Since you two have been bickering a bit," he began, "how about we check for any C-rank missions before starting another training regimen?" "Sure," Naruto replied, standing up, followed by Sasuke. If everything went according to plan, this mission would be a great getaway too. Team 7 entered the mission administration room inside the Hokage Tower. Konoha's elder, Mitokado Hamura, was in charge of today's special shinobi mission requests. Upon seeing them, he greeted them formally, his stern expression unwavering. "Team 7, the elder said." "Hamura-sama," Kakashi replied formally, not reading his book as he usually did. He tucked it into his pocket to avoid complaints of disrespect from his superiors. "Since you're here today," Hamura said, looking at Naruto strangely, "there was a request for your team to undertake this mission specifically." "There is one?" Kakashi asked, surprised. "Who requested it?" "Namikaze Naruto." Sasuke and Kakashi exchanged confused glances. "I asked for it and I want to participate. Otherwise, I can't leave the village," Naruto stated simply. Hamura coughed. "As I mentioned, it was your team's request to fulfill this mission. Strange as it may sound, you have a client here with you. Considering the mission's level and parameters, it's officially classified as a B-rank mission." "And what's the mission about?" Kakashi asked, now genuinely curious. Hamura handed him a scroll detailing the mission and its objectives. "Here, you have all the details." Kakashi glanced at the scroll and raised an eyebrow at Naruto. "You really went all out on this, didn't you?" He turned to the elder. "We accept this mission, Hamura-sama." "Okay, and good luck." The elder continued writing, as he had been before Team 7 arrived. "You too," Kakashi called to his genin. "Since this is your request, Naruto, I think we should spend the rest of the day training and preparing for this temporary assignment before we embark on another mission." "Understood, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto replied, while Sasuke simply grunted. A day of training would be no problem. At Training Ground 7, Kakashi pondered as he looked at his two students standing before him. He decided to brief Sasuke on the mission first. "First things first about our mission for next week." He caught Sasuke's attention while Naruto listened quietly. "Our mission is to retrieve whatever can be found inside the Uzumaki Shrine on the outskirts of the village. The shrine has been abandoned for many years, as the last monk who guarded it passed away shortly before you two were born." They both nodded. "Anyway, we need to recover any relics or other objects if they're still there. We don't know if bandits or other curious individuals have ever robbed the temple. So our job is simply to retrieve whatever we can salvage." "Kakashi-sensei," Naruto interrupted. "The mask temple should also be protected by a seal. Only those who know the password technique can enter." "And how are we going to do that?" Sasuke asked, curiosity evident on his face. "I know the password." At Sasuke's unimpressed look, Naruto continued. "My mother was an Uzumaki, to be precise. She came from one of the lesser-known branches of the clan." "Indeed," Kakashi confirmed, nodding. "Which brings me to the second part of the mission, the journey to the ruins of Uzushiogakure no Sato. So, Naruto, can you explain what caused this? I assume that Kushina has something from Uzushio that can be salvaged." Not that there was much to gain. He had collected a few remaining scrolls, but mostly, the Uzumaki woman who took her own life near the end had destroyed the knowledge that could have been seized by the enemy. Better to perish than to fall into their hands. Naruto was silent for a moment, narrowing his eyes as he spoke. "You mentioned, in the wave, that Zabuza and Gato were hiding on that island while they waited for us to leave. I want to see my mother's hometown. And I know for a fact that she never took anything from the shrine. There's nothing she could find in Uzushio either." Kakashi stood there silently. "Very well then. You paid for this mission after all. I think this will be an enjoyable trip for both of you. Now, what to do about your training? Kakashi pondered. Since Sakura is no longer part of our team, I'm canceling teamwork training for the time being. We'll just focus on the physical aspect. Naruto noticed a slight upward twitch of Sasuke's lips for a moment. Sensei, Naruto interrupted, and Kakashi nodded for him to continue. I've been thinking about exploring my elemental combinations. This was something he had wanted to do for a long time. Perhaps this was the perfect opportunity to begin that training. Combination, you say? HMPF, he snorted. In theory, someone with two affinities has the potential to combine the two elements into a new one. And you want to explore it? I see. But I'm afraid I can't be of much help there. I'd suggest looking for something in the village library, Kakashi suggested. Naruto nodded. While his own library held a wealth of knowledge and books not available to the public, the Konoha library also contained new information that could aid him. Well then, see you tomorrow. 7 o'clock. Don't forget your gear, Kakashi-sensei said cheerfully. As Naruto left, Kakashi called out to Sasuke. So, what am I going to do with you? Lightning affinity or Sharingan? Sasuke grinned. As if you need to ask. He activated his Sharingan, showcasing its brilliance. Kakashi sighed. Naruto decided to walk towards the library, contemplating the potential mutation of his bloodline on the way. Wind and water could give rise to ice. The thought made him frown as he walked through the bustling village streets. The last thing he wanted was to have anything in common with that individual from Kirigakure. Ignoring their similarities. Perhaps there were other advanced elements he could form? But which ones? Exactly? It would be unwise for him to delve into advanced nature transformation. But that was something he hadn't yet explored. His wind and water releases were completely mastered. All he needed was a powerful shinobi to test his skills against. No arguing. All-out combat. On the other hand, maybe he should abandon the idea of advanced nature transformation and focus more on space-time ninjutsu. He shook his head as he walked further in. The Chunin exams were a good way to do semi-everything that was supposed to be done. Naruto sighed. Perhaps Akatsuki's paranoia was getting to him, and his common sense was getting the better of him. Of course, he needed to know where he stood. Shinobi his age from other villages might prove useful in that regard. Naruto didn't think much of the fact that he considered other humans to be tools. Perhaps he should temper it by absorbing everything his great-grandfather wrote. As he walked through the streets of Konoha, he heard loud complaints from the restaurant he passed. Asuma-sensei, why did we have to stay this long? And just for Choji to eat? It's been 2 hours. Dahi is probably training with Sasuke-kun right now. And I won't let him get ahead of me. Who else but Yamanaka Ino? Since she mentioned Choji, that meant Shikamaru would be there too. He hadn't seen his friends since the academy. A good chance to catch up and see how they were doing. Approaching the yakiniku queue window where the voice came from, Naruto was noticed by Shikamaru, who was staring at the clouds through the open window. Naruto! His bored face turned into a smile, which made Naruto happy too, returning the smile to his friend. The only one, he said with a small smile. Hey, Naruto, Choji greeted him, taking another mouthful of barbecue. Naruto? Ino asked, leaning over from the table towards the window to see him. Want to join us, kid? Asuma asked, putting out the cigarette he had been smoking. I'm fine, Asuma-sensei, Naruto said, waving his hand. I was on my way to the library, just stopping by to see your team. We haven't seen each other much since graduation. Suit yourself, the man said with a smile. Where's Kid and Sasuke-kun? Ino asked, realizing she was alone. You haven't heard? He thought that at least Ino would have heard from Sakura because she hadn't. He should try to fix it. So much for being a role model for someone. Well, it's not my place to say. Shikamaru narrowed his eyes at him but said nothing. Naruto just furrowed his own eyebrows, pointing upwards indicating he would tell her another time. Partly at least. What are you talking about? What happened to his forehead? Ino asked again, confused, before realization came to her and she widened her eyes in horror. Don't tell me. No, he's still alive. You don't have to worry about that, Naruto quickly reassured her. I didn't mean it. Ino quickly said with an angry expression, before her face turned sad once again. Don't tell me. Dahi won Sasuke-kun's heart. Asuma and Choji didn't hide their laughter, while Shikamaru massaged his temples. Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose. No. He didn't. He didn't think Sasuke even had that urge. Good, Ino sighed in relief. By the way, what exactly happened to Sakura? She asked, dropping the nickname she usually gave her teammates. She acted foolishly most of the time, yes. But Ino could have her clever moments whenever she wanted. You really haven't seen her in a while, have you? She shook her head negatively. Maybe it's better if she tells you herself. That would. Who are they? A shinobi asked at another table, catching Naruto's attention with his questioning tone. A long series of murmurs erupted within the restaurant. They look like Kumo ninja, one of them spat, a woman. I know that, but would you look at them? He pointed out, barely aware of the insult from the kunoichi sitting in front of him. A long white towel was wrapped around her body, with a smaller one on her head. Sitting on a chair near the window, her friend Samui stared out at nothing in particular. Once they reached their room, the conversation had been minimal, with him only mentioning that he was going to take a shower after their long journey from the village. Given their current location, it was wise for them to be cautious and not reveal anything inadvertently. Standing in front of the mirror, Mabui removed her towel as she prepared to dress. However, her mind wandered back to something she had seen earlier that day. Almost an hour ago, to be precise. Their mission to Konoha included an optional task to verify the existence of Senju Naruto, if it was indeed possible. Fortunately, Samui had spotted him less than 10 minutes after entering Konoha's walls. If this was true, Sandaime-sama would need to be convinced to accept the request for Kumogakure Genin to participate in the upcoming Chunin exams. Mabui shook her head, placing her palm on her forehead. She doubted Sandaime-sama would be easily swayed by her charms. Stockton missions had never been her forte, and this was the first time she had been assigned one. The main reason she and Samui had been sent on this mission, replacing other high-ranking shinobi, was to persuade Sandaime-sama to accept her uncle's request. As she continued to dress, she frowned at her reflection. Did Reikage-sama truly believe this would influence the god of shinobi, the professor? The old Hokage appeared completely unfazed. Thoughts drifted back to the Senju boy she had seen on the street. With that, she considered the potential path the Reikage had for him if he proved to be a threat. Mabui recalled all the meetings where the existence of the new Senju was discussed. The Reikage and the council were adamant and eager for the boy to be the real deal. She didn't understand their behavior. For all intents and purposes, he could be a threat to their village. But the elders had their reasons, and she, as a Cloud Kunoichi, believed they were wise enough not to jeopardize their village. Ignoring their previous mistakes regarding foreign shinobi, they should have learned their lesson by now. She continued to ponder, her eyes lowered in deep contemplation. There's no point thinking about it now, Mabui. Her friend's voice roused her from her thoughts. Mabui turned to Samui continued to gaze out the window, lost in thought. You know what I'm thinking, she said, her voice low. It was better not to say it directly, in case Konoha overheard them. I do, came the brief reply. Do you think Sandaime Hokage-sama will accept our request? Perhaps, he responded, sharing her uncertainty. Although he didn't mention the more subtle tactics they had considered, he believed this was too good an opportunity for the Sandaime Hokage to overlook. Navigating the council would be challenging, but they were determined to make their case. Still, there was always tension when it came to the light. Mabui's emerald green eyes darted to Konoha once more. She understood well why her friend held a deep-seated dislike for this village, though she rarely expressed it openly. Ultimately, it didn't matter. Their mission was to be completed. Complaining about minor issues was not an option. Mabui just hoped they wouldn't run into any members of the Hyuga clan, at least for her friend's sake. The next day, at the Uzumaki clan mask storage temple, the journey to the shrine was short and uneventful. The shrine was about 10 miles from Konoha. After meeting Kakashi-sensei at the front gate at 8 a.m., an hour later than planned, they began their journey. Naturally, Kakashi had to ensure their gear was in order, standard procedure, after all. I really didn't expect to be in this kind of situation, Kakashi remarked once they arrived at the temple. Yeah, Naruto replied with a frown. It looks like a storm passed through here. Sasuke remained silent, surveying the temple. It truly appeared to be the victim of a disaster. The roof was damaged, the front gate was broken open, and the right side of the building seemed on the verge of collapse. Let's go inside, Kakashi instructed. The interior of the temple mirrored its dilapidated exterior. It seems some people use this temple as a residence, Kakashi noted, observing wooden railings that had fallen from the outside, just below the hole in the roof. Naruto picked up a piece of wood lying on the ground, noticing it was burned on one side. The thought of a sacred place being disrespected filled him with disgust, especially since it belonged to his mother's clan. There's no point in getting upset about the past now, Kakashi said, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder. We still need to see if there's anything salvageable here. Yes, Sensei, Naruto replied, placing the wood back down. One day this place would be rebuilt. For now, they needed to evacuate. Over here, Sasuke called out, pointing to a stone wall at the edge of the room. At the top of the stone wall was the Uzumaki clan crest, adorned with lines of runes running up and down from all sides. They needed to see if anything remained. The Shinigami mask should be kept there. Kakashi and Sasuke stood behind Naruto, hands in their pockets, watching what he would do next. Snake, dragon, horse, thumb. He went through several hand seals, placing his finger in the center of the clan symbol on the stone. The symbol lit up on its own and shifted to the left, revealing a new path, almost like a hidden dungeon. Naruto moved down the hallway to the new room, expecting Sasuke to follow him. However, Kakashi placed a hand on his shoulder, stopping him. We're staying here, Sasuke. It's better if Naruto does this alone. Sasuke nodded, and Naruto offered a quick acknowledgement as a thank you. Though slightly dissatisfied, Sasuke accepted the decision. The hallway itself wasn't spacious, but it wasn't long either. It only took a few steps to reach another room. This new room resembled a typical basement found in any house. On the front wall, dozens of different masks hung in a row. Perfect. Naruto retrieved 3 scrolls from his backpack, a red, a blue, and a yellow one. From what he knew about these masks, it was best to keep their placement undisturbed. The previous monk had likely moved the masks here at the end of his life. It didn't take him long to finish, about half an hour at most. Once he was done, he decided to return to Kakashi-sensei and Sasuke. The two were standing near the temple entrance, seemingly engaged in conversation. It was a strange sight, especially with Sasuke. He wasn't known for being talkative, but their last failed mission must have affected him differently than it had affected Naruto and Sakura. Are you done? Kakashi asked. Yeah, Naruto replied. There wasn't much there anyway. Just a bunch of masks hanging on the wall. He decided it was best not to elaborate on their significance with Sasuke present. Despite their good relationship, Naruto always felt a bit uneasy around the last Uchiha. It had nothing to do with power, as he was far stronger than Sasuke. But there was something deeper, something tied to their bloodlines that made him cautious. So what are you going to do with the mask now that you have it? Kakashi asked, curiosity evident in his tone. I've been thinking about building a shrine in Konoha, he admitted. Perhaps in Senju Garden. But he wasn't an architect. Maybe he could hire someone to help, or learn the skills himself and work with his clone someday. For now, he pushed those thoughts aside. Kakashi adopted his thinking pose, his finger resting on his masked chin. I guess that's fine, but how are you going to carry on your clan if you're single? Dedicating yourself to guarding the shrine doesn't leave much room for a family. Ha! Laugh all you want, sensei, Naruto interrupted sarcastically. With the way you're going, my kids will probably be older than you. Found your better half, huh? Kakashi teased, still smiling as they walked out of the temple. No, Naruto replied, the words slipping out before he could stop them. By the way, sensei. He had Kakashi's full attention. Why aren't you married yet? I thought as the last surviving member of the Hokage clan, the village council would be constantly urging you to settle down. The last Hokage didn't respond, simply walking ahead of Naruto and Sasuke, who trailed behind him. "I think I'm lost on the path of life," he finally said, moving away from the shrine as the two boys stopped in their tracks. "What was that all about?" Sasuke asked, a slight frown on his face. "I don't know," Naruto admitted. Whatever Kakashi-sensei was dealing with, he couldn't quite grasp it. The more he interacted with him, the more he realized he didn't know him as well as he thought. Kakashi remained a mystery. "Let's go." Tana Ipi, a small northeastern port. "A trip to the ruins of Uzushigakure, you say?" "Achem." The local fisherman, named Yashikata, pondered, rubbing his bearded chin. His son, Yusuke, a young man slightly older than Naruto and Sasuke, stood nearby, staring at the three Konoha ninja with a mix of disbelief and disdain, but said nothing. They had just arrived at a small port on the eastern edge of the Fire Nation after 2 days of travel, now standing near the docks of a local fisherman's house. "Are you crazy?" the fisherman exclaimed, a reaction he probably wouldn't have expected from the jovial man just moments before. "No," Kakashi-sensei replied cheerfully, as if the request was perfectly normal. "We would greatly appreciate it if you could take us there. Of course, we will pay." Kakashi turned to Naruto, signaling him to take out the money. Fair enough. He had asked for the mission and he would pay. "How much?" "I don't need your money, son, because I have no intention of going there," Yashikata said kindly. "May we know why you are so against it?" Kakashi inquired. The fisherman's mood shifted. "Let's just say, first of all, Uzushio Island is a hotbed of bandits and pirates, from what I know." "That shouldn't be a problem for us," Kakashi interrupted. Naruto thought to himself that it wouldn't be. However, if the pirates had multiple missing nin among them, depending on their numbers, that could pose a problem. Zabuza had hidden there with Gato. It wasn't out of the question that more missing nin would make their home there, but the chances seemed slim from what he knew. Zabuza could be an isolated case. Transportation itself is another issue. In the meantime, I have a ship that can take you there. He gestured to a medium-sized boat. It was better than going to another port, as this was the closest route. The trip itself would be over before it even began. "Why?" Naruto asked, certainly not because of the ship. It seemed perfectly capable of making the journey. Yashikata turned to him, offering a bitter smile before looking out at the sea and pointing. "There's a sea monster that's been terrorizing these waters for the past 12 years or so. No one sails from here for that reason. That's why only fishermen remain in these parts," he informed them, continuing his explanation. "That, and perhaps because of the port's lack of significance on a larger scale. Uzushigakure was lost, while its port was too close to another country's border. It was too unimportant for trade. The daimyo and his court lost interest in this port. It was too close to the border of a rival country. That's why most of the funding was directed to the new port in the south. It's a blessing and a curse. On one hand, the pirates avoid our shores because of that monster, but I'm afraid the village will eventually die out as people move to other ports for better opportunities. You can't live off fishing forever. I mean you can, but life gets boring as time goes by," he added with a bitter smile. "But why don't you consider moving too?" Naruto asked. Yashikata smiled sadly in return. "I was born here, son. Just like my father and his father before him. Men should visit their graves sometimes. Otherwise, they'll be lonely." Naruto's expression turned grim. It was a thoughtless question he'd asked. Sentimentality played a significant role in convincing people to stay where they were. Nothing could convince him to leave Konoha. Everything he had, and everything he didn't have was there. Kakashi listened to the old man's story, then turned to his two students. "What did you say? For fishing lessons?" The next day, laughter echoed in the air. "Never in all my years did I think it would be that easy," Yashikata exclaimed, laughing as he stood at the back of his boat, steering with a tiller. His son stood beside him, occasionally glancing at the three Konoha shinobi as he helped his father. "We should have hired shinobi years ago. I'm going to brag to the boys at home about this." Naruto, Sasuke, and Kakashi sat silently on the wooden benches on the deck. Sasuke was his usual self, while Kakashi read his book. They had dealt with the creature without charge, and in return, the fisherman was taking them to Uzushio for free. A fair deal. Naruto sat quietly, staring intently at the Fuma shuriken resting on his lap, particularly at the sealing formula on one end. He recognized it as a binding technique used by the Uzumaki clan in the past. They had found it on the forehead of the giant marlin, preventing it from returning to its summoned realm. Another thought troubled him. Think about who could have left the summoning for so long? Someone who belonged to the Uzumaki clan, perhaps. Kakashi asked as if reading his mind. And who left the shuriken tied to the summoner's forehead? Naruto added, a frown forming on his face. Defeating the summoning had not been difficult. However, summoning Gamabunta would have caused more trouble than it was worth. The easiest part had been removing the seal-based Fuma shuriken from the marlin's head, after which the creature returned to its natural state. Do you know what that means? Kakashi asked, looking up from his book, expecting a straightforward answer. Instead, Yusuke, the boy, chimed in. That means you shinobi have brought nothing but suffering to this land with your pointless wars, he growled, prompting his father to scold him. Yusuke, there's no such thing as a pointless war. You're fighting for the survival of your home. What will they do when Iwagakure or Kumogakure attacks? Celebrate? It's okay, Yashikata-san. The boy has every right to be angry, Kakashi said, waving it off. Naruto didn't share that sentiment. That summoning has been around since the Third War, long after Uzushio was destroyed, Naruto whispered, lost in thought as memories of the previous day flooded back. This meant something else, a hypothesis he had never considered until now. 2 members of the Uzumaki clan had fought near this area sometime after the war, long after the destruction of Uzushio-gakure. However, he had no idea who they were or which branch they belonged to. His mother had never mentioned any other survivors, aside from the old monk at the Mask Repository Temple Haninobo. Surely, if there were any survivors, they would have come to Konoha to rebuild their clan. But none had. Today's encounter with the giant marlin changed everything. He was certain that there were 2 survivors out there. 1 or maybe even 2 were dead. And they had been fighting each other. Another troubling thought lingered. Why had they fought each other? The Uzumaki clan, as a cadet branch of the Senju, despite their long separation, had maintained close ties throughout the ages, still embodying the clan's family values. The idea of killing one's kin was very... Slowly, Naruto turned to his teammates. Sasuke gazed out at the sea, seemingly lost in thought. Isn't the whirlpool preventing us from reaching the island? He asked, finally voicing his confusion. No. We're lucky that whirlpools aren't common around this time of year. It takes about a day and a half on my ship to get there, Yashikata explained from behind. The north and east sides of the former country have whirlpools year-round. The south and west are generally safe. That was why Kumo and Kiri had managed to destroy it in the end. Given their shinobi's natural affinity for water, Kirigakure had launched an attack from the east, while Kumogakure struck from the west through the land of hot water. Ultimately, the whirlpools in the east hadn't been enough, and due to the combined assaults of the 2 Great Five, the village's defenses had collapsed, leaving it in ruins in the following days. An incident that had sparked the Third Great Ninja War, the deadliest to date. No alliances remained. The Kumogakure and Kirigakure alliances had fallen apart, leading to further conflict. Without Uzushio's help, it was a miracle Konoha had survived. They had fought on 3 fronts against Iwa, Kumo, and Kiri. The old man's leadership had saved them, along with their own shinobi skills. Fortunately, the other villages had their own fronts to contend with. However, the more he saw of the outside world, the more questions arose in his mind. Hopefully, he would uncover something in the ruins of Uzushio-gakure regarding the surviving clan members. And here we are. Uzushio-gakure no Sato, Yashikata announced as they landed at the docks what remained of it. Or rather, what was left of it. It was good to know they were on the same page. I never thought it would turn out like this. Naruto muttered as he surveyed the remnants of his mother's village. Every building was either collapsed or on the verge of collapse. Oh my! The last time I was here was probably 20 years ago or so. And what was the condition of the village like back then? Kakashi asked as the group walked toward the center of the former village. In front of the statues stood two shinobi, one representing the Senju clan and the other the Uzumaki clan. The two men shook hands, symbolizing kinship and the alliance between the two families. Better than now, that's for sure, the man replied, picking up Yuzushio's protective headband and brushing the sand off it. My father brought me here once, back when it was still flourishing. Our port had good trade with them. What about you, Kakashi-san? Have you been here before? No, Kakashi said, shaking his head. This is my first time here. I see. By the way, why did you come to this place? There's not much to find in these ruins. Well, Kakashi glanced at Naruto, who was focused on the statue before them. Someone hired us to scavenge for whatever we could find here. Headbands, artifacts, whatever was left over time, Naruto added, still gazing at the statue. The statue too? Sasuke asked sarcastically, walking over to stand beside him. Naruto grinned. The statue too. Here, Sasuke said, handing Naruto the headband. So what are you going to do with these? He looked around. Several headbands lay scattered on the ground, like forgotten toys left in every corner of a room. Probably because of the frequent tsunamis around here. I'll place it inside the future shrine, along with any other items I find. The clan may be gone, but at least their memory can live on somewhere. Senju Garden had plenty of room to build such a memento. All for later. Maybe I should do the same. It was strange. She never thought of Sasuke as a sentimental person. But considering his desire to avenge the Uchiha clan, it was to be expected. The only thing Naruto didn't know was how Sasuke planned to do it. That was the question he asked himself. I don't know, Sasuke replied, his eyes looking distant. You already have the Naka shrine, Naruto said, glancing at the statue in front of him, as the 4 shadow clones he created surrounded it, preparing to seal it. Sasuke responded with a small nod. The statue disappeared in a puff of smoke sealed within a scroll Naruto carried with him. One of the clones approached, handed him the scroll, and then vanished along with the other 3. So, Naruto, Kakashi caught his attention. How do you want to proceed with this mission? Since you were the one who assigned it in the first place, I believe you should be the one to decide how we proceed. Right? He's the one. That's one of the reasons. He already has a plan on how to do it. I'll do it myself, sensei. No offense, but this is personal, he said in a monotone voice. From Kakashi's expression, he didn't seem fazed by such a decision. In fact, it almost seemed as if he expected it. I see. Well, in the end, it's your decision. Shadow clones can certainly help you in the long run. Naruto nodded, and Kakashi continued. Sasuke and I will train in the meantime. This time, Sasuke flinched at that. To each his own business. I'll go now. Kakashi gave a curt nod, then turned to Sasuke. The two of us will be setting up camp for the duration of our stay here. Sasuke grunted, unpacking his backpack. Yashikata-san. The mostly silent fishermen were listening now. You said you wanted to fish here for a while? That's right. That won't be a problem with your mission, right? No, it won't. Just don't stray too far from the camp. We don't know if there are other dangers lurking. Or even if some pirates and rogue ninjas decide to land here. Fine with me. Come on, Yusuke, we have work to do. Echen. It seemed Sasuke wasn't the only one who preferred the traditional Uchiha clan grumbling. Kakashi mused to himself. Come to think of it, the island seemed like a victim of countless earthquakes, tsunamis, and wars all happening at once. Indeed, the island capital of the land of Eddie had suffered from the tsunami. Yuzushio likely endured the same fate. It made Naruto wonder if the Uzumaki had once protected the archipelago from natural disasters. No problem now. Walking through the ruins, a sinking feeling settled in his stomach, and his heart tightened as he looked around. It didn't help that the sun was already setting, and the sky was an unusually red color, dotted with dark clouds. The sky is red, and the clouds are dark. If one thinks about it further, it could mean many things. One thing he first associates with the current weather is Akatsuki. So far, fortunately, he hasn't had any confrontations. Thankfully. But the sky was different now. The clouds were dark, while Akatsuki was red. Bad omen. Both signify similar, yet different things. According to rumors, Akatsuki's red clouds symbolize a new dawn, a revolution they will bring to the shinobi world. Dark clouds are a warning. A red sky means trouble is brewing. Call him superstitious, but nothing in his life is without reason. And the weather was ominous. Maybe we shouldn't sleep under the sky tonight, Naruto muttered as he looked up. A river he was passing through reflected the red sky. Naruto sighed. Maybe nothing bad would happen, and the omen was a warning to others. Hopefully. But one should never become complacent. Making a shadow clone sign, Naruto created at least 50 shadow clones before they dispersed to their tasks. The remaining 3 clones proceeded to pick up several headbands lying loose on the ground around him. Walking further through the village ruins, Naruto came across a large building, built in traditional architecture. Surprisingly, it was one of the buildings that looked better than the others. Naruto pushed open the building's entrance, causing it to fall flat to the ground. Inside, he could see various clan artworks hanging on the walls. A museum? Maybe. Konoha doesn't have one, but Uzushiogakure seems to be more culturally minded than other shinobi settlements. It's even more unfortunate that it's now gone. He took another scroll from his backpack and began sealing one picture after another. The pictures showed Uzushiogakure in various historical PRDS, from the founding of the Uzumaki clan to the first 2 shinobi wars. Looking at the most recent picture, which stood behind the desk, Naruto noticed a piece of paper taped to the back. This is becoming more and more like a treasure hunt, he muttered aloud. Gently picking up the paper, he looked at its contents. Well, what do you know? It was a detailed map of the elemental nations, with various bases and estates that once belonged to the Uzumaki clan marked on it. The mask storage temple near Konoha was also indicated on the map. Naruto couldn't fight the satisfied grin that appeared on his face. He tucked the map into his pocket, vowing to investigate all of these locations someday. Perhaps he'd find more Uzumaki out there, and perhaps even learn about the 2 clans that fought each other. But that would all be for later. He walked outside once the latest photo was sealed, deciding to return to his team. But before he could, the clone, who was collecting headbands near the easternmost hill, was dispelled, sending his memories to him. The specific memories that came to him were of 3 chakra signatures the clone had sensed, located on the far eastern side of the village. For a moment, Naruto considered relaying this message to Kakashi-sensei. The clones around the camp wouldn't say anything without his permission. Ultimately, he chose to investigate this on his own.